Chapter 151 Become a Oyster Sperm. As my disciple, why are you learning the skills of Lich? After knowing that Broly learned the skills of life absorbing with Viz, Akia immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Life absorption is considered a recovery skill, but she is not without recovery skills like this. If Broly wants to learn, he can learn from her master, and there is no need to learn from a Lich. That's because I'm in a state of weakness. Broly, the child, learned this trick in order not to let me dissipate. Wiz helped explain. She saw Akia's dissatisfaction and was worried that Akia would blame the boy for this. I slightly adjusted the order of things in the morning and explained the reason why Broly learned about life and learned to help me recover. Please also ask Lord Akia, don't blame this child too much. If you want to blame you, blame me. Although Broly only learned this skill after she recovered in the morning, Broly's motivation for learning this skill was still afraid that she would dissipate, which moved Wei's very much, so he also thought that he must be responsible for it. What's going on with you, a Lich? Apologizes on behalf of this child. I am the master of this child. Akia became alert. She felt that her status as a master and guardian seemed to be challenged by the Lich in front of her. She grabbed the collar of the Lich's fullness and defended her sovereignty as a master and guardian. Mr. Akia, please calm down, you have hurt me. Wiz was swaying back and forth while holding her collar. She realized that she was the goddess Akia and did not resist at all, but just tried to dissuade her from verbally. Okay, you shameless Lich, you actually used this green tea method to deal with me, but don't think I'll be afraid of you because of this. Before Akia could finish her words, Broly touched the back of her neck. Broly used his life to absorb it in reverse, converting his energy into vitality and injecting it directly into Akia's body. In an instant, Akia was shocked by the impact of a powerful vitality that penetrated her body, and her body felt warm as if she was basking in the sun in winter. This is... When she came to her senses, Akia had already collapsed on the ground, with a look of intoxication left on her face. This is the skill I learned. I think its reverse application can make people feel happy. Master Akia? Broly asked, and he really thought so. Humph, what's the point of talking about the skills of the undead clan? I think it's average. Akia answered disdainfully and soon exclaimed again. Master Akia, it's not good to tell lies. If you don't express your true feelings, I won't use this trick for you in the future. Broly injected some vitality into Akia's body again, which made Akia feel a little panting before reminding her again. Whoa, Broly, just one morning, you were damaged by this Lich, and you learned to bully the master. Akia started to cry. So, is it comfortable? Comfortable? Then you should have no objection to me when I learn this trick. No. Akia was dealt with in a moment, and darkness next to her was stunned. She was still looking forward to Akia, the evil mother-in-law, who could teach the Lich who had a taste of green tea on the other side, but she didn't expect that she would be dealt with like this. Darkness, do you want to give it a try, too? At this time, Broly looked at Darkness again, hoping to take this opportunity to see if the newly learned skills can also improve Darkness's happiness value. I don't need it. Darkness was a little scared by the unbearable attitude Aqua had just shown. Although she was a shaking act that could enjoy shame, she didn't want to do some shameful things, and she wanted to reject the boy's kindness when she waved her hand. I almost forgot, you like to be tough. However, Broly remembered Darkness's situation and ignored her words. After catching up with her, he used the life absorbing of this night girl in reverse. Woo, something has come into my body. Darkness's happiness value rose. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk. It feels like taking a hot bath. After getting used to it, the rising happiness value in her body stopped. Although his body has not reached the limit of enduring life energy, it is different from that of Wiz and Akia. After thinking about it, Broly was using his life to absorb it, and in turn extracted his vitality from Darkness's body. This sudden change made Darkness exclaim. It felt like a person who was bathing in a hot spring was suddenly thrown into the cold spring. The extremely contrasting taste was sour. Darkness's happiness value dropped, but it quickly improved. She was shaking. If it was too comfortable, it would make her feel uneasy. Darkness's strange habits made Broly use her to perform a somatosensory experiment on her skills, and finally found that as long as she pulled her a few more times, her happiness value would rise even more. Of course, after too much stimulation, the change in happiness value in Darkness will also reach the upper threshold limit. After that, no matter whether it is comfortable or uncomfortable, it will not be able to continue to change in a short period of time, just like entering the sage time. Punishment, reward, punishment, reward, haha. Darkness muttered some incomprehensible words and fell into a state of distractedness. Master Akia, do you want to try darkness too? After Bro used his skills to knock down darkness, he looked at his master and asked. Ah, I'm not darkness, it's like forget this situation where the life energy is repeatedly pulled in and out of the body. Akia quickly refused. She didn't want her disciples to use the undead skills she had just mastered, and she looked like darkness's strange appearance. Akia was not darkness. After clearly expressing her rejection, Broly did not force her, but just continued to discuss with Miss Lich the meticulous application of life absorption. Maybe it was because Wiz was well taught, but maybe it was related to the familiar chi. Broly showed great talent in the skills he absorbed in life. In the evening, he combined the chi to develop a life bullet trick. After converting chi into life energy in advance, he could launch the chi bomb filled with life energy like a launching energy bomb. The unit hit will be forced to inject corresponding life energy, but it is still different from the healing technique and cannot have a good healing effect, but it can restore the energy and physical strength of the target being hit. Or, hitting an existence like Wiz that can convert life energy into magic can also have the effect of quickly replenishing the demons. Broly, your ability can be said to be a man's gas station and a woman's beauty salon. Akia complained, she was injected with a lot of life energy, and her condition had never been so good. The other two were in similar situations, both of them looked radiant. I've become an oyster essence. Broly tilted his head. Oyster essence, this is a very appropriate name. Akia agreed. Broly, can you send me that again? Darkness asked greedily at this time. Chapter 152, Disaster. Darkness's unsatisfied request was of course satisfied. As a result, after she returned home with too much energy that day, she couldn't sleep in bed at night. Master, it seems that there is something wrong with the lady. In the Darkness family manner, Ignis was about to rest when the butler who ran over came informed the news. Lalatina, my daughter, what's wrong with you? Ignis, who ran out in pajamas, found his daughter in the courtyard and asked. It's my father. I'm practicing swordsmanship. What's wrong? In the yard, Darkness held a big sword with both hands and was waving towards the air. No, it's late at night now. Ignis looked up at the moon and said. Oh, I will try to keep the sound as low as possible. Darkness stopped the sound of waving the sword, but did not stop the movement of waving the sword. This is not a small problem, right? You have been working outside for a day, so don't you sleep? Tired? No, I'm not only not tired today, but also very energetic, and I seem to have endless energy all over my body. Are you sick? Do you want to see a doctor? I'm not sick, my father, that's... Darkness was a little difficult to say, and the boy was filled with life energy, so he could only say, my sword skills are too bad. I don't want to drag down my companions who are taking risks together, so I have to work hard to practice sword skills. Laratina, although it's good to work hard, you still have to pay attention to rest. Ignis could only persuade him, but he never strictly regulated his daughter. He did not refute the decision of his daughter not wanting to drag her companions down and choosing to practice swordsmanship late at night, but chose to respect the other party's decision. However, when I found out that my daughter was always practicing swords at home all night and went out to be an adventurer without sleeping during the day, Ignis felt something was wrong and he invited the best doctor to treat his daughter. Father, I'm not sick. Lalatina, you have to see a doctor. There is definitely a problem with this kind of sleepless day and night. If you don't see a doctor, then as your father, I can only confine you. There are some strange curses and diseases in this world. My concern for my daughter made Ignis speak harshly to her for the first time. Thanks to the care of the old father, Darkness had to see a doctor, but the result of the examination was, Master Ignis, Miss Laratina is very healthy. The only thing that needs to be abnormal is probably that the chi and blood are too strong. The old doctor made a judgment and asked Darkness again, Miss Laratina, have you taken some supplements recently, such as high-end Warcraft meat or dragon blood potion? No. Darkness waved his hand in a panic and replied. Old doctor. This obvious lying posture, what if he is blind? In short, although the supplement is good, it is too much, so you still have to do it in moderation. The old doctor finally just gave this warning. Woo! Darkness covered her face. She was indeed a little addicted to being filled with life energy by Broly, but being told about it in this way would make her feel like she was an indecent lady. She was obviously injected with life energy and was very serious, and she didn't even take off her clothes. La Latina. After the old doctor left, Ignis was ready to speak. My father, I will pay attention in the future. But Darkness left as if he ran away. Hey, am I too indulging in that child? You only know, Lord? Perhaps, she should be allowed to know how to control her desires. Ignis sighed. That's how it is because I was too energetic, my family worried and even invited a doctor to see me. So, what are you worried about? You can't sleep. Wouldn't it be better to have less energy from Broly every day? Akia didn't quite understand what Darkness was worried about. But the feeling of being filled with life energy is really comfortable. Darkness just couldn't do it, so she was a little worried. Miss Darkness, you have to control your own desires. If this continues, I am a little worried that you will become a slave to life energy. Wiz gave her a cup of black tea, and she also wanted to complain about this night girl. She was obviously a living person, but she fell deeper into the feeling of her body being filled with life energy than her. Ah, slave. Hearing this, Darkness's face showed a look of yearning. This guy is a pervert. If you tell her that she will become a slave, she will make her feel more excited. Akia complained beside her. Ah. Wiz opened his mouth wide. So, what if you extract the excess life energy? After thinking about it, she put forward another good suggestion. No, I want to go home with a feeling of being fulfilled. If I get pulled away, I will definitely feel empty. Darkness decisively rejected Wiz's proposal. Your statement has completely become a slave to life energy, hey. Wiz was a little worried about Darkness's condition, and it was not a good thing to be immersed in the taste of being filled with life energy. For example, some humans will deliberately be sucked by vampires by the pleasure brought by the vampire's blood-sucking process, which will eventually lead to death or become a vampire servant. Of course, Darkness's situation is different from vampire blood-sucking. She belongs to the party who is given life energy. But if you sink too much into the life energy provided by Broly, what will happen when Broly cannot provide life energy one day? Perhaps, because of his desire for life energy, Darkness will choose to transform himself into an undead creature, and then learn life-absorbing skills and do things that attack humans. Well, although this inference is a bit outrageous, this world is not without the former. In other words, those liches who have undergone self-transformation will withstand similar tests. Most of the guys who fail to test will become real monsters that enjoy life. Hey, how can I go home with full strength, and won't I be unable to take a normal rest because of my excessive energy? Darkness was distressed. Your behavior that you both want is not good. You must know that you cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Akia started to educate. Just venting too much energy. Just vent your energy on what you like, so that you can go home with full support. Broly walked out of the utility room and gave advice, and he held a bottle of green potion in his hand, which was the result of his always staying in the magic prop store these days. Chapter 153 Vitality Potion. Wits, I've made the potion. Just drink it and you can get the life energy in the potion. That's great. After this product is put on the shelves, it will definitely be popular with adventurers. Hearing this, Wei-Eyes walked forward happily, took the green potion from the boy's hand, opened it and drank the potion directly, and tried the effect. After drinking it, ordinary adventurers can probably recover half of their energy. Well, Broly, how much vitality does it take to make this potion? After Wiz tried the effect of the potion, he asked. Have no idea. But Broly didn't know this problem. He had too much energy. Even if the loss rate of chi was very high in the process of converting chi into life energy and storing it, for him personally, the amount of chi consumed to make a bottle of such a potion is still a drop in the bucket. Perhaps 1 or 2 breaths can recover. Then how many bottles of this medicine can you make a day? Wei-Eyes could only change his question. I don't know, but I should be able to make a lot of bottles. Broly touched his stomach. If you do too much, you may get hungry. I'm hungry, I'll just eat it. A stinky lich. How much Eris do you think the potion made by my disciple can sell for? Akia asked from the side. If his disciple had not been to be a pharmacist to make medicine here, Akia would not have come here. The price of a bottle of magic recovery potion is around 20,000 eris, and a comprehensive recovery potion like this should be able to sell for 50,000 eris. However, this price is a bit high for ordinary adventurers. Using 2 or 3 bottles exceeds the reward for many commissioned tasks. So, I only plan to sell twice the price of magic potion, but because I also want to make some money, the purchase price 39,999 eris is ready, just let you make a piece of eris. Akiya immediately answered. Ah, this. It takes nearly 100 eris to buy some meat in this world. The price of an eris is probably not enough to pay the labor fee for sale. Master Akiya, I made this potion to help Wei's magic prop store make a profit. Broly had to remind her goddess master. He asked Viz how to make her happy, and Miss Lich's answer at the time was that if she could open a magic prop store for profit, she should feel happy. This sounds like a simple and easy task to complete, but it is difficult to do in reality, because the Lich Miss does not accept Broly's behavior of buying the store without any items out of good intentions, and thinks it is a kind of sympathy. Even if Broly bought it, she herself would not be happy, let alone feel happy. After the plan to rely on Krypton gold to be a rich man in exchange for the happiness value of the Lich Miss was shattered, Broly could only consider other means to improve the happiness value of the other party, that is, to save this poorly managed magic prop store from the root. However, Broly did not know how to do business, so he asked the business person, the prosecutor's lady in the Adventurers Guild, one of the people who were asked for advice. Broly got the reason for the poor management of the Wiz shop from Luna. Ms. Wiz often buys some strange props and comes back to sell them in her store, but those props cannot be said to be useless, they can only be said to be most functions, which are not used by ordinary adventurers. However, the medicines in Miss Wiz's store have been well received. Not only are the quality good, but the price is also cheap. I tell you quietly that the reason why Miss Wiz's store did not go bankrupt is that it is supported by the pharmaceutical business. If you want to help Miss Wiz's magic prop store make a profit, I think you can think of a solution from the perspective of potions. This is the suggestion of the guild prosecutor lady. Hey, can't I buy these props back? I feel it's very useful. For example, these anti-worm props engraved with electric magic can effectively avoid adventurers camping in the wild and being disturbed by mosquitoes at night. The premise is that the failure rate of this thing can be solved, and it will not be able to operate the riskier who is also within the range of mosquito repellent. According to Broly's information, this prop was returned by customers and received a bad review because it was fired. However, looking at the pitiful appearance of the Lich Miss, Broly did not forcefully deprive her of the right to acquire useless props, but also spoiled the Lich Miss like she was pampering Master Akiya. But when he proposed to develop the drug business of the magic prop store based on the suggestion of the lady's wife, the result was that Axel's adventurer industry was not big, and the market's demand for various drug products was already saturated. Unless a new and popular drug can be developed. If there are potions that can restore the energy and physical strength of the warriors, they should be very popular. Wiz thought of Broly's life energy bomb and said casually. That's right, that's it. Can my chi turn into a potion? In this sentence, Broly began to work as a deputy pharmacist and started to develop new pharmacists. This process took a week, and Akiya's own water generation magic with purification effects gave Broly the inspiration to develop this new potion. Combining the magic of water generation and life absorption, through the manipulation of its own energy as a link medium, Broly successfully made his water generation magic summoned by the water, bringing his own breath with him after many failures. The principle is the same as that of Akiya summoning water that carries the purification effect, but it is the water summoned by Broly, carrying the strong life energy converted from his chi. Now, there is an additional skill for making mysterious potion in the skill column on the Broly Adventurer card. As for the method of storing life energy, it is provided by Wiz. It is completed by burning a magic circle that restricts life energy in the bottle. It is said to be the same as making certain evil props that can absorb life energy. That's not all the money that this lich can be cheap. Akiya's attitude towards Wiz is still not very good, but this may be due to a little jealous. Before this, Broly was only kind to her. Darkness was not competitive because of XP special. Until the appearance of the annoying lich, Akiya felt that her status was seriously challenged. After all, she is the master, but Wiz has now obtained the status of a pharmacy teacher. Then let's allocate according to the cost. This time I was able to make this potion. Master Akiya made great efforts and provided important inspiration, so Master Akiya, you get half of it. Teacher Wiz also provides a long-term storage method for life energy, so it also accounts for half of it. The drug is not counted as the purchase price, and the profits are half the profits. The one in front was sent by Akia, and the one in back was sent by Viz. After listening to the assignment, the two of them asked at the same time, "What about you?" Broly scratched his head. Money in this world was like a cloud to him, and happiness was the most important thing. You just need to eat a full meal. Anyway, the cost of making the medicine is just some breath, and you will be able to recover soon after you have enough. Of course, Broly's proposal was not agreed, but due to his overly generous attitude, Akia's mood was relieved. In the end, Broly took half of the profit, and Akia provided the medicine inspired by the technical inspiration of the agent, Wiz provided a method to store life energy and the production cost of the bottle, and in the end the two each made a profit of 250%. By the way, if this medicine is to be sold, it must have a name. What's the point? Akia asked. What about Broly's potion? Miss Lich said that this naming method is very straightforward. Why do you know what the use of this potion is? With your talent for naming, you deserve no business in the store. Well, Broly, what do you think? What about the potion called Saiyan? Broly asked carefully, his talent for naming was as good as Wiz. Saiyans, after drinking the potion, their physical strength and energy exceed that of the Asians, which is not bad. Akia praised. Broly. He didn't mean that. But I think this kind of potion should be given a more straightforward name. What does the master think is good? Since it is a comprehensive potion to restore physical strength and energy, it is better to call it a vitality potion. If you take a bottle, you will be full of vitality. Broly and Wiz looked at each other, but they had no objection. After the three of them signed the contract in the store, the winged darkness interrupted. Now, can you tell me how to enrich me and go home and have a big sleep? Chapter 154 Flowers, Birds, Wind, and Moon. The way to get darkness to go home and sleep is quite simple. Don't darkness like to be beaten by monsters? Then as long as you spend the extra energy in her body on being beaten up, you can satisfy her strange XP and consume the excess life energy that is being hit by Broly every day. Darkness, come on, consume your energy, and after you're exhausted, you can go home. Woo 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 woo. He took on another mission of siege. Darkness was beating him, but he was camping there, watching her beating him. This feeling of meeting a paddling teammate is really great. More importantly, with Akia here, she can be beaten by monsters to the fullest, and she will not be in danger of life. The thickest armor is folded, the most poisonous beaten, the biggest breasts are consumed, and the full energy in her body is simply the life she dreams of. Of course, Broly wasn't really camping, but was holding bottles and jars to make vitality potions. Although the production of vitality potion is not very difficult, it is quite troublesome to encapsulate this thing, and it is not right to install more and less. If the dose is filled with less, the effect is not good. If there are too many potions, the storage effect will be poor. It's really a headache. This is really troublesome. Akia helped to install it for a while and felt a little annoyed. Unfortunately, this world is at the medieval level. Even if there is a different world that has come to this world, it has not caused an industrial revolution in this world, let alone any assembly line factory operations. For example, when making medicine, Viz usually makes medicine, and the filling is also done by hand. If you are tired, Lord Akia will go and rest. I'll just pretend. Wiz said. Humph, you should be a lich, and Broly shouldn't help. Akia stood up as she said. Broly, you're tired too. Take a break and the master will show you a romantic life, how about it? Master, I'm not tired yet. Before Broly could finish his words, Akia took out the fan and used her unique banquet skills. 2 streams of water emerged from the fan and forked in the air, falling accurately into the 10 empty bottles on the ground. After reaching the scale line in the bottle, the water will stop collecting. 1 more point is not more, and 1 less point is not less, and it is stuck on the scale line in the bottle. How about it, Master? I'm so awesome. Akia raised her head, looking like she was about to accept the praise from her disciples. This skill is indeed very powerful. Broly answered, a flash of inspiration in his mind, but he had an idea. Hey, treat! Darkness was beaten up in the monster pile, unable to wait for Akia's treatment, so he could only climb onto the monster pile and shout at the camping trio. flowers, birds, wines, and moons. At this time, Broly was receiving guidance from Akia and was familiar with the new skill he had just learned, flowers, birds, wind, and moons. Ah, it's so awesome! Wiz looked at the 6 columns of vitality potion liquids next to him, and accurately fell into the bottle to complete the filling, and then applauded. Can this skill be used on the vitality potion that has been made? Wei's asked. This is okay, as long as the skill level is high enough. Then I want to learn too. Hey, you, a lich, want to learn banquet skills? The tuition fee is a bottle of high-end sparkling wine. Well, that's not impossible to teach you. Akia was bribed, and she was easily bribed by a bottle of high-end sparkling wine. However, the main thing is banquet skills, which are a symbol of pursuing excitement and joy. It is said that when the banquet is held, the Saiyans will not even cause trouble for the heiress. And it is understandable that she, a goddess, promised to teach a lich banquet skill. For a moment, 3 people appeared here who were using flowers, birds, and romantic things. Hey, I'm almost beaten to death, you guys are in charge of me. Until darkness dragged several monsters after coming here and shouting, the excitement here was terminated. Damn it, can't you, a trembling girl, hold on for a while? Haven't you seen me guiding students to use flowers, birds, and romance? Is it more important to learn a skill of creating atmosphere at a banquet than to pay attention to me, a companion who is beaten in the monster group and has a dying life? It's great, even if you die, I can pull you back. Akia knew that she was in the wrong, so she immediately didn't want to argue with darkness. After throwing this sentence, she threw away a healing technique with a lot of milk. Darkness's scarred body was immediately recovered, and before he could exhaust his energy, he began to fight with the group of monsters around him again. On one side is a passionate and melee battle between humans and beasts, and on the other side is a trio holding a fan to perform the flower, bird, and romantic version of the packing and filling scene. The situation on both sides is very lively. When darkness exhausted her energy and it was approaching dusk, Broly began to clear the field and drive away the monsters attacking her. As for why not solve them, it is mainly to solve them. In the future, if darkness wants to find a target that will waste energy, he will have to look for it further away. So, only the number of monsters needed to attack the commission was solved. Broly picked up darkness and went back. I'm sorry to you again. Darkness was somewhat embarrassed to be hugged by the boy. It's okay, who told you to be my friend? In the words of the boy not caring, her happiness deserves to improve. Now she has no resistance at all. If you encounter a monster, you will definitely be eaten. But when she was hugged, she knew that she must be safe. It was so good that she could not be protected. This thought was not until Broly took her to Marion's house and took off her armor in the bathroom. Ah, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Of course I'll help you take a shower. Well, don't worry, Master Akia has learned the bath scrubbing technique and will definitely wash you clean. The boy patted his chest and promised, but thought in his heart that he could just try the bath scrubbing technique to increase Darkness's happiness value. This is a bit too early to meet honestly. Darkness struggled in panic, but her physical strength had been exhausted and she was in a state of being unable to resist. Hey, are you afraid of not wearing clothes? Do you wash your baths with clothes? Broly widened his eyes. Did he take the wrong shower before? That's not what she meant. She was just shy of being seen alone. Aqua followed in from behind and took off Broly's clothes. But as long as you are seen, she will not be shy. As she said this, Akia took off her clothes and taught them her best to the point of teaching them how to flower, bird, and wind and moon skills. She was so tired that she was sweating a lot and her whole body was sticky. She didn't want to wait outside. So that's it. A person will feel shy when he is seen, but as long as everyone is seen, he will not feel shy. Broly felt that he had learned a new common sense again. Woo! Darkness covered her face, her ears turned red, but her eyes widened, looking out from her fingers that were not closed at all. It's really a loach. Chapter 155 Daily Matters. As the saying goes, doctors have no men and women in their eyes, and similarly, bath scrubbers have no men and women in their eyes. At least, for Master Bulletin, that's true. Darkness sighed at the unchanged loach. Talking about relationships with the child was simply a matter of no chicken. However, Broly's bathing skills are indeed very strong. She was weak all over her body and rubbed the muscles everywhere in her body by her little hands. The sour and numb feeling was really comfortable. If she hadn't bitten a towel in her mouth in time, she would have been unable to help making strange noises now. After Darkness's happiness value increased to a standstill, Broly threw the guy into the bath. Is this the end? Darkness was a little disappointed. She wanted to enjoy it for a while, but she didn't expect to be thrown into the water. However, the situation is acceptable, she is now feeling comfortable. I didn't expect Xiao Gai Xiao, but his skills are so good. The girl knight lying on the edge of the bath pool sighed sincerely, and was somewhat conquered by the boy's bathing scrubbing skills. Of course, you don't look at who taught him this technique. Akia raised her head next to her, as if she was a powerful skill for scrubbing. You taught him? Darkness looked at Akia in surprise, as if he couldn't believe that the high priest had such skills. Don't you believe it? Somewhat doesn't believe it. Hearing this, Akia stood up from the bath, walked to the side and reached out to grab the tail of the boy who was scrubbing herself, and lifted Broly to the specially customized scrubbing bed. Let down and let the master show his skills to this golden retriever knight. Broly. In this way, he was treated as a demonstration material object and was beaten by his master again after more than a month. It's really outreached. After reading it, Darkness said in amazement. Akia, never lie, but now he is the one who is rubbing me. Well, Broly, rub your right shoulder twice more. Fortunately, there is no child labor protection law in another world, otherwise, such as lying down and enjoying boy bathing services, you will definitely be criticized. Do you take a bath like this every day? What's wrong? I'm so envious. Darkness was a little envious of the days when she could be served in a bath. Although she could ask maids to help her bath at home, those maids would only rub her back and forth, so how comfortable it would be to massage her whole body. Darkness, if you like to be rubbed like this, you can come to me to rub it for you in the future. Broly sent an invitation to Darkness to bathe. Although the happiness value earned by bathe is not much, it accumulates a lot. Anyway, it's not too much to help Master Akia rub one day, and it doesn't take too much effort to rub one more Darkness. If possible, Broly even wanted to help Wiz rub it. However, there is no bathroom in the Lich Mrs. shop, and the other party, who is an undead, does not have normal physiological needs. She cannot see sweating in normal times, so there is probably no such need. That's the case, then I'd rather obey my destiny than respect. Darkness was a little embarrassed, but she still chose to accept it. The happiness value rose by 2 points, which shows her happiness. After that being said, in addition to helping your master scrub this way, do you also help Miss Marian scrub this way? All of them were soaked in the bathtub, and the space seemed a little narrow. Darkness suddenly asked what he thought of. The boys may not have the same feeling as male and female, but Darkness wants to figure out in advance how many opponents he will have in the future besides Akia and Viz. No, I haven't helped Sister Marian rub it like this, because Sister Marian is not my wife. Broly shook his head and answered honestly. Hey, isn't Miss Marian your wife? I think she is pretty. Her long burgundy hair, light green pupils, and some angular facial features are considered a kind of heroic female fighter. Although not everyone may like this type of women, there is no problem with saying a beautiful woman. Beautiful? Broly thought about it and thought that this might be true, so he nodded. Sister Marian is quite beautiful, but it is indeed not my wife, not my wife's woman. I don't think it's easy to take a shower together, although I can't say why. Why? Marian is 27 years old. She can be an old woman who can be your mother at the age of age. Broly, you are about to grow up. You don't want to take a shower with your mother's old aunt. This is normal. Akia teased Marian without any hesitation. Broly didn't know whether to tell her master about Sister Marian was outside the bathroom door. Hey, where is my clothes change? After taking a shower, Akia found that her clothes were missing, and there was only a pair of patched clothes left in the changing basket. Oh, it's a coincidence. A cat who just talked bad things about others behind his back entered the house. I saw it take your clothes away. Marian passed by the door and said something. Akia. Knowing that this was what she said in the bathroom, the other party heard it. She wanted to explain something awkwardly. But unfortunately, Marian did not listen to Akia's argument, nor was she going to hand over Akia's clothes. In the end, the goddess could only wear old clothes with patches. Broly, we want to buy a house ourselves. Akia said angrily, relying on others' roofs depends on Marian's face, which made her think of wanting a home that belongs to her. Master Akia, we don't have the money to buy a house for the time being. Broly reminded that after the swimsuit conference was held, their money was spent. Although they had done several commissioned tasks later, the amount was not very large, so they could only meet some daily expenses. I was developing vitality potions some time ago, and I haven't left for many days, so it's really a problem to suddenly want to buy a house. Although Axel is located in a remote place, it is very suitable for a place of residence because it is far away from the main battlefield of the Demon King army, so the housing prices in the city are not very cheap. Of course, I worked hard for some time to do the commission and could still buy a house, but because my master was talking bad things about others behind his back, he thought of leaving after hearing the counterattack. Broly felt that it was not good. At least, we have to wait until Master Akia apologizes to Sister Marion, and then Sister Marion, who has just come to this world and takes them in, will be relieved. Aqua was a forgetful person, and Marion did not have the habit of holding revenge. After a sleep, Aqua's clothes came back, and Aqua seemed to have forgotten about buying a house. In the days that followed, Broly's life was calm. Every day, he helped with sell goods in the morning and brought Darkness, who had been infused with life energy, to waste his energy. When Darkness was beaten, they would also use the flower, bird, and wind skills to fill the vitality potion together. Of course, occasionally I would go out for camping and bring food to eat. It's not until the evening that Darkness has exhausted his energy, he will come back to Axel with the prepared vitality potion and the weak Darkness. At the forks of the newbie street, when Wiz returned to the magic props store with the potion, Broly would also take Darkness back to Marion's house and help the night girl scrub the bath in the bathroom to earn happiness. Darkness also went from being shy at the beginning to gradually getting used to this meticulous bath scrubbing service, and even made his own requests to Broly, the bath scrubbing master, like a regular customer, for example, asking him to use more force. However, with a little more effort, this guy Darkness would make all kinds of weird screams again, showing a painful and happy expression. This made Broly doubt whether there would be an extreme tragedy in this bathroom one day in the future that would cause death. However, with Akia here, even if Darkness is really a problem, he can recover. Broly is brave enough to meet Darkness's various needs. Until one day when rubbing the other's arms, Broly used a little bit of strength to make Darkness's arm clatter. Ah, my hand is broken, my hand is broken, Akia, treatment, treatment. Ha, why do I treat a woman like you who is so irritable? Isn't it your own request if your arm is broken? Anyway, you can feel happy from pain, so that's it. Akia looked like she was a stranger and taught Darkness a lesson. Although she finally treated Darkness, after this incident, Darkness's symptoms of shaking were cured a little. At least, when it comes to scrubbing, she no longer dared to let Broly treat her body too hard. In the second month of coming to this world, in the third week of the vitality potion being sold on the Wiz shop, the vitality potion that was originally sold a bit tepid after it was put on the shelf suddenly ushered in a buying frenzy. Chapter 156 The Rush to Buy. Miss Wiz, give me 2 bottles of vitality potion. I want 10 bottles. Suha, our master has included all the vitality potion today. Wiz's magic prop shop is noisy, but it has never been so lively. Don't worry, please queue up to buy. The store's vitality potion stock is still sufficient. Wiz maintained order, and after hearing that the vitality potion stock was sufficient, the customers who came to rush to buy the vitality potion settled down and lined up in a long line one by one. As for other products in the magic prop store, because of its weird effect, it did not get much traffic from the energy potion. Except for some people dressed as housekeepers who bought some strange products and went back, other adventurers who knew the props sold in this store didn't even look at these props. Due to the sudden hot sales of vitality potions, Broly and the other 3 who came here in the morning had to help Wiz sell goods together. It was not until the afternoon when the inventory was about to bottom that the customers who lined up to buy vitality potions dispersed. Strange, how could the vitality potion suddenly become so popular? Wiz was a little puzzled, and Broly couldn't figure it out. He was thinking of another way recently, wanting to continue to help Miss Lich's magic prop shop increase its turnover, but he didn't expect to suddenly achieve a big profit. Hey, Dust, you guys should know the reason why the vitality potion suddenly became popular, right? Akia asked when he caught the last customer who entered the store to buy vitality potion. The one who was put on his shoulder was the gentle eye guardian of the women's restroom and the women's locker room, the detention frequent visitor of the Axel Detention Center, the referee who was loyal to male desires and had the title of Fairlight at the swimsuit beauty pageant, the former Dragon Knight, and the current Axel gangster Dust. Hey, don't you guys who sell this thing know the situation? Dust, who was stopped, asked strangely. I did market research here because I didn't know. Akia picked up her arms and said naturally. Okay, I thought you knew it, so I prepared so many potions in stock in advance. As Dust said this, he followed the situation and explained the reason why the Vitality Potion suddenly became popular. When the Vitality Potion was first launched, not many people paid attention to it. After all, you can recover your energy and physical strength by just taking a break. Who would be willing to spend 40,000 Eris to buy something that instantly recovers energy and physical strength? At most, some adventurers will buy it for backup and use it as a trump card at critical moments. It was not until someone went to the succubus shop and secretly used this thing to show off his strength and spread his achievements that this thing suddenly became popular. But at first it was spread in a small circle, but later it became more and more evil. There was a rumor that the 13th night, as long as the Vitality Potion was enough, they could fight endlessly. Then a while ago, I don't know which guy was rumored that this thing might be sold out, so today's buying boom has ushered in today's rush to buy. So, the Vitality Potion we sell has become a special item that increases ox time. Akia was shocked. No wonder among the customers who bought Vitality Potion today, there are some people are asking me quietly if there are any other good products. Wiz also covered his mouth. I remember you recommended the mosquito repellent with inscribed electric shock magic to the other party, right? Darkness's face was a little red, as if he had thought of the strange use of the antenna-type electric shock repellent. The Vitality Potion, it turns out to be Viagra. Broly also spoke the information that came out of his mind after listening to Dust's words. Viagra, chemically called sildenafil, was originally a drug developed to treat heart disease, but due to some other effects, it became an aphrodisiac. Broly's Vitality Potion is generally similar. It should have been a trump card of a trump card that was taken out by the adventurer to restore energy and physical strength in a dangerous battle between adventurers and monsters, but it turned out to be a big hit on another battlefield. Today, in Axel's side, Vitality Potions are not only something that adventurers need, but also a commodity that is sought after by a large number of wealthy people who have money in their pockets and demands in that area. Among them, Ardup, the Lord of Axel, needs such things the most. At the same time, he was also a guy who was fooled by adventurers and bought this kind of product at a high price. Wow, is this the Vitality Potion worth 80,000 Eris a bottle? After actual inspection, Aldup found that this thing is really useful. Lord Aldup, this thing actually only costs 40,000 Eris. The butler replied carefully. Damn it, that damn adventurer, really sold it to me at a higher price. Ardup roared angrily, and then thought of the effect of the potion, and calmed down. Have you covered all these potions? Master, you don't have enough funds. They can already cover everything, but the store selling Vitality Potions still have a lot of potions in it. Damn it, didn't that guy say that this is an extremely rare potion? The mastermind who solved the case and caused the rush to buy was some adventurers who sold the potion to local nobles. In order to increase the price to promote Vitality Potion and become a second-hand dealer, we used some means of selling hunger to exaggerate the rarity of Vitality Potion. Aldup complained, saying that he wanted to hang the adventurer who deceived him. He looked at another prop and asked the butler, "What is this?" "This is a special prop I bought at that magic prop store. It is said to be a special prop with electric shock effect." Hearing this, Aldup's eyes lit up. Yo-ho, new props, new gameplay. That night, the noble master who tried to use electric shock repellent was almost electrocuted on his bed. This is assassination. After waking up, this is the first sentence Ardup shouted. The Lord was assassinated, and the guards took action and rushed to the magic prop shop. On this day, a customer who wanted to become a vital pharmaceutical agent came to the Wiz shop. "Please, Miss Wiz, we are very sincere." The owner of Axel's succubus shop, a plump succubus miss, wearing a conservative and sexy OL suit, ran over to cooperate with Miss Lich. 80 million, we are willing to spend 80 million Eris to buy out the agent for Vitality Potion on Axel's side. The price of our purchase of medicine remains unchanged, so we will charge it according to your selling price. This will also save you from the pain of running and selling medicines. Chapter 157 Slander but not slander. In this world, humans and demons are incompatible, but succubus is a strange race that belongs to the demon race, but it is unexpectedly acceptable to humans. Even some towns will take the initiative to shelter this group, such as Axel, who sheltered a succubus tribe and allowed this group of succubus to open their own succubus shops in the city. Perhaps because of this reason, there are many adventurers in Axel who have exceeded the novice level but are unwilling to venture into a wider world. Their love for Axel and their hometown is really deep. The high-level adventurer who holds discount coupons for the succubus store in his hand dares to pat his chest to ensure that what he says is definitely sincere. As for the succubus shop owners of the succubus shop, why they want to obtain the agency rights of the vitality potion, it is mainly because they found that customers who take this potion can produce more and higher quality lust energy when they have an unexplained spring dream. The demon feeds on spiritual energy. In order to be able to eat well, the succubus shop owner is eager to get something like vitality potion. It is best to be able to master the production method, but it is impossible to think about it, so I want to master the sales channels and use vitality potions to attract customers in need to go to their succubus shop, and pay to provide their succubus clan with spiritual energy. I didn't get the vitality potion alone. I have to discuss cooperation with others. Wiz said in a little embarrassed. Since that's the case, I won't bother you. Please consider our succubus clan. In addition, if you need it, you can also come to the succubus shop to find us. We can customize the best spring dream for you for free. Axel's succubus is not doing a flesh and skin business, but a customized spring dream service that is heart-wrenching but not real kidney organs. By manipulating dreams, letting customers have spring dreams is their signature business in the succubus shop, and both male and female customers can be done. Ah, that's not needed. The lich lady waved her hand quickly. In a spring dream, can she have spring dreams and dreams that are penetrated by herself? Just kidding, even if she can do it, she can't do it. If the goddess finds out, treats herself as an indecent woman and purifies herself directly, who can I ask for advice? What a pity, but if other masters who make the vitality potion are willing to come to our store to experience our service, we are welcome. As the owner of the succubus shop said, he stuffed a free experience coupon from the succubus shop into the hand of the lich lady. Wiz looked at the free experience coupon in his hand and was a little silent. If she introduced Akia, the goddess, would it cause the tragedy of all succubus in Axel's succubus store to be purified? The owner of the succubus shop left, not knowing what kind of danger the free experience coupon he left might bring to his store. As soon as the succubus was sent away, before the lich miss had breathed a sigh of relief, he rushed to the door of the magic prop store to be Aldup's guard. If you dare to assassinate Lord Ardup with the sale of goods, the owner of this store must be a spy from the Demon King army. Arriving at the door of the magic prop store with the guards, Aldup's housekeeper said that he urgently needed a person to blame, but he directly used frame-up methods. However, he didn't know that, and he directly revealed the true background of the lich miss. The identity of one of the 8 major cadres of the Demon King army is not just a spy. As long as she is willing to raise a Demon King army team at any time, she just doesn't intend to stand on the Demon King's standpoint and just wants to do a small business of demon props. When Broly and the other 2 came here as if they were always here, they saw the scene of the lich miss standing on the thick ice wall confronting a group of guards. What's wrong? Akia was a little surprised and asked the lich on the ice wall. Sir Akia, listen to me, these people slander me for assassinating the Lord of Axel. Wiz felt a little aggrieved and said in the tone of the victim. The reality is that she is fighting against a group of guards who want to arrest her. Before becoming a lich, Wiz was the top adventurer. He was all over the Demon King's army and was called the Ice Witch. It was a hell that a group of guards from novice towns could beat her. If he does not disguise his human identity and is willing to expose his lich's abilities, Wiz can easily defeat the entire city of Axel alone. The current rank of the undead clan is summoned, absorbing life energy in the rear and constantly replenishing the magic. In addition, the number of superior magic she has mastered is a large number of superior magic, including but not limited to instant teleportation, super burst magic and other superior magic. Wiz is a real one-man army magician. Without a breakthrough opponent of the same level, she is an invincible existence. Damn the spy of the Demon King army, you guys can talk to her, which means they are also spies of the Demon King army. Humph, I can't catch that guy for the time being, but can't I still catch you? The somewhat embarrassed noble housekeeper saw that Wiz was talking to Akia and the others here, and immediately pointed the finger at Akia, but he regarded the Broly trio as a spy from the Demon King's army and commanded the guards around him and wanted to catch them. Spy from the Demon King army, do you say me? Akia was a little angry. She, a dignified goddess, was actually regarded as a spy of the Demon King's army? Immediately, Akia rolled up her sleeves and was about to lie down and say this group of guys in front of her. Calm down, Akia, these guards have the logo of a town guard on them, and it is not a wise move to conflict with them. Can't I solve them? Broly asked with a frown. Darkness looked over and clearly saw an energy bomb ready to be launched in the boy's hands. If you really solve them, you will become a wanted criminal in the kingdom. Darkness, who knew that this thing was dangerous, quickly stopped it and said. Then if they want to arrest us, will we be arrested obediently? Akia asked. Of course not, let me negotiate here. Darkness walked forward and took out the family badge. I am Laratina of the Darkness family. If I don't want to cause an irreversible result, please ask someone who can make the decision to speak up. The Darkness family is a famous family and one of the nobles of Axel. Compared with the Aldip family, the Darkness family has a deeper background and can talk to the king's royal family, which is of great importance. Therefore, after seeing Darkness's family badge and hearing the identity revealed by the girl knight, the guards who knew this identity also stopped and looked at the butler behind them. Chapter 158, Accusation Winning. Miss Laratina, I'm rude, but this matter involves the owner of this magic prop store. We must arrest this guy by assassinating my Lord Aldip. The housekeeper said with a dark face. I didn't assassinate anyone else. The Lich Miss retorted. The owner of this store is my friend. I will not allow anyone to slander her unless you have exact evidence. The battle at the entrance of the magic prop store soon attracted Axel's security team. Prosecutor Sina rushed over with her people and saw the two groups of people confronting at the door. Akia is full of acquaintances, and she has also had contact with the butler of the Aldip family. If the truth comes to mind, Ardip, who was serving the other party, would also be he is the boss of their urban management department. Although it is just a nominal lord and does not care about the actual situation, it is okay if the other party really needs to interfere in management. What happened here? Mr. Ardip's housekeeper and Miss Akia, can you please explain it? This guy slandered me as a spy from the Demon King army. Sina. At any time, the Demon King army can recruit people from the Accusus sect? This is just a misunderstanding. It is the owner of this magic prop store who assassinated Lord Aldip. The butler originally just found an excuse to arrest the person and take the blame, but the eldest lady of the Darkness family made a fuss. This method of bullying the market and dominating the people was not easy to use. Now he can only tell the actual things and accuse the owner of the magic prop store for assassination. Ah, that pig Aldip, ahem, is that priest dead? Everyone. Sir Sina, please accept the happy expression on your face. You have already told the truth. However, everyone can understand that Aldip is a lustful person. He used to rely on his rights to take advantage of his female subordinates. Fortunately, Lord Aldip is still alive. The butler twitched the corners of his mouth and replied. Ah, is that so good? As he said this, Senna's face showed a very obvious disappointment. I didn't assassinate any lord. The Lich Miss refuted and began to argue with the housekeeper again. After listening for a while, Sina generally understood what was going on. She also knew about the goods in the wiz shop. Perhaps the people in Aldip's family bought some outrageous things here and got them back, causing trouble. You all make sense, but fighting in the city is really affecting the safety of the town. Why not do this? You go to the town management office with me to go to court. We happen to have lie detection props there to prevent any lie. Sina proposed a solution. Ha, are you saying I'm going to joke with you about Lord Ardip's life? Of course the housekeeper didn't want to go, he knew he just wanted to pass the blame. I think this is the best. However, Darkness nodded and agreed. Hey, you are another big rock on your chest in the swimsuit conference, the fourth player who missed the championship, the second and third place in the championship, the second and third place. Darkness's imitation performance on the stage was awesome. It was impossible for 2 or 3 to forget her, and of course the Protein Queen contestant. Don't mention the big stones on my chest. I'm the eldest lady of the Darkness family. Darkness shouted with a red face. She really didn't expect that things had passed so long, and her 4th place in the swimsuit beauty pageant could still be remembered. However, there are still people who call Akia Otter now, and it is not uncommon to remember her. This world is not a fast-paced modern world. Every day, the conversations that people in towns talk after dinner are happening in recent months. The update speed of information that can be eaten is really slow. With Darkness's statement, the housekeeper could only bring a group of guards and a security team led by Sina to the town management office. When both parties explained the story and Sina was unable to mediate as an intermediary, a lawsuit against Wiz for murdering aristocrats will be held publicly in the town square the next day. The next morning, the elderly judge sat on the stage, and the accused party took the stage together. As the victim, Aldup's side soon filed a charge of murdering aristocrats. The evidence is that after using the goods sold by Viz's shop, Ardup, the noble master, almost died. The doctor who came to rescue him could testify. Yes, after the vitality potion he drank, Lord Aldup suffered a continuous electric shock. When he was too excited, he almost died suddenly. The rescue doctor appeared in court to testify, and at that time, many guards and maids in Aldup's mansion knew about this. However, the rumors at that time were rumors that Aldup, a pervert, almost died on the belly of another woman. This is the potions and props they sell. Everyone has evidence and physical evidence. What else do you have to say? As a lackey, the housekeeper questioned Viz on behalf of his master. The potions and props are indeed sold by us, but we cannot control how the props are sold. If we are a weapon-selling store, then someone uses the weapons we sell to kill people. Can this blame us who sell weapons? After a day of preparation, Darkness acted as Wiz's defense lawyer today. Similarly, the vitality potion we sell is a consumable for serious restoring energy and physical strength. When taken, it will never cause any harm to the human body. As for this mosquito repellent prop engraved with electric shock magic, when it was sold, the butler also clearly informed the butler to use it with caution. At that time, I was helping to sell goods in Miss Wiz's magic prop store. ITO testify to this point, to swear by the reputation of the Darkness family, I will never lie. Darkness even swears to prove this with his family reputation. The inspector Sina nodded. The lie detector next to her had a bell, and did not make a sound of lie detection. Seeing this, the elderly judge nodded, and whether it was a vow or a prop, he accepted Darkness's testimony. So, if you explain in advance how to use props with caution, how did Your Excellency Aldup still get electric shocked by this magic prop after drinking the vitality potion? Moreover, the electric shock power of this magic prop is not very high. How can it not easily leave the range of the electric shock after being shocked, resulting in continuous electric shock? Did Your Excellency Aldup use this electric shock repellent with a round iron ball at the top as a special prop and stuff it into some closed positions of the body, which caused him to be unable to escape from the electric shock range by himself after being subjected to electric shock? It has to be said that Darkness's perverted thinking, who is also a nobleman, actually synchronized with Aldup at this moment. That's right, Aldup used the electric shock repellent with a strange shape, just like a blind horn, as a special prop, which led to the situation where he could not escape after being electrocuted. However, how could he admit such a thing? Didn't he see the people around him watching him look at him with a look of desire to eat a big meal? No, I definitely didn't use this prop randomly. Aldup denied righteously. Judge, if Your Excellency Aldup wants to continue accusing our party of assassination, I ask him to demonstrate himself in court, and the scene he could not escape from was subjected to electric shock the day before yesterday, so that it would be convincing. The elderly judge nodded and looked at Aldup, but was directly glared at by the Lord, and shrank his neck in fear. However, without waiting for him to reject Darkness's proposal, the melon-eating crowd outside the court started to shout, led by someone who was interested. Yes, yes, I have used the mosquito repellent props in Miss Wiz's shop. Although they were electrocuted, they were not too dangerous, let alone life-threatening. In one day, there were many things to prepare. The prosecutor Sina, who was dissatisfied with a fat pig boss, gave Wiz and the others a lot of suggestions, including dealing with adventurers who had used this prop but were dissatisfied with returning the goods. At this moment, the bribed adventurer was building momentum for the Wiz shop outside the court. With the melon-eating crowd being motivated, and with the eldest lady of the Darkness family, it was difficult for Aldup to have a one-man show in this open court. Faced with the situation where the electric shock device was inserted on the spot, Aldup glared fiercely at the butler who didn't explain the usage of props clearly, and chose to save his almost deprived reputation and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I will take back the accusation against the magic prop store." A storm of accusation disappeared invisible, and the lively onlookers were not seen booing. However, this lawsuit has pushed the reputation of the vitality potion to Axel's popularity. Not to mention how Aldup would treat the butler who cheated his master, The amount of vitality potion Broly made in daily life was not enough to sell. Bulks of merchants came to the door, and as soon as they opened their mouths, they ordered more than 10 boxes of vitality potions. The high price of 40,000 eris per bottle cannot stop the enthusiasm of these merchants. They saw business opportunities and wanted to sell vitality potions to other cities. Wiz's store has entered a super profitable model. In just a few days, Eris has so much that it almost fills the entire utility room. That's great. With this money, we can buy a big house. What surprised Broly was that his master Akia had not forgotten the fact that he wanted to buy a house. After having money, he hurriedly pulled him, Darkness and Wiz to choose a big house together. Chapter 159 What happens when you grow up? If you want to buy a house, just buy a house. Why are we dragged us to? In this regard, whether it was Darkness, who wanted to be beaten outside the city, or Wiz, who was busy selling vitality potions, they were a little puzzled. Ha, you two are stupid. You will be your wife to my disciples in the future, and those who are your wives will definitely live with my disciples in the future. Don't you two want to choose a good choice for the place you live in the future? Akia's reasons are well founded, which makes Darkness and Viz a little irrefutable. Broly wanted to say that he would leave this world. But thinking about the past world and other wives in the past world all want to have a home, so they didn't say anything. They really have to buy a house as a home. Let's talk about it. What are the needs for new houses in the future? While looking at the world's sales information similar to the real estate sales provided by real estate agencies, Akia asked the people next to her, wanting to hear their specific opinions and then screening the house information they are looking at. As long as you can put a bed or a floor-to-ceiling house, it's fine. Broly thought about it and said that his demand for residential housing was very low. Can a house that can't even put a bed be called a house? Akia complained directly, but when she thought about it, Broly seemed to be eliminated. I am obsessed with finding a wife and am more surprised by being able to eat delicious food. It seems that I have low desire for other things and desires. Well, his suggestions are of no reference value at all. Broly is okay as long as it is a house. What about you two, what are your needs? Akia looked at the other two. This. Darkness and Wiz looked at each other, and Darkness started talking first. Akia, you know my identity too. I know, isn't it just a noble lady? What's wrong? Darkness. Before, I was worried that I would be alienated by exposing my noble status, but I found that none of the three people cared about her noble status. However, this is also normal. Akia is the goddess of water, Viz is a cadre of the Lich and Demon King army, and Broly is also a Saiyan from another world. In contrast, the status of a noble lady is so ordinary that she cannot be more ordinary. No one even mentioned it after the accusation was settled before. I am not only a noble lady, but also the only legal heir to the Darkness family. When I get married in the future, the Darkness family's house and property belong to me and my husband. So, is it really necessary to buy another house outside? Darkness asked. She was born in Rome. Damn the guy who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Your words are not unreasonable, but are you planning to take us to your house in the future? Akia cursed and asked. If you want to stay, I will welcome you. It doesn't matter to Darkness. Her family is quite large. The number of guards and servants alone adds up to hundreds of people. But there are only two owners who really live in it, that is, she and her father. If guests come to the house, their father will definitely welcome Akia and the others. It doesn't matter if you go there now, but don't you feel uncomfortable when Broly's child grows up and we still live there? Akia glanced at the boy, raised her eyebrows and asked Darkness. What do you mean? Don't pretend to be stupid. You guy knows a lot. Now when I ask this, my face turns red. I must have thought of what might happen between you when he grows up. Akia exposed Darkness's simple performance and continued, think about it, in your own home, there are family members at home, can some things really be done? Will you be worried about being discovered after doing it? If you are discovered, will you feel dead in the society? Aqua's series of rhetorical questions made Darkness surrender directly. She was shaking but she was still restrained in front of her father. At least judging from her performance at home, Darkness was still a perfect noble daughter. Now, she fully understood and agreed with Akia's desire to buy a new house. I don't have much demand for the house. If I can, it doesn't matter if it's broken. No, I even said that it's better to break it. It's best to be seen by people outside. Akia. I almost forgot that this is a trembling woman, and now I may have to add an exposure habit. Master Akiya, what will I do with darkness when I grow up? Broly looked at the two people who were speechless, confused, and couldn't help asking Akiya. Children don't understand, but when they grow up, they will naturally know. Akiya waved her hand impatiently and told the adults about things to the child who was still unable to stand up. It was really a waste of time for playing the piano for a cow. On the contrary, when she grows up to the point where she feels her body, she will naturally understand many things. Even if she doesn't understand, isn't there the knowledgeable noble Lady Darkness, who is there? Akiya doesn't believe that this guy can bear it. Vice, there is no need to listen to Darkness's opinion, I want to hear your opinion. Akiya looked at the last lich miss. Although she didn't like the other person very much, it was only because of the other person's identity as an undead clan. After knowing each other for so many days, Akiya slowly let go of her prejudice against Wiz. She wanted to hear Wiz's demand for a house. Compared to her disciples and the shaking girl, Viz, who was once a top adventurer and knowledgeable, should be able to make good suggestions. I actually have no requirements for the house. However, if I insist on saying that, I hope to get closer to the cemetery, so that I can go to the cemetery on weekdays to soothe the dead. Recently, business has been too busy and I only have time to go to the cemetery to do things at night. Wiz's request is quite normal, but who would want to buy a new house next to the cemetery? However, there is no such taboo. Akiya's previous goddess job was to receive the dead souls and had no prejudice against places where dead people were buried. Soon, she found a big house near the cemetery in the property sales information provided by the real estate store. Not surprisingly, the house was quite cheap. Hey, guests, do you really want to buy this house? What, we want to buy this house, are you still unwilling to sell it? It's not that we won't sell it, it's just that the house is haunted. The staff of the business bank carefully reminded that the haunted house was listed for sale by the house owner at the business bank, and the price was not very high because of the haunted one. Their business draws a certain proportion of commission after the house is sold, and the amount of commission is related to the transaction price of the house. Faced with the financially capable customer, the staff of the housing shop naturally hoped that Akiya could choose a better and more expensive house. Haunted. Akiya was stunned and then said, "Is this unprofessional match? I am the Grand Priest. There are really ghosts and monsters in that house, and I can purify it directly." Chapter 160 Want to sleep in the cryogenic lich miss. The staff of the real estate firm did not ask Akiya to dispel the idea of buying a haunted house. The house was originally the home of a nobleman, but the nobleman was seriously ill and sold the house to cure the disease. But not long after the sale, the other party died. Shortly after the other party died, this big house, like a villa, began to be haunted. And no matter how you disperse the ghosts gathered here, the new ghosts will soon gather again. This is a unique information provided by Wiz, an expert in managing ghost incidents. She was once invited to deal with the haunted incident of this villa-like house, but there was no good solution every time. There is an evil spirit with great resentment hidden here, but every time I come, I can't see the other person's existence. He is a little guy who is wary of outsiders. Come on, that's purely because your personal lack of spiritual power. After arriving here, Akiya began to search. She seemed to have the ability to obtain information about the dead souls from the land where the dead were stranded. Well, the spirit body entrenched in this villa house is named Anafiranti Esteno, the nobleman who was once the owner of this villa. She gave birth to an illegitimate daughter with a playful attitude and a maid. However, she was not loved by the nobleman. One day, her mother suddenly disappeared, and then she was imprisoned by her father. Akiya muttered something and told her about the situation of the spiritual body that had been entrenched in other museums for many years. It is better to say that it is an evil spirit. The soul of the little girl who was originally abused by her family and died of genetic diseases is entrenched here, and some rejection of outsiders and entering her own territory. That child likes dolls. When he goes out to buy some dolls and bribe the other party, he should be able to let the child accept us to live in this house. Akiya finally came to the conclusion. Hey, I thought you would say something that would purify the other person directly without any distinction. Darkness looked at Akiya in surprise, but said this. What, am I such a vicious person? Akiya immediately started to yell with dissatisfaction. Whiz. However, Akiya is still quite emotional. If she meets a deceased soul that deserves sympathy, she will also show the posture the goddess should have. Of course, Wiz is an exception. After all, liches are the kings of the undead, so there is no need for sympathy. What they need is purification. After buying some rag dolls outside, Broly and others, led by Akia, presented this cute tribute to the original spirit of the invaders who had never killed anyone in the other hall and were just scaring them. Then, a few people started to clean up their new home and moved in the new bed he bought, but at night, they were still haunted. Some rag dolls appeared in the room for some reason, staying in the corner a little bit, looking at the person sleeping on the bed. Any normal person who is stared at for a long time will probably be frightened by this scene. Unfortunately, no normal person is here. Broly just glanced at it and yawned and continued to sleep. Darkness was covered with dolls and grabbed his hands and feet, feeling that he felt more happy than frightened on his face. As for Wiz, maybe she is an old acquaintance and knows that she can't do anything to her. The spirit in the other hall did not cause trouble for the other party. As for Akia, if she has a spirit body toast and doesn't eat a punishment, then don't blame her for using purification techniques to educate the disobedient bad boys. A group of dolls were chased by Akia in the opposite direction, and the house was noisy all night. By the morning, Akia clapped her palms and said that she had taught the aborigines here a lesson. That guy was taught a lesson by me. Now he has accepted our tribute and should not disturb us in the future. Akia pointed to the corner of the yard, and said this sentence to a grave bag under the big tree, and next to the grave bag was a doll they bought to bribe evil spirits yesterday. Although you are not a human, you can be watched by ghosts. Darkness seemed very satisfied with this place. Broly glanced at the grave bag, and when he went to buy breakfast, he bought one more and placed it on the grave bag. Last night, he slept quite comfortably, with a bunch of soft dolls surrounding him. He didn't steal his quilt, but instead used it as an air conditioner for him. The cold breath of the evil spirit is worse than when Vizai reveals the lich aura, but it is so large that it provides Broly with a good sleeping environment last night. Although Broly is incompatible with the cold and heat, it does not mean that he cannot feel the heat and cold. Normally, the temperature that can make him feel comfortable when he sleeps is more than normal. Ordinary people are inferior. Broly, what are you looking at me? Wiz, who was pouring tea for Akia, noticed the boy's gaze, and couldn't help but turn his head and look over and ask. Without. Broly shook his head. He just suddenly had the idea of sleeping with Wiz in the future. After all, Wiz's body temperature was very low. However, considering that there may be many people around you when you are sleeping, Broly rejected it. Compared to sleeping together, he prefers to occupy the bed alone, so he doesn't need to take into account the unbearable things that may happen in his sleep, and he can also have a good sleep. After moving into a new home, the vitality potion has to continue to be used. This kind of work to do medicine every day and help sell medicine gradually made Broly feel irritated. The busy situation caused by too much profit has made Wi's happiness value seem to fall into a state of stagnation and rising. Hey, don't you plan to continue to do vitality potion? I found it was too busy and it seemed that I could not bring you happiness to Mr. Wiz. After the vitality potion continued to be popular for a while, Broly found Wiz and said his heart. Wiz held his chin and thought about it, and found that this was true. In the past, when the magic prop store was not profitable, he only needed to consider how to make the magic prop store profitable. But now he has made a lot of money, but he feels a little numb. Miss Lich felt that she was not very happy recently. At least, her busy situation made her rarely do anything else. For example, when you go out to buy all kinds of strange magic props, you will have less time to teleport to the dungeon to fight monsters and collect materials. Then what are you going to do? Stop the production of vitality potion? Wiz asked. I haven't decided on this yet. I want to ask the teacher what you think first. Although the Lich Miss's happiness value has not increased much now, it has not decreased at least. Broly is worried that the vitality potion will stop and the other party's happiness value will drop, so he plans to communicate with the other party first. I plan to continue to make money by selling medicines, but it is really not good to be too busy. Wiz pondered for a moment, suddenly thought of something, and clapped his hands. By the way, a succubus lady came to the store a while ago and said she was willing to help the agent sell vitality potion. We may be able to hand over the selling of vitality potion to the other party. That day, he was in trouble by the nobles, which almost made Wei Eyes forget about this. Of course, if you are tired of making potions, you can just stop making the vitality potions. The Lich Miss added another sentence, she was worried that the boy might be tired. However, Broly was not tired, but just made efforts to improve the Lich Miss's happiness value, but found that he could not do it, which made him feel a little irritated. I'm not tired. Broly shook his head. Can teacher Wiz be happy if you just have a little more relaxation? Broly didn't know what succubus was, but just wanted to know if doing so could increase the happiness value of the Lich Miss. Of course, if I can make me feel more relaxed now and have free time, I will certainly be happy. Wiz nodded after thinking about it. She now sells potions in the morning and goes out with others to fill potions in the afternoon. She also goes to the cemetery to soothe the dead at night. This is no longer 99.6, but it is infinitely close to 0 or 7. If you can reduce the burden on her, we eyes will definitely feel happy. The sudden increase in the happiness value on her body also allowed Broly to get a definite answer. It seems that the improvement of the happiness value cannot be forced, an appropriate pulling behavior is also required. After a little concluding, Wiz took Broly to the succubus store. The owner of the succubus shop was also a little surprised by Wiz's sudden arrival. After so long, I thought my success shop's agent request was rejected. Unexpectedly, the owner of the magic props who sells vitality potions and receives money will suddenly come to him. Chapter 161 9-year-old visiting the succubus shop. Welcome to Axel's succubus dream store, Miss Wiz, have you finally remembered me? The owner of the succubus shop said this with a charming look. Unfortunately, her charming eyes were thrown to the blind man. Yes, I've been too busy lately and I've completely forgotten you until I suddenly remembered you. Wiz was also a little stupid and said something hurtful without any consciousness. I saw that the succubus shop owner opposite had a moment of stiffness. So, Miss Wiz is here this time to experience the customized dream service in our store. But soon, the succubus shop owner asked. No, I'm here to discuss with you the agency sales business of Vitality Pharmaceuticals. Wiz quickly waved his hand and expressed his purpose for coming here. Hey, are you willing to hand over the agency selling rights of vitality potions to us? The owner of the succubus shop was a little surprised. This thing has been verified and is a chicken that can lay golden eggs. Although the other party sold not chickens, but handed over the sale of golden eggs to them, it was not much different for them. After all, their real goal is the full erotic energy of the guests. However, I have to talk to you about agency fees. Acting Fei Hao said. Miss Lich is indeed not good at doing business, but this is not good at doing it means that she can buy some strange magic props and sell it, not that she can't do it normally. When Wiz and the succubus shop owner were bargaining in the next room for agency fees, Broly was wandering around the succubus shop. There are many succubus girls wearing exposed clothes here. Maybe it was because of the early morning, so there was no business here. However, there are specific service items for Human Success Shop hanging on the wall next to it. Little brother, do you want to have a good dream, too? Maybe it was because of being born with a slut, or just trying to tease the little boy. When he saw Broly looking around, he approached him and asked. Can you dream anyway? Broly looked at the female succubus in front of him in a 3-point swimsuit and asked directly. Of course, it's a dream after all. As long as it's something you can think of, you can do it in your dream. The succubus sister said with a slight temptation. Guest, what dream do you want to have? Seeing that there was business here, other succubus came over, including big or small, single or double ponytails, and even lily-shaped ones. And because of this enthusiasm, first of all, they have been busy all night and are full of food for human lust and spiritual energy, and now they have nothing to do. The second is that in the past, they were all receiving adult customers, but it was rare for customers as young as Broly. If possible, I want to dream about eating. Broly expressed his needs. There are many delicious foods in this world, but it is still a bit monotonous than modern society. If you wanted to eat modern food before, you had to spend your own purchase. But now you can do any dreams in the store. Broly is naturally attracted. Although it is a dream, it can give guests the most realistic experience. This is the promotional slogan of the succubus shop. Broly wants to make a lot of delicious food. What a dream to eat. After hearing this, a group of succubus looked at each other in a while. They had met many strange humans, but they had never seen them dreams of eating all kinds of delicious food before. Can't you let me do such a dream? Seeing the group of succubus look a little embarrassed, Broly asked again. It's okay to do it, but weaving this kind of dream has never tried before. The reality of the dream may be unsatisfactory. Upon hearing this, Broly was a little disappointed. If the taste cannot be reproduced, then there is no point. But if the guest doesn't mind, I can give it a try. A little succubus with a lowly size volunteered to say. Sasha's ability to weave dreams is the most powerful of us, and guests can try it. Broly doesn't mind. Then, please come here and fill in the requirements contract form. The object you want to dream of. The succubus brought a form with a dream object setting column directly written on it, and the permission signature column for the succubus to manipulate personal dreams. After some bargaining, Wiz and the succubus shop owner finally set the agency fee of Eris at 150 million. The magic props need to provide 1,000 bottles of vitality potion to the success shop every day, and the success shop needs to pay 1 deposit as a deposit for the goods collected every day. If you need to control the acquisition quantity of the drug, you need to explain the situation 1 day in advance, and it can only be less, not more. It took only 2 hours to make 1,000 bottles of vitality potion. Broly helped her reduce the burden, and Wiz also considered not to increase the burden on the other party. Don't worry, Miss Wiz, with the popularity of the vitality potion, our succubus store will receive the potion at full cost every day. Even if the popularity drops later, we will receive a minimum share of potion of no less than 20 million Eris every day. Of course, the pricing rights after the potion are decided by our succubus store, and the cooperation is pleasant. Happy cooperation. The Lich Lady shook hands with the succubus shop owner, and when they walked out of the room, they saw a group of succubus surrounding a table, making surprise sounds from time to time. When they listened carefully, they heard them discussing something strange. What is ice cream? It's soft, cold and sweet. Is something like this really delicious? And this Coke is also dark and has bubbles. It will burp after drinking it. It tastes a bit spicy and sweet. Why are it something I haven't heard of before? The succubus chattered, discussing how to weave food's dream. What are you doing here? The owner of the succubus shop came over and asked. Shop owner. Seeing his boss coming, these succubus explained one after another. We were thinking about how to provide this little customer with customized dream services. Hey, Broly, did you want to have dream? When the Lich Lady saw the person surrounded, the boy brought by her, she also asked with her wide eyes. Well, they say that dreaming is okay. But you are so young. If this guest is just dreaming, being young is not a problem at all. After all, nothing will happen in reality. Hearing the words of the Lich Miss, the succubus next to her immediately reminded her. Although children generally dare not come into our store, Axel also did not explicitly prohibit children from entering the succubus shop for services. Moreover, the dreams that adult customers who come to our store are not without young teeth are not dreams, but because of the dreams, there will be no legal and ethical issues. Please rest assured. Wiz. How can she feel at ease if she can say such words? In addition, when dreaming, we will not cross the content of the contract. As long as it is something that is not on the demand list, we will not deliberately manipulate the dream and make some unnecessary things appear in the dream. Lowly succubus Sasha picked up the demand contract form filled out by Broly and showed it to Wiz. When Wiz saw that, he saw a lot of food names were written on it, some of which were words she had heard of, and some were terms she had never heard of. Broly, is this something you want to dream of? Well, some things are not delicious in reality, so I want to eat them in my dreams. Broly nodded. There is no unsound part here, I think Miss Wiz can rest assured. The succubus shop owner also saw the things written on the demand list and said with a smile. Okay, then, how should I charge for this? Wiz felt that it was okay, so he took out his wallet and asked. Didn't I give Miss Wiz a free coupon last time? I didn't expect to use that thing, so I didn't bring it here at all. It doesn't matter, just treat it as a benefit for our succubus shop hospitality partners, no charges. Chapter 162 The current situation of the top team's dungeon. Broly successfully got a free visit to the customized dream service of the succubus shop. After the succubus shop owner told the succubus shop that there would be a special succubus to provide dream weaving services tonight, so that he could remember to leave a window, Broly and Wiz went back to the magic props with him. Where are you all going? Didn't you agree to go to the dungeon today? Akia had been waiting at the door of the magic prop store. I'm sorry, I went to deal with the matter of selling vitality potions on behalf of others. Wiz apologized. Ha, have you finally learned to be a handoff manager? Akia was a little surprised, and then patted the Lich Miss on the back. I've said a long time ago that if you are busy with work, you have to ask someone else to help you. Akia is very experienced in being a handoff manager. Before this, she had been a hand-shaking goddess many times. Leave your goddess work to the younger goddess who came here to do it. Eris was deeply hurt. Oh no, he was deeply trained by his seniors in the workplace. Okay, it's not too late, let's go. The dungeon I visited this trip is 50 kilometers south of Axel. Marion and her brother had an accident when they were exploring this dungeon. Listen, our purpose this time is to pass this dungeon and find the bones of Marion's brother inside. Wiz, you are a lich, you can manipulate the undead people to do things, and you will leave the matter of finding the corpse. As for darkness, you are strong and strong. If you have the job of carrying bricks and demolishing walls, you will leave it to you. What about you? We have done all the work, what are you doing? Of course I prayed for the dead souls here and sent them to the place of rebirth with purification. What about me, what should I do? Broly asked. You are responsible for sending out the boss characters that may appear in this dungeon. After being told by Akia that the dungeon boss task could appear, Broly broke into the dungeon with his 3 masters, friends and teachers. As rumored, this dungeon is filled with a large number of undead people and monsters who like to live in the dungeon environment. However, when facing the combination of the Cross Knight, Lich, Goddess, and Saiyan, all obstacles are just to drive the chariot. Hey, Marijo, your sister called you home for dinner. Akia put her hands beside her mouth and shouted at the winding caves in the dungeon. Don't just watch, help me shout. But, isn't the person dead? Die is death, but in this dungeon environment, the dead will definitely be transformed into an undead tribe. If the other party is still sane, they may react after hearing the sound. That being said, but it is rare for people to retain human consciousness after becoming an undead tribe. The call was just a try, and the main thing was to rely on the undead tribe summoned by Wiz to find traces of the relevant corpses. Before they could find the corpses of Marion's younger brother in the dungeon, a teleportation array arranged on the ground in advance was suddenly activated, teleporting a group of people to an underground square. A wizard-robed undead man sat on the main seat above and said, I finally waited for the adventurer with powerful purification power. I am the master of this dungeon, my name is. Before this person is also a lich, he is just level comparison. Wiz was too low to be able to maintain human form like Wiz, and after introducing himself, Broly threw himself into a single energy bomb. Boom! A big explosion occurred in the dungeon, and the dungeon lord was instantly wiped out and didn't even get through a single move. Good ball! Akia waved her arm and praised Broly for losing the ball. Everyone seemed to have nothing happened and continued to search for the bones of Marion's brother. As for the lord of the dungeon, when he was alive, he elopement with a noble lady for love and transformed into a lich. He still loved the other person as a human being. He wanted to wait for the adventurer who could purify himself to break in and help purify his undead aura as a lich, so that he could go to the place where he was reborn and continue to pursue the steps of his loved ones. This tragic story was completely skipped. Finished. What? Where? It's not the corpse, but the treasure of this dungeon. Darkness said. The treasure filled with several treasure chests was originally a lich in this dungeon, ready to give a thank you gift to those who can purify themselves. But now, Akia looked a little indifferent when she looked at these golden treasures. After all, unlike the poor goddess on the original Fate line, Akia is now a rich goddess. This little wealth is only about 2 or 3 days of energy potion turnover, and she doesn't take it seriously at all. Please keep it in hand, and after you find the person, you will take it out together. After saying this, everyone continued to search. It took less than 3 minutes to pass the dungeon, but it took Broly, a team with the power to push the entire dungeon, to find a corpse in the huge dungeon, to spend most of the day. Until even the collapsed area was dug up, everyone found Marion's younger brother, a zombie who was crushed by the landslide bricks and stones. Do you want to purify here? Wiz asked. There was nothing she could do about the undead who had lost human mind. Stay true first and take it back to Axel. If the proficiency in the purification technique is high enough, it can restore some human minds before being purified. Although Akia often had conflicts with Marion, if she could, she was still willing to let the stinky guy talk to her lost brother again. However, bringing monsters like zombies back to the city is somewhat contrary to the city's safety regulations. Therefore, after returning to the gate of Axel Town in the evening, Akia asked her disciples to call Marion out. What are you doing? What surprises are you going to give me? Today is Marion's birthday. When she was taken out, she was still wonderingly asking Broly next to her what was going on with her. However, before that, Broly had already been told by Aqua that he wanted to keep Marion confidential. Mainly because Akia was afraid that the other party's younger brother would not be able to find the other party's body, which might make the other party happy, so he kept it secret. Of course, there is no need to keep it confidential now. Marion, look, what surprises did we all bring to you? The zombie who was carried back in a body bag was now exposed and immediately roared when she saw the person. Isn't it just a zombie? What a surprise! Marion's voice weakened. After the body bag was completely opened, she had already seen the costumes on the zombie. You can't recognize it now, but it doesn't matter, just use a purification. Akia directly used the purification technique, and her purification technique was at the goddess level, which quickly calmed down the yelling zombies. Elder sister. A dry sound came from the zombie's mouth. Joe, is that you? Yes, I. After confirming that the zombie's identity was his missing brother, Marion's tears suddenly came out. You don't have much time, let's say your final farewell. Akia extended the time to send the dead souls to heaven, and said to each person in a zombie. Sister, you're fine, it's so good. Remember to find a good man to marry earlier. I still want to be my uncle. The conversation lasted for more than 2 minutes. The zombie finally left this sentence, and the body was completely purified and the soul went to heaven. At the city gate at dusk, the fighter covered his face and was crying. He thought he had accepted the death of his younger brother, but he still couldn't help crying. Ah, you actually made me cry when someone else's birthday. Darkness said. Hey, I don't know this will happen. Akia didn't expect the situation to develop like this. Who taught you to find the other party's deceased brother and give it as a birthday gift? No. Akia didn't want to take the blame for Marion crying, but the fact is that Marion was indeed what she made Marion cry. Miss Akia, you're too much. In the end, with the criticism of the other two, they actually wanted to make the fighter lady feel better. After forgiving Akia's behavior, Akia also realized that she was wrong, so apologized to Marianne. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done this. No, Akia, you don't have to apologize. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to see my brother again in my life. Now, I know that he didn't blame me, so I feel relieved. I will find a good man, give birth to a group of children, and call him uncle. Marion was crying and said this with a light in her eyes. Sister Marion may be happy now. Broly thought, feeling that he had learned a practical birthday gift trick from Master Aqua. Thank you, Akia, Broly, and Darkness and Miss Wiz. Marion thanked him solemnly. No need to thank you. Just offset your kindness to take us in. And if you want to find a good man, you can't attack my disciples. Akia said in a destructive atmosphere, looking like a philanthropist, but I think it was a little uncomfortable with acquaintances who often had quarrels with him, so he would thank him solemnly. Of course, after Aqua sent an invitation to Marion to join the Aquasith cult, she was decisively rejected by the female fighter who was very moved but still had a rational existence. According to her, if you join the Aquasis religion, you will never find a good man in your life, which makes Aqua a little angry. Chapter 163, The Undead Clan Takes a Bath, and the Corpse is Hilarious. What, it seems that after joining me, Aquasis, I can't find a good man. Akia was still a little angry when she returned home, while Darkness and was next to her looked indescribable. The Aquasis religion is called a sect with brain problems. There is a reason. The biggest reason is that some believers have some eclectic XP, which not only can everyone, but also humans and beasts. If you really become a disciple of the Aquasis religion, the wedding market will directly lose the right to choose a spouse. Oh no, maybe no one would be willing to marry an Akasasian, and that was the serious situation. In a sense, this is also a kind of self-abuse. Darkness is talking about choosing Broly as her future husband. After all, the boy is also considered an Aquasis. Miss Darkness, can you not bring me with you? Wiz's expression was a little subtle, but she had no tendency to be abused. I went to take a shower and stayed with the undead for a day in the dungeon, and my whole body was smelly. As Akia said that, she took off her clothes and ran to the bathroom. Ah, is it smelly? Wiz was a little offended and immediately smelled his sleeves with his nose and found that it really smelled a little. Wash together. Darkness did a cool job, and he came back with treasure just now, and his whole body was filled with sweat. Isn't this good? The lich miss was a little embarrassed, mainly because she was afraid of staying in the same bathhouse with Akia. There's nothing wrong with it, you can also experience Broly's bath scrubbing technology. Yet. Broly looked at Miss Lich a little expectantly, and he was the one with the most taste, after all, he came back with a zombie. Oh well. Looking at the boy's little eyes looking forward to showing his talents, Wee Eyes reluctantly agreed. The bathroom in other restaurants is more than 20 square meters, and the pool alone occupies most of it. Clean your body outside the pool first, and Master Bulletin will go online. Wiz's body was indeed cold, like a dead corpse. However, the touch of the purchase is smooth and elastic, but it has to be added with a fresh corpse. The skin is slightly darker, but it is just bloodless. It is still very white. It is not only white, but also very large. It is a slightly fat figure. The shapes are very beautiful everywhere and can be called a plump figure. However, Wiz, a body that can be described with many praises, still has some shortcomings, that is, its metabolism is insufficient. Broly rubbed it for a while and felt a little frustrated because he didn't rub too much dust. For a bath scrubber, this is no less than when people eat French fries but without tomato sauce. However, the good news is that after combining the technique of infusing life energy, Wiz felt comfortable with the body massage, and the happiness value rose sharply by 7 points, with the increase of more than today's Akia and Darkness. It can only be said that the other two people who are used to scrubbing the bath are like old couples after marriage, and have lost the freshness of some things. Although the happiness value can still rise, it can only rise a little bit, which is incomparable to objects like Wiz who are not used to. No wonder, I like the new and get tired of the old and the old. With such information coming into my mind, Broly gently put the lich miss who had earned the happiness value of the bathing scrub into the huge bathing pool. In the next 5 minutes, Broly's technique was extremely fast, and he completed the surface cleaning of Akia and Darkness's body respectively. The 4 of them soaked in the large bathhouse, but they didn't seem crowded at all. Akia breathed comfortably, then picked up the high-end sparkling wine brought in next to her and started drinking. A big bathroom is good. Marion's small bathroom cannot be compared with our big bathroom. Well, Akia is still holding a grudge, probably not forgetting it before going to bed tonight. Yes, but every time I take a shower, I'm wasting water and firewood. Wiz felt that the bath pool was too big, and it could accommodate at least 5 or 6 more people to take a bath together, which was just like the same is true for a medium-sized bathhouse. Look, there is a guardrail next to it. It should be to prevent the person who takes a bath from slipping in the pool, right? Wiz touched the guardrail next to him and found that the slot on it was quite suitable for human hands to grasp. Ah, Wiz, that's not a guardrail, that's... Darkness saw it and was already being invited by Akia to drink, and immediately sprayed out the wine that had just been drunk in his mouth. Hey, this is the top sparkling wine of 300,000 eris a bottle. Did you spray it into the pool? Akia, please answer me a question. Have you washed this pool carefully before it started using it? What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, I have cleaned it before using it, otherwise how can I use it all moss? Then I'll feel relieved. Darkness breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Wiz was a little surprised at her reaction. The guardrail you mentioned is not a handrail to prevent people from slipping, but an auxiliary tool. The specific usage is, well, Wiz, you turn around and grab it with both hands. Darkness felt that it was better to let Wiz experience it yourself instead. Is that so? Wiz took the obedient test, and soon her butt was pushed by Darkness behind. Ah. The lich miss was stunned at first, a little puzzled, but suddenly her face turned red. So that's what assisted this. This thing is not common in noble bathrooms. Only those who like to work in the bathroom will install this kind of thing in the bathroom. Well, it seems that the owner of this other restaurant was a playful guy. Darkness said in a senior player manner, imagining her lying here, suddenly adding, but I prefer shackles than handrails. If possible, it is best to get the height of the face in the water. Darkness's masochism broke out again. While blushing his face and saying something strange, he also glanced at the boy next to him, as if he was expecting the other party's reaction. The result was that she saw Broly having a lot of fun playing diving there, diving from one end of the large bathhouse to the other end, then drifting back from the other end on the water surface, and then playing diving game again. As for the charming scenes that are full of suggestion, they are just taken at first, and then they are dismissed after they can't understand them. Darkness, Can you let go of my waist? Wiz asked. I'm sorry, I'm a little out of my composure. Darkness let go of the Lich Miss's waist, sat back into the pool, and returned to calm. Hey! The Lich Miss breathed a sigh of relief, and the posture just now was surprisingly ashamed. Do you want to drink? Akia came over and asked with a bottle of wine in her arms. I won't need it. Wiz wanted to refuse, but the next moment he was stuffed into the mouth of the bottle. Don't be polite to me, try to drink as much as possible. Akia said generously, her face was very red, as if she was drunk. Hey, this wine is coming. Only then did Darkness see the spirit sign posted next to this bottle of top-grade sparkling wine. Everyone is taking a bath, so let me show you a flower, bird, and a romantic life. Akia, who had no use to purify alcohol, had already entered a drunk state. And while she was spraying water everywhere, everyone fled out of the bathroom in panic. Wiz was still scared, and Broly was there to inject her life energy into her, restoring her somewhat illusory body. Akia is still inside, is it okay to leave it alone? Darkness asked after putting on her changing pajamas. She only goes home occasionally now and usually lives in other places. It's okay, Master Akia is like this before, and he said that sleeping in water is more comfortable than sleeping in bed. Akia is the goddess of water. She will not drown when she is drunk and drowning. She can breathe freely in the water. Because of Broly's words, the other two chose to leave Akia alone. After a meal of alcohol, Akia fell into the bathhouse and fell asleep like a floating corpse. Chapter 164 Absurd and Reasonable Succubus Customized Dream Service. It's too dangerous to make sparkling wine. You can't drink it from the taste at all. At the dinner table, Darkness was chewing the meat chops in his mouth, and said while eating, but there was no demeanor of the noble lady. According to her, this casual way of eating makes her feel more comfortable, unlike when she is at home or in front of her father, she needs to maintain aristocratic etiquette. Although her father did not ask her for this, Darkness herself asked for her, and she didn't know how she raised this strange personality. I think this cannot be blamed on Ju's head, right? The Lich Miss thought this was a problem with wine. For example, she was forced to drink some wine and she still had no discomfort. You are a dead person. Darkness complained. But I can also drink alcohol, and I will also have drunk reactions. I eat and normal humans are the same. Wiz refuted. Hey, why don't you eat on weekdays? Darkness asked curiously. That's because the digestive system of the Lich is much weaker than that of normal humans. Eating less may be fine, but eating more may cause bloating. Wiz explained with a blushing face that after becoming a Lich, she also experienced a hard adaptation period before she got rid of some of the living habits of human beings, such as the habit of eating normally. Although eating is good and you can taste delicious food, it will be very uncomfortable if you need to manually excrete food that is difficult to digest every time. Wiz also experienced a lot of lessons before gradually losing some human habits that are not very friendly to liches. Wiz explained some of his physical inconveniences. Darkness thought about it and asked, will you still have to do that thing in the future? That thing. The Lich Miss didn't react at first, but after she realized that she blushed and waved her hands, this is not necessary. I can absorb the fresh living substance directly with the absorbing touch. This is the way to cause infertility. However, can the Lich really have children with the living life? This involves the issue of species union. Miss Lich thought for a while, but found that she didn't know at all. After all, who would find a Lich as a partner for normal people? You can be considered a succubus with the ability to absorb essence, right? Darkness started to complain. Wiz. Viz, can you weave dreams too? Broly asked curiously, there were already a bunch of empty dishes next to him. How is this possible? I'm not a real succubus. Wiz quickly denied. The absorption touch, life absorption, is the skill of the Lich, and weaving dreams is the succubus's specialty. Her profession is a Lich, neither a succubus nor an adventurer, so how could she learn the succubus skills? However, Broly could try to learn the skills of succubus, and he could really learn the trick of weaving dreams, dream manipulation. But Broly, as an adventurer profession, you might be a human with succubus skills. Wiz said this and reminded Broly. If he could really have a delicious dream tonight, he would definitely ask the succubus for his skills. As the night became late, Broly opened the window of the room and lay on the bed with some expectations, waiting for the arrival of the succubus. Darkness went back to his room to sleep, while Wiz was going to go to the cemetery to purify the dead souls, and the other hall was quiet. Not long after, a petite succubus flew over. "Are you here?" As soon as I was looking for the contract and flew into the room, I heard a sound. "Hey, you haven't gone to bed yet, guest?" Sasha asked. "I'm waiting for you." Broly answered honestly, just like waiting for Santa Claus to climb into the chimney and give herself Christmas gifts on Christmas Eve. "This is a bit difficult. I have to let you have a customized dream after you go to bed." The little succubus was in a little dilemma. "Oh, then I'll go to bed now." Broly lay down again. His sleep quality was excellent and he could sleep as soon as he fell back. The little succubus was a little surprised, but he quickly manipulated the boy's dream in bed. She followed the contract list and began to weave the delicious dreams that Broly demanded. However, Party A and Party B are still unable to communicate with each other in the end, but the little succubus made the so-called delicious food in a way that succubus could understand in the process of weaving dreams. If someone in reality could see Broly's dream, he would find that he was staying in the cave of Wanpaxing, and suddenly a group of graceful food people walked into the cave. The ice cream lady wearing cones, the tall steak lady with tomahawk steak, the head is bun, and there are 2 big buns on her chest. She looks a bit like the lady of Wiz's. In the dream, Broly frowned. Why did the food he wanted to eat look a little strange, but the dream could no longer allow him to think about it. Under the control of the little succubus outside, the tomahawk steak emperor took the lead in attacking the boy, swaying the plump butt that was roasted out of Maillard's reaction, and then pushed it to the boy. "Little brother, don't you come and taste the taste of your sister." Looking at a human figure made of multiple steaks, smelling like grilled steak, but it will make the sound of a majestic sister. Is this really something to eat? Broly just had this kind of doubt, and his consciousness responded first. An elegant Hannibal song rang out in the dream very suddenly. The dream changed. From the cave, I came to a Western restaurant kitchen. Next to it was a knife stand with various knives. Broly's clothes changed from animal leather jacket to tuxedo. The steak goddess who was originally flirting with her head is now tied to the table, twisting her body with juice, as if she was saying "Come and eat me quickly." The knife came to Broly's hands without realizing it, and in his dream he began to divide the body of the steak lady. As the roasted steak meat entered his mouth, the taste in memory broke the false dream and made him reminisce about the taste of roasted steak again. Broly's consciousness began to sink into this absurd dream. "Woo, what a strong spiritual energy!" The little succubus spoke in surprise after Broly began to sink into his dream. Because the spiritual energy transmitted from the boy is completely beyond imagination. In just a moment, she was enriched. Although the taste was not lust but the appetite was a little wrong, it was also something that could fill the stomach. What a pity! Looking at the overflowing spiritual energy, the little succubus felt a pity. It was a pity that she only brought a prop to store spiritual energy. The thing was filled soon. However, she could not continue to absorb spiritual energy, and the little succubus did not stop manipulating the dream. This little guest was so powerful, so she had to be more powerful, but it increased the output of the dream power, making Broly's dream more real. Broly in the dream had already chewed off the stockings and was holding the ice cream lady and licking her white, soft and sweet body. He pried off Miss Cola's bottle cap and inserted a straw into the mouth of the bottle. Broly leaned over and sucked. Miss Cola let out a strange moan, as if the soul was sucked away, and a large amount of foam quickly poured out from the mouth of the bottle. A very strange Coke reaction, but it seems to be in line with the succubus's perception. Miss Coke in the absurd dream seems to be about to break down. Chapter 165, Bite Meat Bag Late at Night. In the bathroom, Akia, who was floating in corpse, woke up in a daze. Gilyalu. Her stomach sounded, but she woke up from hunger. Am I drunk again? The familiar scene made Akia react to the current situation. I scratched my head before I got up from the bathhouse with wine bottles floating. I'm so hungry. I wonder if I have anything to leave for me to eat. Perhaps because of being too hungry, the goddess didn't even wear clothes and ran out naked. Woo, I am worthy of being my disciple, I know that I care about my master. In the refrigerator with frozen magic inscribed in the kitchen, Akia found the meat cutlets and some meals left for herself. Just as this water goddess was eating in the dark kitchen like a thief, she noticed a dream power that increased its output. Strange, why did I feel a demonic aura? There were grains of rice on the corner of his mouth and chewing with the meat in his hand. Akiya leaned into the air, smelled a strange breath with her nose, and walked towards the direction where the breath came. Not long after, he arrived at the door of Broly's room. How could there be such a big demonic aura in Broly's room? Akiya, who felt a little strange, carefully opened the door and saw the scene where the little succubus in the room stood at the head of the bed, exerting all her strength to output the power of the dream. Ah, there is really a demon. No, what are you doing to my disciples? When Akiya saw the little succubus, she pushed the door open. Bang! The door hit the wall, and the bang made a frightening little succubus who was carefully manipulating his dream. Ah, this is... Before the little succubus could explain anything, Akiya wiped her greasy hands on her chest and directly used the imprisonment magic. The shackles with the scent of holy aura directly tied up the little succubus. I understand. It must be because my disciple is too outstanding and has been targeted by you, the hateful succubus. This is my disciple. Can you, the succubus, covet? Look, I will purify you now. Aqua was aggressive. She felt a little careless. In a remote and peaceful place like Axel, she thought that the city must be safe. Of course, this must not be all her fault. The blame must be thrown on the smelly lich. If it weren't for the undead clan at home, she would have arranged some protective magic in this home to resist the invasion of evil creatures. But it's not too late now. At the moment when her disciple was about to be attacked by the succubus at night, she was discovered in advance by her reliable goddess master. Akiya could already imagine how admiring the boy who woke up to know about this would look at him with. After the dispensable auxiliary functions, Akiya will finally be able to show her disciples a lot in other aspects. Die, you evil succubus! Akiya's greasy hands burned with flames of a god's breath. The fist of God. She waved her fist and looked at her in horror, and hit the little succubus who looked pitiful. However, before the purified flame fist carrying the breath of the god hit the little succubus, a petite body suddenly rushed over from the bed next to it. Broly rushed directly into Akiya's arms, hanging on her body like an octopus, and her face was buried in Akiya's chest, but she was smelling something. Ah, Broly, what are you doing? This sudden change made Akiya feel a little at a loss, and she quickly called the boy. Hey, Miss Baizai, who looks like Master Akiya. Blinking his sleepy eyes, Broly had not yet woken up from his dream. His chin was resting between Akiya's chest, but his spirit was still satisfied with the rich food. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Akiya's somewhat awkward face and said this. What kind of lady bun? Akiya was puzzled and asked. Miss Baizai is Miss Baizai, with soft bun skin and fresh meat. Broly answered and sniffed the two vicious buns next to him, and the meat smell on it was so real, just like the meat chop he had eaten at night. Guessed, this is no longer a dream. The little succubus hurriedly reminded her that the dream she woven had been interrupted by the confinement magic. Isn't it a dream? Broly clamped Akiya's waist with his legs, hung it on Akiya's body, looked back, and saw the little succubus on his head and feet. If you lied to me, it's not a dream. Why would there be a smell of meat and a nice sound? Broly didn't believe the words of the little succubus at all, because the Hannibal song in his consciousness had not stopped yet, and his tail was still swaying between Akiya's legs with the elegant music in his brain. Broly, have you been manipulated by this succubus? Don't worry, master, I will remove the control effect on you now. Look at me, purifying technique. Akiya saw something wrong with the boy and directly purified Broly's body, but Broly just didn't wake up, so she was not controlled. But the purification technique still had a corresponding effect, dispelling the dream power surrounding him, making Broly feel the feeling of hunger that came from his body's instinct after his mental power was extracted. After eating so much, I don't feel full yet. As expected, I'm still dreaming. Master Akiya, can I eat it? Hey, what are you going to eat? Of course it's... Broly opened his mouth and answered Akiya's words with practical actions. Ah! A cry of pain resounded through other houses. What's wrong? Darkness was awakened in her sleep and ran over in her pajamas. After breaking into the boy's room, she saw the smooth Akiya slumped on the floor, her hands seemed to rub her chest, while Broly stood beside her in a daze. The windows in the room were wide open, and the cool breeze at night blew directly into the room with the moonlight. What the hell is wrong? Darkness asked again, but he didn't understand the situation here. Broly bites me. Akiya complained. Hey, what did he bit you? Darkness looked at Akiya with some confusion. What else can it be? Didn't you see where I'm rubbing? Darkness looked over and saw a row of neat little tooth marks where Akiya was rubbing. It's that location, it seems a bit wrong. Are you guys playing late night play? Why don't you bring me with you? Darkness just imagined what had just happened, and he was a little envious of Akiya who was bitten and asked directly. Chapter 166 The Lich Miss who was sued by the army. Can you be more serious? Akiya clenched her fists and wanted to hit someone. She thought her chest was about to be bitten off just now. What's wrong with me? In this situation, what other explanations can you have besides playing the late-night mother-son feeding game with Broly? Darkness immediately retorted, after all, Akiya came to the boy's room and there was still a trace of Broly's biting on her chest. What else can I explain? Ha, I just woke up and didn't have time to put on my clothes, and I came to Broly's room just because I noticed the demonic aura that appeared in this room, so I came over to check the situation. So, where are the demons you mentioned? The succubus manipulated Broly and let him raid me. After I was bitten, I let go of my restraints on her, and the guy took the opportunity to escape from the window. Akiya told the situation just now, making Darkness a little skeptical, and she turned her eyes to the boy next to her. Broly, is this guy true? Darkness asked. No. Broly shook his head. I just said, you guy is clearly playing a special play. Darkness immediately started to argue with Aqua. This child was just manipulated and had no impression. Akiya didn't blame Broly, she just blamed the abominable succubus. Master Akiya, I was not manipulated. I just regarded reality as a dream. Broly scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Akiya, who was not wearing clothes, was white and tender, just like the lady bun in her dream. There is also the smell of food on his body, which leads to no distinction between reality and dreams. You treat reality as a dream, this is being manipulated. After that being said, how could he be targeted by the succubus? Darkness asked curiously, no matter how you think of a creature like succubus, you should attack those men full of wild desires. How could you attack such a young child? Is this still necessary to ask? It must be because my disciple is full of energy. Akiya had recovered and said angrily. The teeth marks on the bun on her right were extremely clear, and I think it would not be able to disappear for a while. Master Akiya, that succubus lady was actually the one I ordered the dream customization service in the succubus store in the morning and came here to serve me tonight. Broly explained. Hey, you still under control? Akiya reached out and touched his forehead, and released the power of purification from his hands. I'm really not under control. If you are not controlled, how could you speak for the succubus? Akiya obviously didn't believe it. Master Akiya, is it possible that what I am telling the truth now? Seeing that Akiya didn't believe it, Broly could only tell me about the incident of going to the succubus shop with Wiz in the morning. What, that smelly lich actually took you to the succubus shop? In the cemetery, Wiz suddenly shivered. Can you customize a succubus shop in private dreams? Darkness showed his yearning and thought that if he customized his dreams, wouldn't he be treated rudely when dreaming? No, right, how can you succumb to the means of succubus as a cross knight serving Lord Eris? Darkness was very moved, but as a devout Eris believer, she resisted the physical desire brought by the trembling personality. Then Broly, did you customize that kind of dream tonight? Darkness diverted her attention and asked directly about the boy. Broly nodded. Will there be me in your dream except Akiya? Darkness wanted to know about this. Broly widened his eyes. Does he have to have someone else's dream of eating? Isn't there? Darkness also widened her eyes when she saw the boy's reaction. Not you, in fact, there is no Master Akiya, there is only me and other food in the dream. 2. Isn't your customized dream of being ashamed to others? A shameful dream with others? Broly couldn't quite understand the specific meaning of this sentence, but he still answered, what I did was dream of eating a lot of delicious food. In the dream, there is a steak lady with steak all over her body, or a cake girl with cream and chocolate all over her body. They were all delicious. When I woke up, it was my turn to eat Miss Bayazai. I wanted to eat Miss Bayazai's head directly, but the other party suddenly disappeared. When I woke up from the bed, I saw Master Akiya in her breasts, and subconsciously treated her as Miss Bayazai. So, you treat my master's breasts as a bun. Akiya's eyes widened, and the unforgiving disaster she suffered on her chest was actually because of this. I'm sorry, Master Akiya. Broly apologized and used the trick of getting out of the earth to get off the seat. If you are still angry, I will bite my chest too. Asshole. Akia picked up the boy on the ground, opened her mouth and bit the boy's chest. However, I didn't try too hard. If you chew mine, I will chew it back too, so we will be even. Hey, is that enough? What else can I do if it's not enough? Am I really biting a piece of meat from you? Akia waved her hand. Tonight's exorcism incident was a bit of a mistake, but she couldn't blame her. Similarly, she couldn't blame her disciples. Then, she could only blame the lich who took Broly to the succubus shop to discuss business. Akia made up her mind that when Viz comes back, she must make that guy look good. In the cemetery, Wiz sneezes again. Will your physical condition be infinitely close to humans after being infused with too much life energy? Wiz was a little confused. After checking his situation, he found that this was the case. The abundant life energy makes her lich body's reactions all kinds of reactions close to the state of a living person. Even the strong wine that was drunk in the evening was converted into another liquid in the body. However, when the lich miss who was holding her urine came back, Akia was in charge of the crime. Why should I take Broly to the succubus shop? Miss Akia, can I wait and answer this question before answering it? I want to go to the bathroom first. Hey, do liches need to go to the toilet, too? I almost purified the bathhouse in the evening. When Broly restored my body, I injected more life energy into my body, which led to my body being active and getting to the level of normal human beings. Maybe it was at that time that the wine in my body was converted. The lich lady said in a twist. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't answer my question just now, I won't let you go to the bathroom. Why is this happening? Tell me honestly, what do you think so that you will take a child to the succubus shop? If you don't explain it clearly, you'll be embarrassed here. He is the maker of the potion. I hand over the potion to the succubus to sell it. I always have to let him know. In the morning, Lord Akia, don't you praise me for doing well. That's the custom dream thing. I know, but Broly's custom dreams, the things that need to be dreamed of, aren't they all eaten? It seems nothing, right? Nothing is nothing, you don't know what those foods are like. Akui Ash curled her lips, and before Wiz came back, she and Darkness found out from Broly's specific situation of the other party's dream tonight. To sum up, it is the meat pond and meat forest. It is obviously food, but it has an anthropomorphic lust. Yes, yes, do you know how heavy and unhealthy dream it is for a child? If Broly sinks into that dream, wouldn't it be bad? Darkness was also expressing her dissatisfaction. Broly wanted to eat like this and she could find her. She could also put barbecue on her body and apply butter, and then be licked, bitten, and sucked. Woo! After just saying a few words, Darkness was defeated by his own delusion and sat on the ground and made a strange sound. Akia looked at her, somewhat speechless. She understood that this was the shaking woman's disease had occurred again, but she didn't know what scene was like. Darkness, who had a vulgar expression and said in her mouth, "Don't lick there." Ah, I didn't expect this situation. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I admit it. Lord Akia, can I go to the bathroom? Since you have made a mistake, you should be punished. Akia looked at the lich miss who clamped her legs and suddenly had a bad idea. You know, she is also an indecent goddess and may know more than Darkness. And tonight, she must not be the only one who is unlucky, but the other guy must be unlucky too. It's too much, it's too much. 3 minutes later, Wee Eyes, who hit the gun, went to wash her pants crying. She didn't expect that she was so big. Oh no, she was no longer a human being, and she could still be forced to pee her pants. Chapter 167, Bringing the Halo of Demon Repelling. The next day, Broly used a cart to push 21 boxes and a total of 1,100 bottles of Vitality Potion to the succubus store. Hey, didn't you agree to provide up to 1,000 bottles of Vitality Potion every day? Why did you have another 100 bottles? The succubus shop owner who received the goods felt a little strange and asked to the boy who heard it was Wiz's pharmacy student. The extra Vitality Potion is an apology to Sasha. She almost had an accident at my house last night. Broly said honestly that the other party was just helping him have a delicious dream, but he was almost purified by his master. Hey, there was almost an accident. Can you tell me what the accident was? The succubus shop owner was a little curious. Don't you know? Broly looked at the succubus shop owner with some confusion. Our succubus shop usually does not ask employees about their specific work conditions. Axel's succubus shop has such a rule to keep a secret of many unspeakable things in the dreams of customers. Of course, except for unexpected situations, but after Sasha came back last night, she said nothing, so I don't know what happened to her. So that's it. Well, this is the thing. My master is more sensitive to the demon. He noticed Sasha's breath last night and almost purified her. I came to express my apology to her. Broly explained. So that's the case, but you don't need to care about the guests. We succubus also considered this kind of risk when doing this kind of business. As long as the customer did not deliberately set up a trap to kill us succubus, even if Sasha was really purified last night, it was still a business risk and was not a matter of the customer. Then I'll take the potion back. Broly asked after hearing this. The owner of the succubus shop was silent for a while, then turned around and shouted, Sasha, the little guest you served last night came to see you, come out and entertain the other party. After the succubus shop owner finished speaking, he quickly took the 2 extra boxes of vitality potion to the storage room in the store. When she heard the owner's call, the little succubus ran out quickly, and she was still wearing the maid costume from last night. Customer, I'm really sorry, I didn't let you have the best dream last night. Sasha thought the boy was here to complain, so she immediately apologized. You did nothing wrong, it's just that Master Akia misunderstood what bad things you were doing to me. I still felt comfortable with my dream last night, although the food in the dream looked a little strange. Broly expressed his comments on last night's dream. I didn't come to ask for advice, but to apologize to you. I also brought 2 boxes of vitality potion as a gift. Sasha, you should satisfy this little customer. The owner of the succubus shop had already put the things on and said as he walked out. I understand, the owner. The little succubus responded, and his little face turned red and invited the boy, guest, do you want to finish the dream that you didn't finish last night with me? I have an independent rest room in the store, you can come to my room to sleep. Continue to dream. Broly was a little moved. He was in the dream last night, but there were still many things he hadn't eaten. However, thinking of his master's attitude of repelling succubus, he shook his head. My master doesn't like the aura of the devil, and I'm not sleepy yet. Is that so? The little succubus who received the reply was a little disappointed. Broly's spiritual energy was the most fulfilling one among the customers she had ever seen. If the other party could produce lust energy, she would definitely be able to be satisfied, right? But, I have another request. Please say, guest. Can you teach me your skill that makes me delicious dreams? Broly said bluntly that although his dream was interrupted last night, his experience was very good, which made him want to learn. Ah, do you want to learn dream skills? The little succubus was a little surprised. Isn't it possible? Broly asked. It's not impossible, but you seem to be a human, not a succubus. It doesn't matter, my profession is an adventurer and I can learn various skills. Broly took out his adventure card and showed the career column above. It turns out that the guest is an adventurer. He can learn various skills without physiological restrictions. However, this requires extra skill points. Do you really need to spend your precious skill points on our succubus dream skills? Sasha asked. The succubus dream skills do not have any combat ability. Not only should the precondition of using the casting object be in a sleep state, but even the dream conditions require the succubus itself to have sufficient imagination, or it depends on the richness of the thoughts of the casting object itself. Overall, this is a skill that helps our succubus absorb essence. It has no effect for people who do not cooperate. They cannot recover their physical strength and magic, nor have any combat ability. After learning this skill, it is of no use except for allowing oneself and helping others to have lucid dreams. Succubus dream skills sound like a lich's absorption. However, this is a reservation. In fact, succubus is definitely a good player in the ability to attack sleepers. In the story of this world, succubus can make people sink into real dreams until they are completely drained from the energy they are trapped in until they die. Many human warriors did not die under swords, guns, swords, and halberds, nor in conspiracy, but died in the gentle land created by succubus. The name of the succubus is well deserved. That's it, are you still learning? Broly nodded. He didn't use his dream skills to fight with people. He used his fists and feet directly, or fired energy bombs, which was not easier. The magic of restoring physical strength does not require the use of dream skills. The absorbing touch taught by Wiz, however, during the process of making Vitality Potion, his proficiency increased sharply. Nowadays, combined with the use of gas, Broly has developed a method to remotely absorb gas from other organisms for its own use. In other words, the energy consumed by not replenishing the energy consumed by making Vitality Potions can make your stomach hungry and allow you to eat more food from this world. Otherwise, the aura on the monster outside Axel would have long become the material for creating Vitality Potions. I don't rely on dream skills to fight. I like dream skills just because it allows me to eat some delicious food in my dreams while I sleep. Hey, if you just want to eat in your dream, the guests can come to us for your service. But my master doesn't like you. Dare you ask, who is the guest's master? Akia, she is the high priest of the Acusis religion, and at the same time. Before Broly could say anything later, he saw the succubus shop owner and the succubus suddenly jumped for a distance. What's wrong with you? Ah, this. I heard that the people of the Acusis religion have problems with their brains. What exactly did the Acusis religion do to make the succubus, who is a demon, feel fearful? My master is still in a normal state. Broly thought so. Although Akia was a little lazy on weekdays, not having to be forced by life for the day, she was still quite normal, someone who was being offered by her disciples and occasionally she would move around. We don't have a good review of this, but if the guest really wants to learn dream skills, we can teach you. Chapter 168 Encountering an acquaintance customer on the first day of going into the sea. After the succubus, he found a passerby outside, spent money to let him sleep, and used his skills to make the other daydream. Broly also successfully let his adventurer register the card to learn a succubus race skill. But rather than saying that this is a skill, it is a large skill that combines multiple small skills. After adding points, Broly's mind has a full set of dream manipulation knowledge such as hidden dreams, dream building, and dream control. After learning the new skills, Broly also had to try to use the skills. The passers-by hired by the succubus shop owner in front of him became the target of trying to cast spells. The feeling after using the dream skill was very strange. Broly felt that he had an invisible perspective, which seemed to have a part of the invisible perspective, a bit like the perception of chi, sneaking into the other party's head along the faint aura emitted by the passerby in front of him. Soon, Broly sneaked into the other person's mind and found a white room in a grey mist. The man inside was tied to a circle frame with his hands and feet, but his mouth was shouting strange words, "Please whip me again, sir." This is... Broly made a puzzled voice. This is this person's dream. The succubus shop owner, who was wearing a leather whip with a mask in his hand, directly answered the boy's doubts. She snapped her fingers casually and made a mirror in this dream world to illuminate Broly's current appearance. It was a green air. This is your perception of yourself. It's strange, why isn't it human form? The owner of the succubus shop is a little curious. Generally speaking, the newly born succubus used the dream skill for the first time. They always appeared in the dream. But for some reason, this boy who only learned their racial skills by relying on the adventurer's profession characteristics added to his or her career, entered his dream for the first time, was a non-human blue-green air mass. But isn't this part of the anger I've separated? Outside, Broly was a little puzzled. He just had an extra dream perspective now. For him, who could have used chi to perceive, there was no discomfort. It was just that the dream perspective was more real than the perception of chi. You are talking about magic, right? You can use magic perception as part of your own organ. You are really amazing. The owner of the succubus shop praised him. You can now imagine your form in a dream and manipulate the magical condensation form that enters a dream. Broly tried it as he said, and soon he, a small trumpet, appeared in his dream. Hey, the degree of condensation is good, it seems that you have a deep impression of yourself. The owner of the succubus shop didn't say anything, and people who are deeply impressed by themselves are generally narcissistic. Of course, Broly is not a person of this type. He just created a form of less proportionality based on the flow of chi in his body on weekdays. It's that simple. Now, let's try to manipulate this dream. First of all, interfere with the dream. What do I want to do? I'll give you the whip, and then you try to whip this man. Although I don't know why I did this, Broly did it anyway. Then... it hurts so much. The passerby hired to dream was woken up directly. After waking up, the other party rolled on the ground, looking like he was really beaten. Seeing this scene, the succubus shop owner was stunned at first, and then he thought of something, and immediately squatted and tore open the other person's clothes, and then he saw a red mark gradually appearing on the man's back, as if something was made out of nothing. Hiss! The owner of the succubus shop took a breath, and the dream manipulation turned into a spiritual whip. She turned to Broly and subconsciously asked, "What is your mental value?" "There is not much written on the registration card, just max." Broly told the truth. Succubus shop owner. The little succubus didn't find it strange. She experienced the boy's terrifying mental power last night. "Will my little brother be a permanent customer of our succubus shop in the future? I can apply for you a permanent free card." The owner of the succubus shop is a little greedy. Children with this kind of terrifying mental power may not be able to produce lust energy suitable for their succubus now, but when they can produce lust energy, she dare not think about how high the lust energy produced by the other party is. "Will you help me improve my dream skills?" Broly asked. "Of course." The owner of the succubus shop smiled. In this way, Broly applied for a dream skills cram card, which was free. In the following time, while living a simple adventurer and pharmacist life, she came to Suzuki's shop from time to time to receive guidance from different Suzuki girls in Suzuki's shop for dream manipulation techniques. Under the careful teaching of the succubus ladies, Broly's dream-moving skills have made great progress, from always being prone to break through other people's dreams to being able to gradually control one's own mental power output, from being able to generate an environment that one is familiar with out of thin air, to being able to borrow the memory of the invaded dreamer and shape the environment that the other party is familiar with. More importantly, after learning to build a basic dream, Broly can finally achieve the food in his dream by manipulating his dreams when he sleeps at night. However, Broly cannot do the ability to fabricate non-existent people or things out of thin air, which is a matter of experience. If you have never experienced or seen relevant knowledge, it is naturally impossible to fabricate illusory things that do not exist and cannot imagine specific forms from the empty dream. Compared to the succubus who can be responsible for customized dream services, his dream manipulation is far from meeting the standard of becoming a veteran succubus. It is useless to add points to this skill. Adding points can only make the dream more realistic and the operation is smoother. But dreams require not only reality, but also imagination and creativity, which is similar to 3D modeling. Does Broly have modeling capabilities? The answer is no. He only knows his own body. He can create another self in his dream and have a fierce battle with him, but he can't get out of others. If you force it, you will only create some game villains that are similar to humans' failure. Of course, this situation doesn't matter. Broly's purpose of eating in his dream has already achieved it. Until one day, when the success shop owner invited him to become an intern clerk, intending to let him take over some simple dream work to further improve his proficiency in dream manipulation skills, a Broly's acquaintance came to the success shop. "Darkness, why did you come here inside?" It's not right. I should be asking you, why are you in such a place?" "I'm a succubus here." Broly's natural answer shocked Darkness, and this was Broly's first day as an intern in the succubus. At the same time, Darkness couldn't help but promote the succubus shop, intending to experience criticizing this succubus conspiracy hidden in human society as a critic. But unexpectedly, he would actually run into his God-given friend and future husband, and he would also hear the words of the other party as a succubus here. "How can you be a succubus here? You are ours. Have you forgotten Akia, me and Wiz?" Darkness immediately rushed over and hugged the boy and shouted, even she was just planning to be a dream without anyone but a torture. "Well, I haven't forgotten. Being a succubus is just the owner here. This will allow me to get more information about weaving dreams." The riots here quickly attracted the succubus shop owner. After seeing the boy being hugged, she immediately raised her face and warned Darkness, "This customer, this store does not accept flesh and skin business. What we do is a regular dream business, please be careful." "Damn it, Akia is right. Succubus is an evil demon. He actually seduced someone else's husband to be a succubus. See me destroy it in the name of the Cross Knight." "Hey, do you know each other, Broly, or your husband?" "What's wrong, can't it?" "No, it's not possible, but my store was completed after the prosecutor sealed and agreed." "What, you want to use a prosecutor to suppress me? I can tell you that I am Laratina from the Darkness family." After competing for identity, Darkness was not afraid at all and immediately took out the family badge. After confirming the authenticity of the badge, the succubus shop owner nodded and asked, "Miss Laratina of the Nadines family, Do you want to be reported to be smelted in copper? We are just a place to dream, but you just admitted that such a young child is your husband. He is underage, according to the laws of the kingdom. Darkness. Before he could take action, he was caught and defeated. However, after all, it was Axel's powerful noble family, and the succubus shop owner did not dare to force him too much. Broly, since you already have a wife, why not practice your dream skills with your wife? Anyway, it's the same. The owner of the succubus shop was bleeding. He wanted to guide the child to ripen precociously in advance to harvest the energy of lust, but a noble fiancé broke in halfway. Chapter 169 Saiyans' Understanding of Rough Treatment. Hey, Broly, are you really good at using succubus skills? The two returned home. After taking a nap and entering their dreams, Darkness looked at the boy who appeared beside him and waved his hand to create a sumptuous meal, and then widened his eyes. Of course, otherwise how could I be an intern clerk at the succubus store? Broly asked back naturally, making Darkness speechless because when she saw Broly in the succubus shop, she thought of the dirty situation. Let's have a meal first. Seeing Darkness's feeling of being reluctant to speak, Broly said directly that although he had eaten with Darkness when he was outside, it was a dream. He just needed to guide his hunger and he could have a big meal. And if you want, you can even keep eating in your dreams. However, Broly only stopped the dream trick of unlimited food after Darkness was satisfied with the food so that he could no longer increase the happiness value. Okay, Darkness, next, I want to satisfy your dreams. You tell me, what kind of dreams do you want to have? Broly asked directly. This is the most effective way to improve his dream building ability given to him by the Bishop of Succubus Shop. By trying to meet the dream needs of a large number of dreamers, we can improve our ability to build dreams by practicing questions. Originally, if you were in turn in the succubus shop, it would definitely turn out to be a Broly can only transform into the imagination object needed by the guest through his dream subject consciousness to practice, or fabricate the corresponding dream fictitious characters through the guest's memory, and then watch the process of dirty things. Unfortunately, all this was broken by Darkness, who broke into the succubus shop under the banner of criticism, but she became Broly's first customer. What dream do I want to have? Darkness was a little hesitant. If it was a succubus she didn't know, she would definitely expose her desires without hesitation, but this was Broly. Yes, tell me your needs, don't worry. This is a dream. No matter how absurd needs it is, you can raise them. I will try my best to satisfy you. Broly said. Yes, this is just a dream. It should be fine to dream of something excessive and dreaming of something too much, right? Hearing this, Darkness's breathing outside became rapid. Obviously, after understanding that it was a dream, the noble lady's reason began to evaporate. Anyway, I will be his people in the future, anyway, he already knows his nature, anyway, this is a dream, so why don't I be bolder? So, Broly, can I invite you here and treat me rudely? In the dream, Darkness gasped heavily and asked with a foolish look. Yes, but you really want to do it that kind of dream? Broly frowned. Although he knew Darkness's personality, he was a request for rough treatment after all, so he still wanted to confirm it again. Of course, please don't pity me. Just treat me as your toy, treat me roughly, and play with me hard. Darkness's rationality was completely lost. She was already looking forward to how the boy in her dream would treat herself roughly and play with her. Bang! Broly in the dream didn't say much, raised his fist and swung it on Darkness's right eye. Ah! Just a moment, the night girl in the dream had a panda eye. It wasn't over yet, and Broly soon punched another time and fell into Darkness's abdomen. For him, treating him roughly is not something like a whip candle. But, fight! Broly treated Darkness as Paragus, and used all the strength of the chi that had been poured into Darkness's dream to beat Darkness in his dream. Without keeping his hands, precision and speed, Darkness immediately experienced the feeling of being beaten by the Saiyan as a sandbag toy. That's right, even the flying man was beaten and flew up in the dream. It has to be said that out of her strong defense, Darkness's body in the dream was still very tough, and even if she was beaten and flew around, she could still withstand it. Ah, this is the pain I want, but the way this makes me feel pain is wrong? In the dream, Darkness, who was knocked to the sky, was thinking about this, but Broly did not give her a chance to think too much. The continuous attacks came directly after he appeared in front of Darkness face to face. I don't know how long it has passed, but in the dream, Darkness's body was covered in scars, and she fell to the ground and couldn't get up at all, looking dying. The body hurts so much, the bones seem to be crushed. Is Broly's fist so heavy? The pain close to reality made Darkness's thoughts very confused. In reality, she had never been beaten to the state of near death. Do you still want me to continue? If I continue fighting, there is no doubt that Darkness, you will experience an extremely real death in your dream. Broly reminded him. Death, I once thought about what it would be like, and I also wondered if I could meet my mother I had never met before. Darkness said, a raving. But sure enough, I still don't want to die. She cried. As long as you are living creatures, you will be afraid of death. Broly's ability to understand made him feel unstoppable. Especially Darkness, who was beaten, had his happiness value increased during the process of being beaten. But at this moment, Darkness, who suddenly cried, was so normal. Since you don't want to die, don't always do some dangerous things in reality, such as jumping into a pile of monsters and being beaten up by a group of monsters. You know Master Akia, and she will occasionally be careless. If the treatment cannot keep up, you will be really done. Broly preached to Darkness. Well, I get it. Darkness responded in a crying voice, and his originally strong body became petite at this moment. Fortunately, this is just a dream. Darkness, stop crying, I'll take you back to reality. Broly was not surprised by the sudden change that Darkness had occurred. In the dream, people's cognition would determine their own form in the dream. Darkness now obviously changed the form in the dream because of the change in her mentality, and became the little daughter she was when she was a good girl when she was a child. Holding little Darkness's hand, Broly took her toward the dream exit in her heart. It was a door leading to her father's study. When she was a child, every time she was wronged or injured while playing, Darkness would go to her father to cry, saying that she was not a strong child. Chapter 170, The Rebellious Puppet. In the dream, little Darkness lay on her father's thigh and cried, while her father touched her little head and said some comforting words. This scene made Broly, who was watching, wondered if he had treated his father in the wrong way. After being hurt, Darkness threw himself on his father's leg and cried. After being hurt, he would only beat his old father up angrily. Although that was before the age of 3, my memory did not fade much. Instead, after learning dream operations, I could clearly recall those things. So, is this a normal way for children to get along with their fathers? Broly thought, but soon denied it himself, because the succubus shop owner also said that the dreams of different individuals will vary from person to person. Some people like this, some people like that. Similarly, when faced with people with fathers, different people will have different situations, which should be normal. Well, is this the dream building element information I need to collect? Broly had this enlightenment and recorded the way little Darkness got along with her father in his dream. And Darkness's dream it also began to become illusory, and Broly slowly pulled back his consciousness without disturbing Darkness. Dad. In reality, tears overflowed from the corners of Darkness's eyes, not because of the pain in his dream, but dreaming of the feeling of finding his father after suffering pain, just like when he was a child, crying and acting coquettish and being spoiled. Darkness slept very deeply. When Akia came back from purchasing a batch of good wine in the afternoon, she was awakened by the noisy news. Is this? Darkness woke up with a little confused. After people wake up, they will retreat quickly like a tide. You are awake. Are you feeling comfortable in the dream just now? But Broly reminded her in time to let the other party remember some of the memories. For example, the part that was beaten to cry, and the part that was lying on his father's lap in front of Broly, crying and acting cute. Thinking of this, Darkness covered her face and her ears turned red. When a person is most shy, he should be when he exposes the weakest part of his heart. Broly, it turns out you are at home. Hey, what's wrong with Darkness? Akia pushed the cart in and saw Darkness's strange behavior, and couldn't help asking. She was beaten to tears by me just now. After being beaten to tears by me, she lay down. Before Broly could finish his words, Darkness was knocked down by the sound of ah. Darkness pressed him to the ground and covered his mouth with his hands, preventing him from continuing to say what happened in the dream. I'm fine, I'm not at all. Darkness didn't look like she was fine, but Akia was too lazy to ask. Don't play some weird plays. Aqua just warned Darkness and asked Darkness and Broly to come and help. I bought a lot of wine and stored some in the underground wine cellar. Some are prepared to be placed in the wine cabinet as food ration wine on weekdays. You two come and help me. Akiya, how much did you spend? Darkness went to open the wine box and saw the sparkling wine brand placed inside. After recognizing that it was a very high-end wine, he asked directly. Not much, I only spent less than 30 million eras to buy the wine in batches. Darkness. Where did this come from, the prodigal girl? Will you waste too much money like this? Ha, what are you, a shaking girl, saying? Wine is the best product of human civilization. How can it be said to be a waste to spend some money on this liquid that condenses the crystallization of civilization? Shouldn't the crystallization of civilization be knowledge? Why is it wine? Broly, let's talk about this guy Akiya. Broly, can you understand me, right? But I have never drunk alcohol. You are underage and can't drink. Broly. Before, seeing Akiya liked drinking this thing so much, Broly wanted to taste it, but every time Akiya used this reason to prohibit drinking. Master Akiya, it's hard for me to say something I haven't drunk before. Broly said, and he understood the meaning very clearly. It was obviously a waste to spend money to buy things that he could not drink personally. Do you also want to accuse me of spending money indiscriminately? But wine is the water of my life. Akiya held a bottle of sparkling wine and looked at him pitifully. Okay, but Master Akiya, you can only spend your own money to buy wine. Broly was a little helpless. The goddess master was said to really lose the happiness value. Okay. The share of vitality potion is very powerful. The last time the succubus store gave her an agency fee of 37.5 million eras. Even though the vast majority of the money has been spent now, it is more than enough to buy the rest. Broly, are you too spoiled this guy Akiya? Darkness complained that Akiya was fearless, mostly because there was a boy who spoiled her behind her. Whether it is a commission task or making money to support the family, Akiya is the one who was taken away. As long as Master Akiya is happy. Broly is indeed spoiled by Akiya because Akiya really rewards her, and she can see her upward happiness value every time. Mr. M, have you heard that? This is my good disciple. Broly, come and give the master a hug. Akiya was very happy, and opened her arms and hugged the boy, rubbing her face against Broly's face, looking happy. Darkness. The happiness value has dropped. Broly looked back at Darkness and found the night girl pursed her mouth, looking like she wanted to say something but didn't know how to speak. Suddenly, Broly thought of little Darkness in the dream, but like Akiya, he was a coquettish person. After thinking about it, he said to Darkness, if Darkness, you want to be spoiled, I can spoil you too. I can divide my share of vitality potion and give you half of it. Hearing this, Darkness was a little stunned. She looked at the boy's sincere gaze. After reacting, she quickly waved her hand, no need, I'm not without money, I need someone to support me. Darkness's face hung, after saying this, was silent for a while before he stuttering, are you saying true? What? Things that spoiled me. It's true, but I don't know how you spoil it. It doesn't matter. As long as it is true, it doesn't mean you will spoil me. Donna's happiness value rises. Even said that sometimes it is the best thing to spoil me. Hey, is that true? Master Akiya, after Darkness was beaten to tears by me in his dream, he lay on his father's thigh and cried and acted like a spoiled person in his dream. Broly decisively said what was interrupted by Darkness just now. Why did you say this? Isn't it that you can't spoil you, but the best one to spoil you? Ho, Darkness, you're still a kid who can cry and act cute with his father. Faced with Akiya's joke, Darkness only felt that the development of things should not be like this. At this moment, she actually had an amazing similar feeling to the goddess heiress she served before. But why is it a dream? Aqua asked after teasing Darkness. Because I just used succubus dream skills to Darkness. Wait, why do you know this? Learn from succubus. Why don't I know? Master Akiya, you didn't ask me. Broly answered honestly. Akiya. After learning skills with the Lich, his disciples learned skills with the succubus again. Rebellious disciple, this is a true rebellious disciple. Chapter 171 The Law of True Flavor, Saiyans Sleep Assisting Technique. After learning about Broly and succubus, Akiya got upset, but after Broly used the dream skills on her, the situation turned into a different look. I can't finish drinking, I can't finish it at all. Moreover, I don't have to spend my own money to drink here. It feels so good to have sex for free. Broly, you kid is really, you should learn this dream skill early. Akiya, who was dreaming of drinking all kinds of good wine, was drooling in her body outside and said such murmurs. Compared with the previous attitude of being incompatible with the succubus, Akiya's attitude in her sleep is completely succumbing to the existence of her own desires. I'm really unconventional. After Akiya woke up the next day, Darkness complained about the other party's reversal attitude. What does it mean to be unconscious? I am a realistic style. As long as the skills have a positive effect, I can barely endure it even if the source comes from succubus. Compared to those old and scheming guys who don't know how to adapt, I am much better. Akiya didn't care about Darkness's complaints at all. There is one thing in the teachings of the Akusis religion that says, don't worry about the future. Whether you are smiling in the future, even the gods don't know, so you should enjoy the present. Aqua himself abides by this doctrine. What if I call a succubus to help you dream in the future? Yesterday, in order to comfort Akiya who was furious, Broly did not sleep all night with Akiya, manipulating the other party's dream until dawn. Although not sleeping for several days and nights had no effect on Broly, Darkness felt a little sorry for him. Ha, if the power of the demons can act on me, then let those demons try it. Akiya is a goddess. In theory, the methods used by ordinary demons are basically ineffective when used against her. Only Broly's mental value is higher than Akiya, and he is just a demon who is talking, not a real demon in this world. Therefore, he learned the dream skills of the succubus to easily invade the dream of the goddess Akiya, and easily realize the dream manipulation without Akiya himself. Okay, I'll go to the succubus shop to buy you a super nightmare, so that you can have a big nightmare tonight. Humph, I'm waiting for you. Broly was having breakfast, wondering why Akiya and Darkness suddenly started to face each other. Next to her, Wiz looked like a melon-eating crowd. She seemed to have a natural stupid personality that was not too arrogant to watch the fun. Customer, our Hellman store does accept customized dream services, but it is only limited to customers customizing dreams for themselves. The succubus shop owner was a little troubled when he received the commission. After the delicious dream, another customer came to customize nightmare. Moreover, the other party did not customize such a dream for himself, but customized such a dream for others. Hey, can't you accept orders? Darkness was a little surprised when the commission was rejected. Of course we can't accept orders. The reason why we succubus can open a succubus shop in Axel Town is because we have a contract with the town manager. The contract is that it cannot actively launch a night attack on humans. Unless it is allowed by the guests themselves, such as your behavior of buying dreams for others, will also violate the contract. The succubus shop owner had a headache explaining that the demon clan attached great importance to contracts, and if Darkness was if he is not a noble lady, the succubus shop owner will immediately become a Chow Yang crowd who reports the bad guys and report Darkness directly to the town management. What if the guy who was bought with a nightmare agrees that you will attack her and let her have a nightmare? Darkness asked. The succubus shop owner was stunned for a moment, thought about it carefully, and then said, if this is the case, it would not violate our contract with the town management. Although Chunmeng is their main business, it is not impossible if someone wants to have nightmares. As long as you give enough money, it will be okay. However, you have to let that person sign the required signature on the custom dream. The demand order is actually the devil's contract, but it is not a long-term type, but a one-time service purchased by customers from home. The succubus will charge some of the money and energy of the customers who receive the service as a service fee. It's the smell of a demon. Well, Darkness, do you actually want me, a goddess, to sign the succubus contract? When Darkness brought back the contract to Akiya for writing the nightmare content, Akiya became a little angry immediately. What a goddess, I think you just don't dare to sign, worrying that you will be attacked by succubus at night and manipulating your dreams to have nightmares. But in Darkness's agitation, Akiya decisively signed her name on the succubus contract. Akiya, will be afraid of nightmares. Let me tell you, I am a goddess, there is nothing I fear in this world. Darkness, watch it. If you dare to attack my succubus tonight, there will definitely be no good ending. Hey, he is a staff member in the service industry. If you plan to use purifying cheating methods to avoid having nightmares, then you are a scabby dog. I won't do such a thing. Akiya glanced over her eyes, and it was obvious that she really wanted to do this. But now that it has been discovered, there is nothing we can do. Time soon came to night. Because darkness gave a lot of money, the succubus shop owner personally took action. This is Miss Akiya who is going to have a nightmare tonight, right? Luckily, the owner of the succubus shop wanted to shake hands with Akiya, but Akiya opened his palm directly. Damn succubus, don't touch the pure me. If you have any methods, just use them. Succubus shop owner. Akiya's hostility made her feel a little chilled on her back. It seemed that as long as the grand priest in front of her was willing, she could instantly solve her as a superior demon. This was from the instinctual intuition of the demon, reminding her of a feeling. This person is very dangerous, and may be more dangerous than many high-level adventurers. He is a person who can kill him. However, the contract is a contract. Since she has purchased the customized dream service, she cannot retreat as the owner of the succubus shop. She represents the dignity of all succubus shops in Axel succubus shops. Dream manipulation requires the manipulator to fall asleep, so, this pure Miss Akiya, can you fall asleep now? Ha, do you want me to fall asleep without any warning in front of you, a succubus? Akiya, stop talking nonsense. If you don't dare to have nightmares, just say it directly. I won't force you, but I won't allow you to order Broly at will in the future. Ah, darkness, do you know if Tian Gang is against you? Broly is my disciple. I can use whatever I want. He is willing to be ordered by me. Is Broly? This is a real battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Actually, Broly, don't talk, this is my business with her. As soon as Broly spoke, darkness yelled back. I'll sleep, and let you see how I taught this succubus who is just a ignorant who wants to challenge me, the goddess, to do so. Succubus shop owner. She just collects money to serve, how come she is here to challenge the other party? No, there is a succubus around me, and I can't sleep at all. However, Akiya, who was covered with a quilt, had not had the best quality of sleep as Broly. Do you need some alcohol to help you sleep? Darkness asked with some sarcasm. And she actually didn't quite understand why she suddenly wanted to target Akiya. Perhaps, I really don't want Akiya to be domineering to her boy. This is okay. Hearing this, Akiya's eyes lit up and she nodded directly. Darkness brought the wine, and Akiya opened the bottle and drank it. As a result, she didn't fall asleep, but started to be drunk. Such, look at me purifying. However, before Akiya's drunkenness could be sent out in the room, Broly decisively took action first. With just a bang, Akiya fell straight on the bed. Everyone looked at the boy, and Broly took back his knife before explaining, this is the sleep aid technique I have recently developed. Just a gentle tweak on the back of the person's neck can easily have high-quality sleep like a baby. Everyone. Looking at Akiya who was completely knocked out of bed, she barely agreed with the boy's statement of high-quality sleep. Chapter 172 The Real Identity of the Rebel Disciple. However, they didn't know that Broly's move would be used on some fragile creatures, which might make it short-term. Sleep becomes permanent sleep. Some monsters that were used as test subjects for force control and were cut off by huge force can fully prove this. Of course, Broly used this trick on his wife when he was sure and Akiya was about to get drunk and got crazy. Now it seems that his strength is just right, just enough to make Akiya fall asleep. The dream skill was used by the succubus shop owner, and Broly also used the dream skill at the same time. After the boy's consent, was helped project Akiya's dream, not only for darkness, but also for himself. I don't know if it was because Broly intervened in the dream and planned to watch the master of the dream master, the master of the success shop, manipulated the dream. The magic power carrying the devil's aura was actually wrapped in his aura and successfully entered Akiya's consciousness world. It makes people have nightmares. Only a few succubus who likes fear of the taste and spiritual energy will manipulate nightmares like this. Broly, the opportunity is rare. Tonight I will let you see the specific practical methods of nightmares and dreams. Aqua in a coma became a master again, but this time she was the kind of master who was used as teaching material to teach. Just like the big bones in the medical school who donated their bodies, the master of the teaching succubus shop owner wanted to play with her dreams and used to teach Broly, the other party's disciple. Nightmare means that people dream of fear, but the so-called fearful things also vary from person to person. However, we can usually use some normal fearful things to test the master of the dream. However, your master is the grand priest, and it is forgot that the ghost dreams that make people scared. The owner of the succubus shop explained that in Akia's dream, he used the power of the dream to create some black bugs out of thin air. And insects like this really make humans feel scared, especially as women. Ah! From the screams from darkness outside, we can see that her attitude towards this insect is afraid. Hey, darkness, are you afraid of this insect? Was asked a little strangely. I was really a little scared after seeing it. Darkness told the truth. Ba. However, in the dream scene that was revealed with magic power in front of him, Akiya encountered these bugs while eating in the kitchen at home. She did not show any fear. Instead, she was extremely fierce and pinched the other person with her hands. Bastard, a mere cockroach, you dare to attack my dignified goddess of water. It's simply life or death. Even if the succubus shop owner tries to manipulate more black bugs, it is useless to appear in Akiya's dream. Akiya is not afraid at all. Even from the perspective of cognition, he created a set of insect extermination costumes for himself in his dreams, and chased a group of insects that looked like flying cockroaches for disinfection. Succubus shop owner. She has rarely seen human women who are not afraid of this kind of insect at all. Even some female adventurers will have certain negative emotions when they suddenly encounter this kind of insect, but Akiya has no. Your master is really amazing and you are not afraid of insects at all. The owner of the succubus shop said this to the boy next to him. Why are you afraid of food? Broly's answer was even more fierce than Aqua. Insects are also in the Saiyan recipes, but Broly doesn't eat much anymore, but that's just because there are better things to replace, not that they can't eat, let alone feel scared. Succubus shop owner. She felt that she was about to have negative emotions. Is that true? So that's it, then I understand. Well, humans all have giant phobia. Then, let me change your master's dream. After the succubus shop owner finished speaking, he began to skillfully manipulate his dreams. The dream began to change. To summarize the plot, a large number of small insects were disinfected by Akiya, leading to the big boss behind the small insects, a huge monster bug. The wriggling tentacles and slightly trembling arthropods have a different feeling in the big bug compared to the fear brought to people by the small bug. However, Akiya in the dream was just a little panicked at first. After using the canyon fist and water to generate a waterfall, she easily defeated the insect-like giant chasing her. The owner of the succubus shop wanted to resist, but he didn't know if it was restrained by the goddess's purifying power. Her resistance was useless. She was more like a mantis armed in a chariot, and was defeated by Akiya in the dream. Your master is unexpectedly strong. After saying this, the owner of the succubus shop said something. He manipulated the dream again without believing in it. Many creatures that can make the adventurer feel scared, such as lion scorpion, human-faced death spider, bipedal flying dragon, etc. And the result? Ahaha, Akiya, is indeed the invincible goddess in the world. The nightmare that originally wanted to make Akiya feel scared turned into a great drama that made the goddess of the lower realm show her power and unparalleled heroine. In the dream, Akiya stood on the corpses of a bunch of monsters, and her laughing posture made people see her confidence and pride at the naked eye. Succubus shop owner. This seems to be a bit reverse teaching, but there is no way. This person is really strange, and he shows a complete victory in his dream. Control her power. Sorry, my guest, I really have nothing to do. Outside, the owner of the succubus apologized to darkness. Although she did not want to admit it, her current dream manipulation attainments was indeed unable to use Akiya in her sleep state. Perhaps, even if the succubus queen in hell comes, she has to write a big word for coward on Akiya's legs. Shopkeeper, if you can't do it, let me try it. Just as she was about to withdraw her dream power, Broly next to her suddenly said. Are you sure? The owner of the succubus shop asked. She knew that the woman who was dreaming was the child's master. Master Akiya wants to have a nightmare. I think as a disciple, I must satisfy her. Broly said seriously. Broly, are you on my side? Darkness was a little moved, and the happiness value began to rise. However, Broly really just wanted to satisfy his master's wish to have nightmares. At most, I just want to take the extra exam for my dream exercise skills. Chapter 173 The Real Nightmare. The owner of the succubus shop handed over the manipulation authority of Akiya's dream, and Broly took over the next manipulation of the dream. Who else, come out for me. I want to kill 1,000 high-level monsters. Akiya, who is experiencing the drama of the heroine, doesn't want to end this dream easily. She stood on the pile of corpses of the dream monsters and shouted loudly at the white mist in the distance. The monsters just now were all refreshed from the edge of the white fog. At this time, Akiya actually realized that she was dreaming. And she wanted to give the succubus who was ignorant of the sky and the earth to look good. Akiya didn't know that the one who took over the dream now was her disciple, a real rebellious disciple. Broly had already observed the entire process of the succubus shop owner who manipulated his master's dream. Now that he had manipulated his master's dream, he already had his own ideas. I saw that the fog on the edge of Akiya's dream began to fade away, but a plain of green grass appeared around. Qua! A giant frog made a courtship cry, but it did not mean to attack. Ha! If you can't do high-level monsters, will you change them back to low-level monsters? Seeing this, Akiya sneered. Perhaps, in reality, she would be afraid of the giant frog, but this is her dream. Her dream is controlled by her, and in the dream she is an invincible existence. Come on, the abominable succubus, the abominable giant frog, let you see the real power of the goddess. Akiya raised her hand and began to sing. Water vapor in my world, in the name of the goddess of water, please gather on top of my head. Akiya came to the mortal world, and her ability as a goddess was somewhat restricted. However, restrictions are only restricted in reality, but not in dreams. Akiya, who knew that she was dreaming, showed her full strength as the goddess of water. In just a moment, the sky in the dream started to thunder. The convergence of water vapor directly affects the environment. Giant frog, face God's wrath, God's dignity, God's power, God's thunder falls. The blue lightning that penetrates the sky and the earth falls from the sky, not at all weaker than the power of the real natural lightning, and directly hits the giant frog. In the light of lightning, Akiya was like a thunder valkyrie, clearly the goddess of water. Qua! However, the giant frog was not killed by the falling thunder. It supported an energy protective barrier on its body and withstood the falling thunder. How is that possible? Akiya widened her eyes, unable to believe that her tricks to exert all her strength could not deal with a mere frog. But this is of course, because this is a dream. The giant frog in reality may not be able to resist her trick just now, but it has become possible here. Broly just gave his energy barrier tricks to the dream creature he made, allowing the giant frog to easily resist Akiya's strongest attack. Qua! As long as you add enough values to the giant frog, even if it is just a frog, it can become very terrifying in your dreams. I saw the giant frog that was far away jumping gently, crossing hundreds of meters away, and coming to Akiya. No, this is my dream. How could I lose to a mere frog in my dream? Akiya, who was a little panicked, encouraged herself and used the maximum power of the kamikaze fist, but the result was no different from the reality. The water vapor lost control and gradually dissipated. The sky in the dream field became clear. On this clear field, Akiya had lost control of her expression and was wailing and was chased by a giant frog. Save me, I don't want to be eaten by the giant frog. The Thunder Valkyrie no longer exists, and Akiya returns to her original posture. And for her, this was really a nightmare. Haha, it makes you arrogant. Darkness looked at Akiya's dream scene outside and couldn't help but wave his fist. Although Viz doesn't want to admit it, he looks at Akiya in the dream. She was still a little happy when she was defeated. The happiness values of these two people have both risen. However, although the happiness values of Darkness and Wiz have increased, Akiya's happiness values have dropped after all. Broly didn't do too much. After controlling the giant frog to chase his master for a while, he made a brilliant appearance in his dream, kicking the giant frog out with one kick, saving his master. Broly, Akiya hugged the boy's waist and cried in her dream. Wiz's magic also recorded this scene carefully in close-up. Master Akiya, it's okay, you can have a good dream. Broly touched Akiya's head, as if she sometimes provided her knee pillow, and also provided her with her own knee pillow. The master and apprentice in the dream sat under a big tree, and the breeze blew gently. Akiya was pillowing on the boy's thigh and fell asleep. Outside, Akiya's breathing has also become calmer and she has entered a state of deep sleep. Broly, you're still too indulging in Akiya. Darkness said a little dissatisfied. She is my master and my wife. If I don't spoil her, who can spoil her? Then I'm your wife too. I can spoil you too. I want to sleep on your thighs like Akiya. Good. Broly nodded, it was no big deal. Whiz. Is this considered jealousy? Wits, do you want to sleep on my thighs too? Broly asked suddenly. Ah, I won't need it. Whiz is still quite mature. She can't stand it, and she acts like a spoiled child who is younger than herself. If I'm not working, I'll leave first. The owner of the succubus shop said from the side that she couldn't stand this situation where she was obviously very close but had no erotic energy. If she continues to stay, she is afraid that she will urge the boy to do a lot of hard work in this room this night. The risk is that she may be killed by a wake-up priest with powerful purification techniques. Although the dream is absurd, it can be regarded as a trace. The owner of the succubus shop is a visionary demon. He also thinks of the huge goddess aura that suddenly appeared above Axel before. Now he recognizes Akia's self-proclaimed goddess identity and becomes the second Axel's discerning person. Oh no, one is a lich and the other is a succubus, and none of them are considered humans, and on the other hand, no one believes in Akia's self-deprecating identity as a goddess. Even the Akusa scholars would look at Akua with a strange look when she told her identity as the goddess of water, as if she recognized Akua, but it seemed that she did not recognize her identity as the goddess. Chapter 174 Demonization in Harvest Season. After a sleep, the nightmare thing seemed to be forgotten. No one mentioned that night, whether it was Akia or darkness. But from time to time, the two of them would come to Broly and ask him to help have a good dream. Broly also got a new channel for the happiness value of two people. Summer goes and autumn comes, the weather gradually becomes cooler, and the wheat in the farmland outside the city is dyed with golden colors, and the Adventurers Guild is also preparing for the harvest season. Harvest season is a rather strange season in this world. It is said that some crops are unwilling to mature and are eaten by humans. They will suddenly grow legs or evolve their movement ability during the harvest season of various crops, and then escape. The reason is that there are many magic factors in this world. Even ordinary crops will easily become demonized under the influence of a rich magic environment. Of course, the probability of ordinary crops being demonized is relatively small, but the harvest season is a time when magic factors are relatively active, and it is also a period when many crops mature in large quantities. Therefore, although the probability of being demonized is small, it becomes common because the base has increased. Akia took a net and caught a potato that ran away with rhizome and tentacles on the ground, knocking the demonized potato out of it, introducing this situation. In autumn, solving a large number of demonized crops is also a daily commission often held in the Adventurers Guild. Overall, such commissions may be dangerous to ordinary people, but they are still easy to deal with for adventurers. Moreover, magic crops will also have a certain degree of improvement in their body because they are rich in magic factors, whether in terms of taste or the experience they can get from eating them, and then their value is higher than that of ordinary crops. Therefore, there is a saying of the harvest season. However, the real harvest day has not arrived yet, and it's just a small fight now. It took an afternoon to deal with the magic crops of dozens of acres of farmland with the rest of the team. Back at Broly, who was on the Adventurer Guild, he heard the introduction of the new version of the harvest season from Miss Patter. However, it is said to be an introduction to the new version, but it is actually something that locals know. More farther east of Axel, there is a large area of cabbage growing. Although the lords over there will make people clean up a lot of demonized cabbage, there will still be many demonized cabbages breaking through many obstacles every year and flying over to Axel. The final destination of those cabbages is further west the wasteland. Axel is their must-pass place, and the real harvest day is the day when cabbage comes. Broly was a little expectant. He was chewing roasted potatoes with long legs, stewed eggplant and roasted tomatoes with long arms. The taste of these magical vegetables is indeed better than that of ordinary crops, and he doesn't know how magical cabbage tastes. The demonized cabbage did not make Broly wait for too long. In the second week of autumn, it flew over from the eastward sky like a flock of migratory birds. The dense colors made the sky look green. Harvest day is here, are you all ready? The prosecutor's lady from the Adventurers Guild asked, and a group of adventurers who came outside the city gate answered in unison. Of course you're ready. These people held tools for catching demonized cabbage in their hands, and not only were the adventurers ready to capture demonized cabbage, but even the towns and residents of Axeln were prepared for similar preparations. But ordinary people are not stronger than adventurers. Except for some people who are confident in their own strength, other residents just set up traps around and at the top of their own houses, waiting for the demonized cabbage to fall into the trap. Broly, you must not use energy bombs. Cabbage that turns into ashes cannot be eaten. As soon as Akia finished instructing her, Darkness had already taken a step forward. She went straight to the front line to face the edge of the cabbage army. Don't underestimate the power of these demonized cabbages. Although they have no brains, they are still very powerful even if they are rushing by instinct alone. On harvest day, you can occasionally hear the accident of the person who was killed by demonized cabbage. Among the dead, some adventurers who took it lightly. Of course, for Darkness, with her powerful defense as the Cross Knight, the impact of the cabbage is nothing. You demonized cabbages, all come to me, Darkness will protect everyone here. Darkness directly mocked a group of cabbages in the sky, and countless cabbages changed directions and rushed towards her. Darkness, who was hit, wailed because of this, but it was a refreshing wail, and she liked the feeling of being hit. Come on, let the cabbage storm come more violently. Good job, Darkness, let's see me next. Akia was very satisfied with the night girl's ability to gather monsters, so she raised her hand and activated the water generation magic towards Darkness. The water flow shot directly hit a large group of cabbage, and Darkness inside also bombarded it with him. Akia, did you bastard on purpose? Darkness, who was wet all over, was very dissatisfied. Akia's move was somewhat of a personal grudge. Sorry, the monster gathering effect you just now was so good, just like someone sticking his butt in front of me, and I just couldn't help but kick it. Akia's apology was not sincere, but Darkness just took this trick. Thinking of her being almost kicked in the butt in public, she felt a little difficult to control herself. When he said something too much, his body continued to gather monsters sincerely and was then hit by Akia's current. The cooperation between Akia and Darkness is also the choice of most adventurers who form the team. However, not every adventurer team has a casting profession member, so Akia's water generation and water flow impact move becomes to use a net bag to directly hold it in order to control it, and then use physical strikes to deal with the magic cabbage. Bulks of demonized cabbage were knocked down, but a large part of them either flowed into the town or flew directly over Axel towards the west. The harvest process is a bit dangerous, but every adventurer shows an old farmer-like smile on his face, and they are showing off their magical powers. Seeing this, Broly was ready to take action, but the energy bomb could not be used. If he only used his fists and feet, it would be inefficient and would easily blow up the cabbage. Yes, I can use this trick. Broly raised his hand and the skill that absorbed the life of the absorbing touch was used, but not on the body of an exact object, but on the body of his own chi. I saw a cyclone appearing in Broly's little hand. As the cyclone became faster and faster, the air around him was pulled by the cyclone on his side. However, Broly controlled the size of the cyclone in his hand, and the adventurers present only had a debuff with magic and energy loss on their bodies, but the demonized cabbage near him fell from the sky one after another. This kind of demonized crop is actually very fragile. The air on the body is just taken away a little, and then it falls from the sky in batches and lies in corpses. However, this method has its advantages and disadvantages. The magical cabbage that has been pulled away with some of its magical power is not as delicious as those that have been knocked out directly or have been washed out by water. Even the crispness has decreased a little, which is equivalent to sacrificing the taste. Of course, Broly can beat the number of people who capture the magic cabbage alone. A bunch of adventurers. The range-absorbing touch used by combined with the air eventually provided Broly with an energy ball full of vitality. Looking at the sphere full of life energy in his hand, Broly felt a little distressed. If this thing was taken back into his body, he would not have to eat for at least 2 days. Fortunately, after hearing some adventurers shouting that they were tired, Broly had a good idea. But before that, you have to ask the logistics staff of the Adventurers Guild to help collect the magical cabbage hills you have harvested. After these were done, Broly used his energy ball to force the life energy ball into the magic of water generation. He has done this kind of thing many times, and soon a vibrant water ball appeared. If it is filled in a bottle now, then this is an unstable vitality potion. But if you use it directly, you don't have to pay too much attention to the issue of stability or not. Go! Broly threw the vibrant water ball in his hand into the sky, and the water generation magic engraved in the water ball quickly unfolded. Then use flowers, birds, wind and moon to transform water to generate magic water outlet, and an artificial drizzle with the effect of vitality potion falls from the sky. Broly presented a vibrant rain of recovery to the tired people. In this way, you can have a normal meal at night. Broly looked like he was planning. Chapter 175 Pickled Vegetables and the Visit of the Duke of Hell. After the harvest day, demonized cabbage became the staple food for residents of Axel towns, and there are many ways to make cabbage. Broly has eaten it alone, including cold salad, stir-fry, boiled, steamed and barbecued. The taste and flavor of cabbage brought by each different method are different. What impressed Broly was the pickled cabbage that hadn't been eaten yet. Broly, go and get the salt, darkness, don't be lazy, hurry up and stomp the cabbage there, we must let the cabbage absorb the salt fully. A large square fermentation pit was dug out in the front yard of the other hall. On the harvest day, Broly caught too many demonized cabbages, and the residents in the town more or less caught some demonized cabbage themselves. There too many demonized cabbages have no sales. In order to avoid waste, a part of the magic cabbage was put into the underground ice cellar made by Wiz, while on the other side, Akia suddenly had the idea of making pickled vegetables, so she was sliced and poured into the fermentation pit used as fermented pickled vegetables. The method of pickling is very simple, which is to fully mix edible salt, sugar, garlic paste, and cabbage. At this moment, Akia was standing barefoot on a pile of cabbage with a headscarf, but with darkness, she stomped on the cabbage in the entire fermentation pit. It is said that only by stepping out the original moisture in the cabbage can the taste of salt, sugar, and garlic be integrated into it. However, before the cabbage had the taste of Akia, Broly suspected that Akia and Darkness would marinate their feet first, so that every day when the two of them took a bath, he would focus on taking care of their legs and feet. It is worth mentioning that Master Akia's calves have soft legs and her toes look a bit like round grapes. Darkness's calves have some fat-covered muscles, and his toes are slightly longer. Compared with Master Akia, Darkness's soles are more tickling. This is something Broly discovered when rubbing Darkness's feet. Just scratch his fingers gently on the soles of his feet, Darkness's toes will move randomly, and sometimes his body will become tense, as if he is enduring something. On the contrary, Master Akia didn't feel much, but her waist was sensitive. Every time she rubbed her towel over, she would subconsciously twist her body on the wooden bed. However, since Master Akia's waist is relatively fleshy, it feels like a fat water snake twisting her waist. Compared to using hard baths, sometimes using lighter strength to brush over the skin that is not muddy, it will make people feel more comfortable. Because this bathing technique will cause goosebumps on the person being rubbed, that is, the hairs on his back, Broly named it Skin Chicken Skin Stimulation Technique. Compared to this straightforward naming method, the outside world actually has a more elegant name for this technique, but it is called Font Caress. Unfortunately, this move only works for Akia and Darkness. As for Wiz, I don't know if it is because of the insensitive Lich's skin. She is not afraid of itching or being gently caressed to the skin. Instead, she needs to rub her body with a little more force to achieve the corresponding increase in happiness. While Akia and Darkness were busy pickling vegetables, Wiz was in charge of the magic prop store that was deserted again. Since handing over the sales rights of the Vitality Potion to the Succubus store, this place has completely returned to its past appearance. Idle. Wiz looked at the uninhabited shop and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, she wanted to help pickle vegetables, but Akia said frankly, "I don't want to eat the cabbage pickled vegetables that smells stinky." Akia's words hurt the innocent Lich as always. There is no smell of corpse in her body. She does not sweat or need to excrete it every day. The smell of shampoo after taking a bath can last for a long time and will not be covered up. Even when Brolin's child smelled everything in his body, the other party said that there was no problem with Xiang. However, one thing that cannot be denied is that the excessive amount of death magic that occasionally overflows from the body of Wiz, which will indeed corrupt the colonies on the cabbage, which is true. He wiped the dust from the unsold goods in the store with a rag. While Wiz was thinking about creating some props for himself that could restrain the magic of death that he overflowed, the door of the magic prop store was suddenly knocked. Dong 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 dong. The door is not closed, the shop is still open, please come in. Wiz said quickly. But strangely, people outside were still knocking on the door persistently. This forced Wiz to stop his work and go to open the door. "Yeah, Wiz, long time no see." Standing at the door of the magic prop store was a tall young man wearing a strange black and white mask. After seeing the Lich Miss open the door, he greeted her. "Hey, Mr. Barnier, why are you here?" The Lich Miss was a little surprised. The young man in front of her was the Duke of Hell and the known as the Cliff-Eyed Demon. "Hey? I'm here to find you, don't you welcome me?" However, it is said to be a Cliff-Eye Demon, but for the Lich Wiz who is comparable to his strength, the Cliff-Eye abilities of Cliff-Eye are still difficult to exert effect. Unless the body in hell can descend into this world, there are still many people and things in this world that cannot be seen through. Of course not, I just felt a little surprised. The Lich Miss waved her hand quickly. Barniel said she was a demon, but she actually took good care of herself. When she was just transformed into a lich and was invited to join the Demon King's army, the Duke of Hell provided a lot of help and care. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I just felt the taste of wealth in the contract, so I came here to take a look. Barnier walked into the store, sat on the chair and crossed his legs before continuing, Wits, more than 20 years have passed, how much money have you made? Now report it to me, I have to know how much money is missing from fulfilling my dream. I actually don't make much money. I've only made 300 million to 400 million Eris. Wiz answered honestly. 3 or 400 million. Wiz, I didn't expect you to learn to lie now. You know, for a demon like me, the smell of desire is simply a beacon in the night. The smell of copper I smelled in that room may be worth less than 2 billion yuan, right? Barnier said, pointing to the custody room that has now become a small vault. Well, Mr. Barnier, there is indeed a lot of money in that room, but not all of that money belongs to me. 70% of it belongs to my 2 current partners. We jointly run a money-making pharmacy business. Wiz quickly explained. So that's it. Then you don't mind introducing your partner to me, right? Barnier nodded and asked again. Hey, Mr. Barnier wants to know my partner. To be honest, I'm interested in their money, but please rest assured that if they were your friends, I would trade fairly in exchange for this part of the money. Chapter 176 Demon's Duel Invitation. As the Duke of Hell, Barnier has many good things in his hands, but the cautious attitude of humans in this world towards demons makes it rare to have some of their collections to cash in. But now it is different. A guy who can deal with a lich like Wiz must not mind dealing with a more demon. Barnier is confident in meeting the other party's needs and thus earning a large amount of money. Of course, playing tricks on the other party and then taking advantage of wealth is also a good choice, but it depends on Wiz's attitude towards his partners. If the relationship is good, it is not easy to do too much. Mr. Barnier, I advise you not to deal with my partners. The Lich Miss persuaded her. What, are you afraid that your partner will suffer? Barnier asked with his lips curled up. No, I'm afraid of Mr. Barnier, you might be beaten to death. Wiz said seriously. Huh? We will be beaten to death. Are you serious? Although this is just my clone, you have also experienced the strength of my clone. Although Mr. Barnier is very good, I still want to say that you may still die because my partner is a goddess and her disciple. Goddess, are you referring to beautiful human women? Barniel asked, tilting his head. No, I mean the kind of goddess that will be worshipped by everyone in the church. Wiz shook his head and replied. So, the sacred aura I felt a while ago was actually the situation where the goddess came to the earth. Barnier touched his chin. As the Duke of Hell who is targeting the gods, he is not very afraid of the gods who come to the world. Anyway, they are all restricted by the power of the 2 sessions. But Wiz, why did you get together with the goddess? Do you want to betray your contract with us? Mr. Barnier, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't stare at me with a murderous ray. Looking at the young man with red light in his eyes, Wiz quickly explained how he and Akia met Broly. Hey, there are really people in this world who like liches, and it's accurate here you a partner with a lich? Barnier was not very concerned about the fact that Wiz was forced to be a wife, but he was a little surprised that someone in this world would like to have a lich. Then, Wiz, we have to congratulate you. As a super old leftover woman from a human perspective, you can finally get rid of the single thing. Mr. Barnier, who do you think is the older single woman? This is not obvious. Before Barnier finished speaking, he took off his mask and threw it to the side. Click. S body, which was originally sitting on the chair, turned into an ice sculpture in an instant. I haven't seen you for so long, and I thought you've gotten better, but I didn't expect you to be so popular. The mask fell to the ground, the clay squirmed, and the figure of Barnier was formed again, and he complained directly. Don't you know that it is a very offensive behavior to call women a older single woman at will? Okay, this is a bad thing for us. We can apologize to you. Well, this doesn't taste very good. However, we still plan to get to know you, Mr. Wiz, who likes you, don't you mind recommending us? Hey, what are you going to do? Are you trying to be unfavorable to Broly? Ha, are we like this? You are a demon. Although we are demons, we have always acted openly and upright. At most, we are telling your future husband about your actual age. Mr. Barnier, you look like you want to die. Wiz kept a smile on his face, but his words were already in the situation of bringing ice slags, and she had taken out the staff. Just kidding, we promise not to mention your true age, but just talk about the contract with you. Contract, that's my business with you, right? But aren't you going to marry someone else? When humans get married, they will declare to share weal and woe before God, which means that my contract with you will extend to your future husband. Of course, I won't go too far, but I have to make sure that the guy who likes you is someone who is willing to take responsibility with you and fulfill the contract with me. When he met Wiz, Wiz was just a little girl. He had been entangled with the other party for many years and gained a lot of negative emotions by playing with the other party. Therefore, Barnier still has a lot of feelings for Wiz, but that feeling is not love, but more like the feeling of an old father treating his daughter. This made Barnier want to find out what kind of person he liked Viz, a lich who was a goddess disciple. So, Wiz, are you an old cow that eats tender grass? Looking at the boy who was only tall with his thighs, Barnier was silent for a while before turning to the lich and asking. What do you mean by an old cow that eats tender grass? I am obviously the one I am attracted to. Wiz quickly retorted that she was not a copper-smelting lich. Wits, who is he? Broly looked at Barnier, and from this man, he felt a breath that was not inferior to Akia. Is. Before the Lichmas was introduced, Barnier introduced his identity first. We are one of the cadres of the Demon King army. The Duke of Hell who leads the demons. It is also the great demon Banal who sees through everything in the world. When we meet for the first time, we have a strange corpse-loving and seem to be loved by the gods. Barnier bowed slightly, his movements were very elegant, but his words were not very nice. I'm Broly, not a little devil. Broly frowned slightly and corrected Barnier's words. Is there anything wrong with asking Wiz to come over? It's nothing big. I just want to get to know the person who likes Wiz and discuss with you about my contract with her. Contract? Broly was puzzled, and Wiz explained, when I got the Lich transformation magic, I signed a contract with Mr. Barnier, agreeing that after becoming a Lich, I would help me realize my wish. Our wish is to pass away gorgeously after tasting the highest level of negative emotions. Barnier continued. The specific plan is to build a gorgeous underground maze so that the adventurers who worked hard to fight in front of me will only get a treasure chest with the words empty written on it after defeating me hard. I will taste their frustration while dying. This is a very strange guy, right? Miss Lich pointed at Barnier and complained. But according to the content of the contract, I have to take on the construction of the expected maze, which includes providing corresponding financial resources. As the creditor of this Lich, we must remind you, this little devil, that if you want to be with her, you must shoulder the contract between her and us. Barnier bent down and stared at the boy in front of him with red eyes, as if he wanted to intimidate the other party. How much do you need? I really asked a question without hesitation, but it's not a matter of money. Isn't it a matter of money? It's a human problem. Barnier said seriously. Before completing the contract, Wiz was all our things, but now someone has set his sights on our things and attempts to invade our belongings. How do you think we, as the Duke of Hell, should we treat you, a bold guy? Hey, my contract with you hasn't sold myself to you. The Lichmas retorted. No matter what the price, I can pay. Please give me the strength to save my companions. Barnier didn't say anything, but took out a magic projection device and played the decisive scene of the Ice Witch who had fought with him in the decisive battle with him in order to save his companions. Ah, why did you still take a picture? I have to say that Miss Wiz, who was in the human era, said this scene with bleeding from the corner of her mouth, was really full of charm. Humph, this is what you said at the beginning. No matter what the price you pay, you have to save your companions. Although we didn't want you to sell yourself, you sold yourself to us. Barnier covered his mask and laughed. Wiz's negative emotions tasted really good. It was indeed an extremely correct decision to record the scene of signing the contract. What do you want? A big demon creditor suddenly appeared on Wiz, which really made Broly unexpectedly, and Broly couldn't help asking. Well, if I ask you to give up Wiz. Before Barnier could finish his words, he was interrupted. This is impossible. The happiness value on Wiz has reached more than 300 points. Although it is not as good as the happiness value of Akia and darkness, it is already a value that cannot be ignored. Not to mention that a demon creditor is coming. Even if a group of demons come to collect debts, it is impossible for Broly to give up. At worst, the debt will be eliminated if the person dies. A dangerous thought suddenly appeared in his mind, and Broly looked at Barnier with a bad look. Barnier wanted to nod and agree with the boy in front of him that he wanted to get Wiz, but suddenly received malice from the Saiyan boy. The fullness of this emotion made Barnier, the Duke of Hell, stunned. Let's do this. We are not a person who likes to break up couples, but we can give you a chance. How about we have a dignified duel? As long as you can beat me in a one-on-one challenge, we will terminate the contract with Wiz. But on the contrary, if you lose to me, you must become a person who sells himself to us. Barnier, the Duke of Hell, sent an invitation to duel to the Saiyan boy. The bets are Vitz's personal freedom and Broly's personal freedom. Chapter 177. If you don't have the ability, why are you bragging? Barnier did not underestimate Broly. Since Wiz had already told him that the other party was a goddess disciple, the boy with a special hobby in his eyes should have corresponding excellent qualities. It is probably also a brave man who was reincarnated from a different world by the goddess to this world. Judging from the fact that most brave men who were reincarnated from this world by the goddess in the past had plugins or props on his body, the other party definitely had special features. However, it is not uncommon for the existence of the reincarnated brave man. As the Duke of Hell, Barnier only has 7 in Hell, and he is the leader of the 7 demons. His strength is the most powerful among all the great demons. Even though he is just a clone in this world and his power is restricted to death, Barnier also has confidence in his strength. Over the years, probably only the old Demon King has a considerable strength with himself. The old Demon King here does not refer to the current Demon King Hachisaka Kyoiki, but to the brave man who was reincarnated into this world in the past. However, the other party finally joined the Demon King's army, married the female Demon King at that time, and became the new Demon King. However, this has happened a long time ago. The old friend with a lifespan limit has grown many times now. As he rarely encounters his opponents, Barnier is very confident in his victory. Is ready. After giving the boy a blow to make the other party his contractor, he uses the bait to fish the other party, so that it can continuously produce various negative emotions. For example, you can give the other party something that is easy to do, and then promise that the other party will allow him and we eyes to become married as long as they do things. But at critical moments, they deliberately destroy what the other party is about to do, thus achieving a sense of frustration. Or, you can also make the other person angry and absorb the other person's anger. In short, Barnier already has a series of ideas to squeeze out all kinds of negative emotions of the boy next to him, but if he really wants to squeeze out negative emotions, he still has to wait until he defeats the boy next to him to gain the other party's right to personal freedom. For Wiz's sake, we will make another statement in the end that once you, a little devil, sign this bet on personal freedom with us, you must fulfill the agreement. If you fail, once you have the idea of breaking the contract, the consequences will be very serious. We will pull you into hell and cause you torture in hell. Barnier's eyes glowed red, giving Broly the last warning. Don't scare people like this, Mr. Barnier. I know you are a devil who is not a murderer. Now you are saying these words, you should be scaring Broly and wanting to get from this child. Let's reap the negative emotions of fear? Miss Lich interrupted directly. No, Wiz, can you not tear my desk? The Duke of Hell, who was exposed for his purpose, was a little furious. Broly's malice just now made him enjoy his taste, and he wanted to change his taste through inducing him. Hey, don't kill. Broly looked at the Lich Miss curiously. According to Mr. Barnier, he treats humans as the object of producing delicious food, so he never kills humans. When I was with him, I could occasionally see him doing things that threaten humans as humans who were troubled by monsters. Wiz explained that it was from that time that she changed her mind about Barnier, the Duke of Hell. The behavior of this great demon in his previous gang of his team was regarded as just teasing their team, rather than trying to kill them. For demons, the negative emotions that humans have when they are alive are the freshest and most delicious food. Although the souls of human beings can also produce corresponding negative emotions after death, the negative emotions generated at this time are almost the same as leftovers. Let me ask, is fresh and delicious food better, or is leftover food better? When Barnier saw Broly looking over with a confirmation gaze, he explained and asked back. Of course it's fresh and delicious food. Broly answered without hesitation. That's right, since that's the case, why do we kill the humans who were able to make fresh and delicious food, and turn them into undead who can only make leftovers? This is why Barnier does not kill humans and even actively protects humans. When Barnier saw Broly with an agreement, he felt something was wrong. He said to him calmly, "You little devil, don't think that we are a good person because of this. Let humans live and then cut off human hands and feet. We will do such extremely cruel things. People who like delicious food will not be bad." Broly has a different view on this, and he believes that Barnier is a good devil. When he wanted to kill the other party and to get rid of his personal debt, the other party also gave him a simpler way to deal with the problem. Just defeating the other party can easily cancel the contract with Weis. If it weren't for the devil, could he make such a bet that would give him convenience? Barnier is just not interested in human despair and painful emotions, so he has not done anything torture living people, but why does the other party just look like he has seen through that he has never done such an excessive thing? Is the little ghost in front of him also has the ability to see through the clairvoyance? Little dear, remember what you said now, I will make you regret it later. Barnier still made a harsh statement when he lost his opponent. After Broly signed the bet, a Saiyan, a Lich and a demon walked out of the gate of Axel Town together. It was necessary to fight one-on-one, so it was impossible to fight in the town. After the three of them left the city gate, they came all the way to the plain far away from Axel, and then stopped. This place is suitable, even if there is some noise, it will not be noticed. Barnier was very satisfied with this place. Actually, it's okay to get close to the town. Broly doesn't care, he feels that he can win easily. Ha, can you predict your fate of being about to fail now? It's your failure. Arrogant little devil. Barnier said unhappily and walked to the opposite side. Almost 5 or 6 meters away, he stood opposite Broly. So, are you both ready for this fight that bet on personal freedom? Wiz didn't bother to watch the fun, and stood in the middle line and became the referee. Of course, she also has a bet identity. Certainly. I can start anytime. Then, I will announce the start of this fight. The battle began, but neither Broly nor Barnier moved. What, the real battle has begun, are you so scared that you dare not move? No, I just think you are a good devil no matter how you say it, and I feel a little sorry for you to KO you directly. I held a beauty pageant before, and Master Akia said that we should respect every talented person who works hard, and those who work hard should not be ridiculed. I think the devil who works hard should be respected. Come on, please start your performance. When you perform almost the same, I will end the battle in an instant. Broly said in a humble manner, signaling Barnier to show off his martial talent. Haha, don't make too much joke. It turns out that a super boss like us is a little embarrassed to come to meet up with a little guy like you. You actually want us to experience something even more embarrassing now. When bullying a little guy like you, you have to attack first. Please, I don't want to know about this matter by other demons in the future and get a deal with a child. The title of the strong devil. So, if you don't want to attack first, we can also accompany you here to slowly waste it to see who the guy who fell down first. The demons of hell also care about reputation, and Barnier doesn't want to bear the embarrassing reputation of bullying children and attacking first. Seeing that Barnier was determined not to do it first, Broly scratched his head. When he came out, Akia told him to go home early and help put the mixed cabbage into the clay pot. Since that's the case, I'll attack first. Let the horse come over, we will easily block your attack and press you to the ground, making you cry on the ground. Seeing that Barnier was so confident, Broly mentioned the level of strength to use. The next moment, he came to Barnier. As he said, Barnier was like he was still in the face of other creatures, and he was completely unable to react. The sight of the Duke of Hell actually kept up with his own trajectory. But it was just that his eyes were keeping up. Barnier's movements were still as fast as Broly's eyes. It was impossible for the other party to stop his attack. When Barnier's hand was just raised, Broly's small fist hit his abdomen first. In the real world of normal time flow, Barnier's extremely confident words were just finished and he was slapped in the face by Broly the next second. The waist and abdomen were broken in the waist, and the entire upper body was blown away by Broly's small body and the wind pressure brought by high speed. This scene made Broly's mind a little confused. A guy who was so bragging loudly was actually instantly caught. After all, Darkness in the dream was punched by himself, at most he had a broken rib, but the other party. The sarcastic bragging sounds like a shock, and when you see the record is 0 to 5, I haven't tried hard yet, why did you fall down? A lot of information appeared in my mind, but in the end it turned into a sentence, if you don't have the ability, why are you bragging? Chapter 178. Come on, the demon brother wearing a mask. Ah, this feeling of annoyance and guilt is really delicious. However, can the speed and power just now really be possessed by humans? Barniel, who was lying on the ground, was immersed in the guilt conveyed by Broly, while thinking about Broly's attack just now. Originally, I thought the boy was just valued by the goddess, and his body was stained with the goddess aura, which caused his clairvoyance to fail, but I didn't expect that the other party was really strong. The speed was so fast that if Qunlian had not captured the future changes in the surrounding air, he would not even be able to react. And the weight of the fist hitting him felt like he was concentrating and confronted by a giant monster. If the other party hits his mask, his clone will probably be directly killed. The other party's words just now were not arrogant, but just a fact. This little devil is really a real monster. So, how should we deal with the current situation? Barnier became a little distressed. Mr. Barnier, if you don't get up from the ground, I will think you have given up. Over there, was shouted toward him. Bastard, you, a heartless lich, can't I let you lie down for a while and absorb his guilt more? Barnier, who had only half of his body, directly supported himself from the ground and shouted at Wee Eyes, who put his hands on his mouth as a loudspeaker. Hey, are you not dead? After Barnier got up, Broly felt guilty that he had killed a good devil because he used too much force. How is it? We are not dead. Did you feel very disappointed? Barnier's body reconverged, and asked directly. No, I'm not disappointed, I'm just a little curious. Why can you brag yourself so hard, won't you feel ashamed? Broly asked in his heart. Sincerity is a killing move, and Barnier only felt like an arrow was passing through his heart. Are we weak? Although it is just a clone, how many people in this world can instantly? Are you not weak? Broly raised his little fist and seemed to say, I just exploded you. Ha ha ha, it seems that we are really underestimated. Since that's the case, there's nothing to say. If you can't see our power today, then we will be the Duke of Hell. Come out, my clay clones. When Barnier, who had recovered his body, slapped the ground, the grassy ground became soft, and countless small clay Barniers got up from the ground. This is... Broly looked at the little Barniel who jumped onto him, and couldn't understand what these doll-sized little things can do. You don't even hide for a while? Then I have to teach you how to be good. It's a good habit to keep a distance in the wild. Do you have any problems with these strange trumpets? Broly asked with a trumpet, Barnier. Of course there is a problem, this problem is, day. Barnier snapped his fingers. A fire suddenly appeared on Broly, and a large area of smoke and dust were directly raised. We made it, the little clone will explode. Barnier continued to talk at this time. Every explosion is equivalent to the power of the intermediate magic fireball technique. Being bombarded by so many of our little clones, even if you are a monster. Before he finished speaking, the smoke and dust were swung away. Broly, who waved his hand in the middle of the smoke and dust, had no other damage except that some of his clothes were blown and damaged. Of course, the situation that made him dirty doesn't count. It's a very interesting trick, but it's so smoke and dust that it's not as good as it's. If I want me to rate you such a talent show, I can only give you 7 points at most. Broly said seriously. How high is your defense value? Barnier asked. It's full, what's wrong? Your values won't be full, right? No, the intelligence and luck values are not full. This answer silenced Barnier, realizing that the boy opposite might be a supernumerical monster, and this ability should be given to the other party by those gods. Damn it, are those goddesses whose heads were kicked by donkeys starting to throw some unreasonable plug-in reincarnations into this world again? Barnier cursed. As a chef who likes human emotions, he has done many times before that guys who are reincarnated in this world, which may threaten human life and even the world's mess. For example, if the fortress destroyer created by a certain reincarnation person had not been asked to ask another Hell Duke who had distorted reality and forcibly distorted the action route of that thing, there would have been no idea how many human cities would be destroyed in the hands of that thing. Now, another reincarnation who may upgrade to the unsolvable level has come. Barnier likes human beings very much, but he also understands the dark side of human beings. Therefore, it is clear that a guy with absolute power may happen when he grows up in this world. There are only two types, one is a saint who can restrain one's own desires and strength, and the other is a dictator who is lawless and only follows one's own desires. The former is Superman, the latter is Motherland, and the probability of the latter being appearing is much greater than the former. Although the person on the other side now seems to be a normal-minded little guy, who knows what the other person will look like in the future if he is so strong. Today's Demon King army, since the Supreme Ruler himself has little idea of invading human territory and destroying humans, it is not a big threat to humans. But if the Demon King becomes a replacement in the future, it is like the old friend who was reincarnated in this world a long time ago and can quickly upgrade by fighting monsters alone. Could it be that the future of this world is still entrusted to the current devil's daughter, hoping that the brave will once again be sad to overcome the beautiful female devil's obstacles and become a new devil who will restrain his own strength? No, there is too much uncertainty in such a thing. What if the other party doesn't take the beautiful female devil's trick at all? Wouldn't this world be over? No, you must stand up for this world and fight against the opponent with dangerous abilities. If possible, before the other party completely grows into an unsolvable existence, it will be strangled into a cradle, such as defeating the other party, allowing it to sign a contract with itself, and limiting the other party's behavioral norms. Wait, why do we, a hell demon, do such a thing? Isn't it the responsibility of those gods to protect the world? Damn it, this world with absolutely problems. Barnier's thoughts were piqued, and after thinking about these things clearly, he gave up his original fun mentality. Hey, little kid. What? For this world, we must defeat you here. Broly didn't understand the other party's meaning, but at this time, Barnier had already rushed towards this side without hesitation. Come on, the demon brother wearing a mask. Unfortunately, no little boy shouted to him behind Barnier, and no one would understand that as a clairvoyant demon, he was determined to save a future timeline that might be trapped in the rule of a dictatorial tyrant. Note 1, Broly is too strong, and Barnier cannot see through his future in this world, but at first he thought it was a shield caused by the goddess blessing. Note 2, the red demon diviner was able to divine a certain if line of the world destruction of Broly because the objects and methods of divination were different, and it was not to divine Broly directly. Chapter 179 Boss Bit Swap. Once upon a time, Barniel was the big boss of the dungeon who was beaten by countless adventurers, but now facing the boy in front of him, Barniel feels like standing like an adventurer. No matter what kind of attack move you use, it will be easily resolved by the opponent, and the attacks issued by the opponent can easily crush the body. This clone of seems to have reached its limit of use. No, not yet, the curse is frozen. The demon who was knocked out again used a large ice magic array quietly arranged under the ground. A blue magic light emerged. The body was covered with thick ice. Even though the chi on his body melted the covered ice, he was still pressed by the ice that was constantly condensed and brought negative forces, and briefly fell into a controlled state. He did not resist too much. Do you control my actions? But what's the use? Your attack is too poor and there is no need to avoid it. You should give up, it's good for everyone. Broly didn't understand why the demon in front of him fought so hard. Perhaps the contract with Wiz is a very important thing for the other party. But it is impossible for Broly to give in to his happiness. I just want to persuade the other party and admit defeat to avoid being beaten. Just directly persuade us as a winner. You little devil is really arrogant, but you do have the capital to be arrogant. However, things like arrogance will always make people fall into a big frustration when you are unintentionally. You can eat me and hold your face to the mask. Barnier quickly approached the boy who was trapped in a state of ice. His somewhat scattered clay body took off the black and white mask on his face and buckled it on the face of the boy who had not stopped his actions from beginning to end. This was the last trump card that Barnier had except for all external attack methods. Your body is indeed very strong, and we must admit that even if you stand still, we may not be able to do anything to you. However, external strength does not mean that internal strength is also strong. After being put on our mask, we can invade your mind and control your body. Haha, now, your strong body belongs to us. Before Barnier could finish speaking, he heard a click. Broly pulled out his hand from the ice, raised his hand and easily grabbed the black and white mask on his face, and directly took off the body of Barnier's clone. It was very easy, just like taking down an ordinary mask. Ah, don't you feel the pain? Barnier asked in shock. Even if the demon had no body, he could pass what he wanted to say directly into other people's consciousness through his mental power. People who are wearing masks are also conscious, but when their bodies act in violation of their will, they will suffer from the dual pain of the indescribable spirit and the physical body. Pain, are you referring to the feeling that I was just pierced by something? Broly asked curiously. Is it only this level that I feel like I'm being stabbed by something? Barnier asked. Is there any problem? Barnier had nothing to say. He didn't know how to deal with this guy who had both external and internal defenses. I just thought the other party was an individual who needed to grow up, but now it seems to be a complete misunderstanding. This little devil who caught him is now a complete existence and is already a guy with no solution. I said, is this black and white mask your body? Seeing that the black and white mask in his hand stopped talking, Broly asked directly. To be precise, it's just the body of this body. Broly tilted his head, not understanding what Barniel said, but he didn't care much, so he continued, since you have been subdued by me, should you be prepared to admit your failure to me and give up in this bet? Do you admit defeat? It depends on the current situation, but what we like most is to say no to the self-righteous little guy, so we refuse. Are you making things difficult for me, Broly? The ice on the surface of his body was completely shattered. Broly frowned and looked at the masked demon in his hand who still refused to admit defeat. He began to get a little annoyed. It's right to say that. After eating, Barnier became energetic and admitted directly. So, are you a spy demon? Broly asked. Barnier. When will you rank the same level as the dog? What is a rapey demon? I'm not that kind of thing. But you have already lost, but you don't want to admit defeat readily. Broly pointed out the key evidence. That's because I still have the last trump card. Barnier, who was left with only a black and white mask, retorted. You have said this 3 times just now. Every time you say that you still have a trump card, but you end up being easily defeated by me just now. This time it's true. Are they all fake before? This Hell Duke is not only comparable to his master. Even the attitude of not admitting defeat is similar. They are all guys with a hard-mouthed duck. I have limited time and I have to go back to work later. If you don't admit defeat, I can only eliminate you with regret. Broly mobilized his energy to his fingers, formed a small energy ball at his fingertips, and pressed it on the black and white mask to say threatening words. He was serious. Barnier also discovered this and did not want to leave the game without any turmoil, so he quickly said, our last trump card is Wiz. If you don't want Wiz to die, it's best not to talk to us with this attitude. What's the meaning? Broly frowned and stopped and asked. Barnier felt uneasy from him. Is this still necessary? We are demons, and it is also very legitimate to do something bad in the contract. A common thing? When Wiz signed a contract with us, we quietly tampered with her who had transformed into a lich. As for what kind of hands, simply put, it is a hands that will quickly die as long as we have thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, Broly's energy increased by more than 1 level. The ice on the ground was blown away by the crazily rising air, and the murderous intent of the Saiyans was boiling. What are your conditions? Barnier felt that if he had the corners of his mouth now, he would definitely twitch. The little devil in front of him actually believed his nonsense card so easily and was completely angered by him. Not to mention, the anger coming from the other party is the highest quality anger that you have ever eaten in your life. Let me think about it, if you have it, as long as you. Before Barnier's request to make a comeback was raised, the terrifying anger suddenly exploded in Broly's hand. There was no reaction time for midnight and 1 second, and a huge basin appeared where Broly stood. Broly believed Barnier's words, and also believed that the other party had just one thought to let Wiz die. Therefore, Broly gave Barnier no chance to have any thoughts. When he made the offer, he exploded and wiped out the masked demon. Chapter 180. The devil has passed away, and the pickled devil has risen. Barniel, a clone of the Hell Duke, fought with all his might. Although it did not pose any threat to Broly, the place where he fought had been plowed over and over again. Miss Lich, who did not want to be affected by the aftermath of the battle, could only stand in a relatively remote position to watch the show. But suddenly, Broly suddenly became angry, and the momentum of the body climbed at an extremely fast speed, and the terrifying aura was vented in an instant. In an instant, a green light column that reached the sky and earth appeared. After returning to his senses, the plain where the boy stood turned into a small basin. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly launch such a powerful attack? Wiz was startled, and after reacting, he stood on the edge of the basin and asked. Broly flew over and told Vyz truthfully what Barniel had just said, and was still worried about looking at her. Wiz was confused when she, the top-notch king of the undead, could be killed instantly by someone else's thought. Individuals like Lich have a high resistance to various instant death skills, not to mention that in Barnier's case, there is no instant death skills at all. Broly, don't worry, I have nothing to do. Mr. Barnier just likes to tease simple kids like you, that's purely chanting. In fact, it is impossible for me to kill with just one thought. Even if I really have this ability, I probably won't use it. Wiz saw the demon very accurately. Barnier's body was in hell, savoring the extreme anger just now and the destruction brought to himself by the power of anger. This is exactly what wants, absorbing the ultimate emotional energy while being destroyed in the process. The speed of destruction was slightly faster, so that the great demon with a tendency to destroy himself did not experience the process of his own destruction. So, that masked demon is just bragging. Broly was shocked and didn't know what to say. Barnier was definitely the strangest guy he had ever seen, even stranger than darkness. Well, in order to get negative emotions, Mr. Barnier is indeed a guy who uses any means. Wiz nodded. What Broly had just experienced was that she had experienced similar situations when she was still a human being. Every time I thought the other party would kill himself and other companions in the adventurer squad, but every time the other party was just talking and scaring people and playing with them. Broly, you don't have to have any burden. For guys who like to play, you should teach them a good lesson. Wiz looked at the boy not talking, thinking he felt a little guilty, but he quickly comforted him. There? I don't have a burden. I just wonder if our bet is still worth it. It's just killing a demon. Not to mention killing the other person when he is angry with the other person, even if he really fails to kill the other person, it's no big deal. The life and death of a stranger is not very important to Broly. It is like an ants on the roadside who die accidentally, and no one will cry like that. If you want to make Broly feel uncomfortable, at least you must first establish a friendship and let Broly engage in the relationship. Obviously, Barnier, who was a little devil, did not do this. Of course, that's what it means. Demons are individuals who abide by the contract very much. They will recognize them as long as they sign the corresponding contract, and they will recognize them even if they die. Wiz's description of the demon's compliance with the contract made Broly's mind strange information make the wind down. The wind is simple. The envoy is the envoy of the angel who stabbed Master Aqua without hesitation. Since Aqua sometimes misses, Broly still has some impressions. Although, he personally thinks that Angel's sister is very good and can let Master Akia come to this world with him. Wiz and Broly went back together, and Akia complained about the disciple's late return. But I heard that after the disciple of the family killed a demon of the Duke of Hell, her complaint turned into praise. Broly, you kid has finally grown up and will destroy the abominable demons outside by yourself. Akia looked moved, then stuffed a clay jar over. Okay, let's help you fill the pickles together. After filling the pickles, you can take a part of them and sell them in your store. Hey, but my store is a magic prop store, not a pickle store. The Lich Lady said quickly. This pickled vegetables are pickled with cabbage with its own magic power, and are washed with the purification water I summoned, but they are real magic props items. As long as the undead creature eats a piece, I will definitely be able to ascend to heaven directly. What? Don't you believe it? Do you want to taste it? Akia used chopsticks to step on the pickled vegetables, but tried to stuff them into the Lich Miss's mouth to let her taste the taste of the magic pickled vegetables. The Lich Miss held Akia's enthusiasm with both hands and quickly gave in and said, I understand, Lord Akia, I will take your pickles back to the store to sell them. Isn't it better to know my pickled vegetables early? How much do you plan to buy my pickled vegetables? Hey, do you still need money? What, you Lich, do you want me to do a job for you? Akia picked up the pickled vegetables she had put back and asked threatened. Don't dare, how do you think 10,000 Eris? As for pickled magic cabbage, who doesn't have Axel's family after the harvest day? It is the pickled vegetables from other families, and they do not have the ability to purify the undead. But what is the use of this ability to put it in pickled cabbage? Wiz only felt that this was a deal that was destined to be a loss, and he did not dare to give too high purchase price. What, such a good cabbage, and such a big jar, you only paid 10,000 Eris to acquire it. Clay pots with a volume of no more than 5 liters, which is the average level, where does it come from? Wiz wanted to ask this, but under the threat of Akia feeding her to purify cabbage pickles, she still doubled the purchase price, so that the goddess of the business bully could let her go. Hey, the price of 20,000 eris per can, I bought 50 cans of pickled vegetables. Wiz sighed, feeling that his million eris was destined to be wasted. Wits, how much do you want to sell the pickled vegetables from Master Akia? After Broly helped put some pickled vegetables on the shelves, he asked Miss Lich. No one can buy it when selling the original price. It can only be a loss to see if it can be sold. Wiz said in a sigh. If the master saw it, she would probably think you looked down on her pickled vegetables. Broly reminded him. Well. The Lich lady remembered and found that this was really Akia's style. She quickly raised the price of pickled vegetables to twice the purchase price. And this means that this batch of pickled vegetables is destined to be unsold products that cannot be sold. Fortunately, her contract with Barnier has been resolved by Broly. Now the profitable income of the magic props store is her own, and she can afford it. Thank you, Broly. If I hadn't been you, I really didn't know how to survive. Wiz refers to the survival of this magic prop store. Wits, aren't you dead? But I couldn't explain it clearly. Broly thought she was really thanking her, so she gave a very sharp complaint. Miss Lich. After writing the product name of the goddess kimchi next to the price, Akia's kimchi was sold in this magic prop store. The two returned to the other hall. The rare four of them took a bath together. Akia was about to drink while taking a bath, but was stopped by the other three. In the evening, Broly injected enough life energy into Viz to make her exactly like a living person, and everyone gathered together to eat hot pot. Haha, the meal after working hard is delicious. Akia's face was red after drinking, and she was saying this. Hey, Akia, you have only started working hard these few days. You are usually lazy. Darkness revealed directly. You, a girl with trembling muscles, are you talking nonsense? I also work hard to live a good life on weekdays. Akia immediately refuted. It's really good to have a meal in a state that is close to humans from time to time. Wiz ate the meat he had been stolen, showing a satisfied look on his face. Broly didn't say anything. When Master Aqua and Darkness were quarreling, he was silently doing the meal in front of the sixth. The hot pot of Shabu Shabu hot pot can be regarded as the daily cooking of their family after the autumn. After all, there is no shortage of living expenses. Wiz terminated his labor contract with Barnier, but there was also a pickle demon who could enslave her labor force at will without a contract. Chapter 181. Do you want to take the pickled vegetables and fight against the undead? Since the sale of Vitality Potion was given to the Succubus store, the popularity of Wiz's magic prop store has plummeted. But the commercial success of the Vitality Agent it still makes many people silently pay attention to this magic prop store. Miss Wiz, do you have any new products in your store? On that day, a tightly dressed guest came to the counter and asked the Lich lady behind the counter in a low voice. Hey, isn't this Mr. Christo? You haven't visited the shop for a long time. When Wiz saw that he was an acquaintance, he said hello. Seeing that his identity was exposed, the guest dressed in tight clothes quickly raised his fingers and made some strange sounds. Mr. Christo, what's wrong? Do you want to go to the bathroom? Wiz asked in a strange way. It's not about going to the bathroom, I'm asking you to speak softly. For some reasons, I offended that bastard Lord Aldup, and that guy is looking for me now. When Christo saw Viz's puzzled expression, he could only play straight cards and he was the adventurer who resold the Vitality Potion to Aldup at a high price. That order alone made him feel at ease for a long time, but the subsequent result also made him hateful by that bastard lord. Recently, Aldup's people have been looking for him everywhere, but they want to teach him a profound lesson. I came here this time to ask Miss Wiz if there is anything like Vitality Potion in her hands. Christo did not beat around the bush. He now started a business in a business, but the Vitality Potion now needs to be purchased from the Succubus shop. As a result, he was just doing business alone, he could not rob those wealthy big merchants. Therefore, he could only come here to try his luck. What is similar to Vitality Potion? Does Magic Recovery Potion count? It's not something to fight, but something to last for people. That's not. Wiz shook her head. Her shop was a relatively serious one. Is that so disturbing? The man was a little disappointed. If he could not find a stable and profitable deal, he would probably have to leave Axel and go to the Adventurer Guild in other towns to beg for food. Hey, the masked uncle over there, there are newly launched goddess pickles here. Do you want them? Broly was helping to clean the magic prop store. When he saw the man's disappointed appearance, he called the other person who was about to leave. It just so happened that Master Akia forced her to come to the magic prop store to sell pickles in a sluggish situation, which made Viz a little nervous recently. Goddess pickled vegetables, what is that? The man stopped, was curious and asked directly. It's the pickled vegetables that are pickled with magic cabbage. Seeing that the customer seemed to have the intention to buy Akia pickled vegetables, Viz hurriedly walked out of the counter and introduced him to him. This doesn't seem to be something special, right? Christo was a little confused. After the harvest day, this kind of pickled vegetables was quite common in Axel. I have never seen anyone sell them out because they couldn't sell them at all. However, this is still relatively rare in other places where there are no large amounts of magic cabbage flying over or growing. The things are precious because they are rare. The man thought about it and asked, by the way, how do you sell this pickled vegetables? It's easy to say, it only takes 40,000 eras to buy a large can of pickled vegetables like this. Wiz kept a smile on his face, then picked up the clay jar and introduced the price of pickled vegetables to the man. 40,000 eras. The man widened his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the price of a demonized cabbage would be only 100 or 200 eras at this time. The jar in the other party's hand was probably only filled with 4 or 5 magic cabbages, which was more than 1,000 eras cost, but it was directly increased by 40 times? Well, does this goddess pickled vegetables also have the function of a vitality potion? If other stores dared to sell pickled vegetables at such a high price, Christo would definitely scold happy, but this is Wiz's magic prop shop. You should know that when the vitality potion first appeared, it was also regarded by many adventurers as a useless potion on weekdays. But now, the commercial achievements of this kind of potion are obvious to all. Who knows whether this pickled vegetable will be like the vitality potion, and it is another dark horse. Well, it doesn't have the function similar to the vitality potion. Wiz answered this question honestly. Do you dare to sell the same price as the vitality potion without the function of the vitality potion? The man asked. Don't worry, this pickled vegetables actually have special functions. What special function? These pickled vegetables are pickled by a certain goddess, so they can exorcise demons. Wiz personally tested that Akia's pickled vegetables really contain sacred purification power. No. What's the use of exorcism in pickled vegetables? Is it necessary for adventurers to take pickled vegetables to fight the undead creatures? Christo originally wanted to complain like this, but suddenly noticed the information of a goddess pickled out. Thinking of the not-so-serious correct usage of the vitality potion, the man squinted his eyes and asked. I wonder if Miss Wiz, how did this pickled vegetable be pickled? This. Wiz wanted to find some excuses, but Broly had already answered the question first. Of course, I first stepped on the excess water in the cabbage with my feet, and then marinated with salt and various seasonings. It's over, this order is over. Wiz was very sad, but there was nothing he could do. Is that goddess the one who stepped on cabbage? A light flashed in Christo's eyes. Yes. Is the other party pretty? That's the most beautiful person in Axel. Broly answered without hesitation that his master, as the champion of Axel's first beauty pageant, is actually correct. Okay, then let me have 2 cans of these pickled vegetables first. Christo said directly without any doubts. Okay. Broly responded and went back to get 2 hemp ropes and tied a rope ring that could lift the jar outside the 2 pickled clay pots. No, Mr. Christo, are you going to buy these pickled vegetables? 2 cans of pickled vegetables cost 80,000 eras. I know. After the sale, I have no return option. I know. You know you still buy it. Wiz was a little confused. Are you going to take pickled vegetables and fight the undead? Wiz only thought of this possibility, but she felt a little outrageous when she thought about the battle scene where the adventurer was holding a pickle pot and spreading pickle to the undead. Haha, this is an idea, but I have a better idea. A vitality potion that can restore physical strength is very popular because of its inappropriate use. Similarly, for the purified pickled vegetables that look a bit useless, Christo feels that there should be potential similar to the vitality potion. But it is hard to say whether it can reach the level of vitality potion, so he just bought 2 cans to try the water first. Wealth and honor are in danger. The first target of this brave adventurer who thought of was Ardup, the lord who was in trouble with him. His Excellency Ardup, I apologize to you for selling you vitality potions at a high price. This is my apology to you, and I would like to forgive me. In the evening, he took the initiative to find Christo of Aldup and respectfully handed over the clay pot he brought over. Humph, do you know you are scared? If you are a pariah, you aren't a nobleman who cares too much about a small person. Mr. Aldup, the things in this jar are just pickles. Just when Ardup expressed his magnanimity as a noble master, the servant had already opened the jar to check what was in the jar. After learning that the apology gift from the adventurer was just pickled vegetables, Aldup, who originally stated that he was a generous noble, immediately changed his face. Bastard, you guy is so brave. The apology gift only gives me such cheap food that only the untouchables eat. Come. Just as Ardup called someone and was about to deal with the bastard guy in front of him, Christo shouted out first. Mr. Aldup, this is not an ordinary pickled vegetable, this is a goddess pickled vegetable. Well, you still want to fool me? No, how dare I, this is really not an ordinary pickled vegetable. It is said that it was a pickled vegetable that was stepped on by a very beautiful goddess who descended to the earth, and I also have evidence to prove this accordingly. What evidence? This pickled vegetable is blessed by the goddess power to purify the body and the soul. Lord Ardup only needs to taste it to know whether my words are true or lie. The man said confidently. Before he came, he had already tried the pickled vegetables he bought from Wiz's shop. Although this pickled vegetable does not have the effect of vitality potion, it has the effect of the superior holy water. Ardup was skeptical, and the guard ran in and left one, and asked the other party to take out the pickled vegetables from the jar to eat. As a result, Akia promised to purify the pickled vegetables that the undead could eat after eating, and indeed purified the guard's body and mind. How do you feel? I feel that my mind is very empty, and all my worries seem to have disappeared at this moment, and my whole body seems to have been sublimated. The guard's answer and his expression entering the sage state made Ardup stunned. Is this pickled vegetable really so magical? Aldup's expression was cloudy and sunny. He was actually a little wary of the erosion of the demon's power. After trying to eat a piece of pickled vegetables and feeling the magical purification effect of the pickled vegetables, Aldup temporarily forgave the adventurer in front of him who had offended him. After asking for more goddess pickles, the other party told me that things are very rare. I spent a kin of at least 400,000 eris, and I also spent a lot of effort and cost to get it. Aldup, do you seem to be short of money? Chapter 182 Being Entangled. The goddess pickled vegetables suddenly became popular with Axel as a wanted warrant appeared. It was also produced by Wei's shop, and it was also the succor of Aldup for promotion. I heard that the Lord was cheated of the second time by the adventurer who once cheated him of the vitality potion money. No wonder Mr. Christo said he would never come back to Axel, it turns out that's how it is. After the Lich Miss knew the situation, she was also a little amused. But thanks to this, the reputation of the goddess pickled vegetables has been opened up in Axel sales. Some people who buy pickled vegetables are really for the purification effect, but more of them are. Have you heard that the goddess pickled vegetables were stepped on by the feet of a girl who was as pure as a goddess? Ah, your feet, aren't that dirty? No, I heard it was made of the holy water of a goddess-level beauty. Wait, the holy water you mentioned is not that kind of unreasonable holy water, right? Will I still say the serious holy water specifically? Friend, is this news reliable? It's not reliable. Why did our Lord of Axel buy so many cans of pickled vegetables back? Then you have to buy a can and try it. Wait, this guy, didn't you just say that you were dirty with your feet? Ahem, don't get me wrong. I personally just like to eat pickled vegetables. I believe you. This is almost the case. The pickled vegetables made by Akia were in short supply for a while. Within 2 days, the pickled vegetables that continued to transport to the magic prop store were sold. So much so that new cabbage pickles had to be made, but Akia was a lazy goddess, so she handed over the task of making new pickles to the recruited ants. Anyway, as long as you make sure that the water for washing vegetables and pickling vegetables is the purified water she summoned, it is actually the same if anyone steps on cabbage. The pickled vegetables that are finally made will be cabbage pickled vegetables with purification effects. It's nothing more than the cabbage pickled vegetables that Akia personally stepped on and made, and the purification effect it carries is even more powerful. However, no one will carefully distinguish this difference from pickled vegetables that have become Axelgian. Many customers with strange things inside will imagine the image of a pickled vegetable goddess imagined by themselves when eating the goddess pickled vegetables. Wiz was a little unacceptable. He thought he would lose money, but he had a big sale. Akia was proud and often boasted about her pickled vegetables at home. As for Darkness, after helping to sell pickled vegetables at the Wiz shop for a day, he fell into a strange state of mind. What do those people want to do when they buy my foot wash water? Darkness, those people bought pickled vegetables, not foot wash water. If this correction is used, it is useless for the girl knight who is trapped in a state of brain replenishment. Akia and Darkness were either proud or ingenious. They stopped until the inventory of the magical cabbage that made the goddess pickled vegetables was bottoming out and an unexpected guest suddenly came to the house. It was a dark and windy night. Wee Eyes, who had gone out to jingling, suddenly returned home and found the few people who were in the hall to burn the fire. There was no sign of warning, and suddenly he spoke out, "I can't accept that my partner has multiple impure relationships," and then he directly asked for a breakup to the Saiyan boy. As soon as the breakup came out, neither Akia nor Darkness were stunned. "Wits, it's been so long, what nonsense are you talking about now?" Yes, aren't we getting along well already? That's just the surface, but now I can't stand this kind of thing," Wiz said and looked at the boy. "Now there are only two choices to give you, either choose my side or their side." "Okay, even a mere lich dares to rebel. I won't teach you a lesson." Akia rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start fucking the lich. "Broly, you can say something, although I like the current decision scene, it seems that Miss Wiz has some problems." Darkness urged her future husband to come. The two reacted differently, and Broly just walked forward. Facing the question of whether to choose her or Akia, the lich lady was directly hit. "Ba!" Broly directly beat the lich's body into mud, causing both of them to exclaim. "Ah, Broly, I'm just going to teach Wiz a lesson, I'm not trying to kill her." After reacting, Akia was the first to speak out. "This person is not Wiz." In response, Broly said, just pointing at the rotten meat paste on the ground. It was after these words that the corpse of the meat paste on the ground turned into clay. After reuniting, the figure of Barnier, the Duke of Hell, appeared in front of him again. "I've obviously pretended to be very good, how did you see that I'm not Wiz?" Barnier asked curiously. "Witz's breath is cold, but yours is not." Broly told the truth. "Devil!" Akia screamed, raised her hand and hit her with a divine purification. "I'll throw it." Barnier took off his mask and threw it gracefully to the side, and his body was wiped out under the light of divine evolution. But the next moment, under the black and white mask engraved with 2, a new clay clone condensed. "You are the goddess who came to the world. Are you really rude and don't even understand the way of treating guests? Ha, when can the demons who break into other people's houses be treated as guests?" Akia did not hesitate at all, and continued to attack Barnier, who was disguised as Viz, who broke into the house. Other hotels in the battle between the Duke of Hell and the Goddess of Water was like a husky chasing a cat. After a while, after Akia was exhausted, Broly took action and pressed the young man from black and white masks on the wall. "Banal, how did you survive after being wiped out by me? We are not dead at all. All you have eliminated is our clone in the human world, and there are many clones like this." Barnier pointed the mask on his face and answered the boy's question. "But hasn't my bet ended with my victory?" Broly asked with a frown. "It's over, and it's true that you won, so we come to you and it has nothing to do with that bet." "Then what are you here for?" Broly was a little puzzled. "Since I tasted your emotions that day, we have not forgotten that taste for a long time. We came to find you for something, but unfortunately you were not fooled just now." Barnier told the truth and explained his purpose. Chapter 183 The Devil Who Bewitches People's Hearts, the Goddess Who Speaks Crazy After Drinking. Barnier's claim to eat made Broly a little silent. He felt that the masked demon was a little similar to him. The difference is that the way you ask for food is to draw happiness values from Master Akia and others, while the way the other party asks for food is to deceive yourself and want to gain negative emotions from yourself. "Then what should I do to feed you what you want to eat?" Both of them were asking for food, which made Broly ask this question. Barnier was a little surprised, and seemed to have never expected him to be so easy to talk to. "Let us think about it. Well, can you please release your anger towards us like you did last time? This is my home. Do you want me to blow up my home? Broly looked at the masked demon speechlessly. Similar reasons made him want to give the demon some food, but it doesn't mean he would blow up his home. No, you don't need to really practice angry behavior, you just need to simulate that mentality. Barnier quickly waved his hand to explain. Broly, don't say too much to this demon, let me purify it. During the communication between Broly and Barnier, Akia next to her had already recovered and walked over with her fist that burned the divine flame, as if she was planning to destroy the demon that was now subdued by her disciples. Master Akia, Barnier is not a bad demon. Although he can brag, was said that he has never done bad things and sometimes he will take the initiative to protect humans. Broly quickly stopped his master. Humph, the lich and the demon are in a mess, you can't be bewitched by them. Akia said angrily that she had chased and beaten Barnier just now, but was played with by the devil. It's so pitiful. A child as powerful as you, your goddess master doesn't believe you. It shows that your status in her heart is so low. At this moment, Barnier interrupted in an exclaimed tone, standing from the boy's perspective, sighing Akia's distrust of him. Ah, I don't, Broly, don't believe this demon's words, I believe you. As soon as Barnier's words came out, Akia's original aggressive posture became a little panicked. She tried to explain that she did not question Broly's intention, but she became darker and darker as she described it. Devils are all good at bewitching people, and they have the means to manipulate people's hearts. I just worry that Wiz will be manipulated by, and then deceive you with, and worry that you will be deceived. Haha, I was worried, but I didn't believe in your strength and ability. You are obviously so powerful, but your master seems to know nothing about it. He is really an irresponsible guy. Bang! After saying that, Barnier was punched in the face. Don't say bad things about her, I believe Master Akia. Looking at the masked demon who had been knocked off half of his cheek, Broly said to him seriously. It's really sad to be fooled and used by the goddess without knowing it. In response, Barnier smiled and continued to provoke. Broly clenched his fist, as if he was about to punch the other party, but soon let go of his fist again. You called me one by one before, but now you look like you are talking to me. As Wiz said, you really do anything to gain other people's negative emotions. So, I should not be angry with your words now. Instead, we should try our best to calm down our emotions and prevent you from eating any of my negative emotions. This is the right choice. Hey! Broly took a deep breath and exhaled it, which calmed down. Seeing this, Barnier showed a discomfortable expression instead. It was like when I had just tasted 2 bites of delicious food and was about to have a feast, the rice plate was taken away. Okay, you little guy are really keen. We are a little bit tempted by you no way. Barnier felt depressed, and since he was discovered, he stopped his own provocation. So, how are you going to treat us, such a demon who invades your family? Barnier asked directly. Of course it's purified. Akia said without hesitation beside her. Barnier turned his head and looked at Akia, somewhat speechless. To be honest, even if we don't provoke the discord, this guy has no intention of listening to your personal opinions at all. Barnier pointed out the fact that Akia was arbitrary in a complaining tone. Ah, no, Broly, Master, I. Akia panicked again, and she seemed to be a little proud. It's okay, Master Akia, I believe you don't mean that. Broly comforted Akia and moved the goddess master with low intelligence to tears. Akia stopped talking and handed over the right to deal with the devil to make decisions. Darkness looked around and felt that the demon who broke into the house was really powerful. In just a few words, Akia, who was hostile to the demon, was eliminated, and the decision-maker who made the decision, turned to Broly, who had a gentle personality, to make this decision. I think I am also part of this family, and I have the right to discuss how to deal with you. Darkness raised his hand and stepped in abruptly. Barnier glanced at her, and in an instant, it penetrated the noble lady's mind. I was worried that my child foster husband might be fooled by us when dealing with our affairs, so I stood up and wanted to protect his little man. Oh, what a wonderful concern this is this the pure love of human beings? This noble lady, please let us praise your sincerity. Ah, this, you. After his thoughts were exposed, Darkness's face suddenly turned red. She can allow all kinds of embarrassing things to happen to herself and feel happy. But only after the true thoughts in your heart are exposed, you will feel like you don't want to face them. Devil, you are such a demon. Darkness was defeated without a fight, while Barnier laughed. This kind of shyness that is not good at expressing the true heart to people close to people, but is exposed on the spot by us and then aroused by our true thoughts. It's really delicious. The complex emotions of human beings are precisely why Barnier likes human beings. Since you've eaten a lot, go out of my house. Broly threw the masked demon at the door and pointed to the door that had not been closed and said to Barnier, "You let me go." At the entrance of the entrance, Barnier tidied up his collar and asked, "Although you are a bit annoying guy, I can understand your mood of wanting to eat delicious food. Since you have not had a bad impact on my family, I chose to let you go this time." After Broly said that, he paused before continuing, "But if you break into my house next time and make my master angry, I will crush your mask with a calm attitude." Although Barnier could not see Broly's future, he could hear the seriousness of the boy who said this. He shrugged his shoulders, exited the door, and disappeared into the night. Unlike Wee Eyes, who had no choice but to use it in the past, Broly's power is too terrifying, and it only takes one move to solve it. Although there are many masks, there are also limited quantities. Once they are broken, they can only regretfully withdraw from this world. Seeing the demon being let go, Akia's mouth pouted so high. She was a little angry but could only sulk. "Master Akia wants to drink? I'll bring it to you." Broly thought about it and decided to give it to his preferences and let it drink to relieve his sorrows. "Broly, as my disciple, a person like the holy son of the Acusis religion, you should firmly deal with the devil's attitude." After drinking, Akia spoke up and was drunk. She quickly expressed her expectations for her own boy. "Don't you tell me the difference between good and bad?" Broly asked as he filled Akia's glass with wine. "Devils are all a group of parasites. Bad things that make a living by absorbing negative emotions are our enemies," Akia said loudly after sipping in a sip of wine in the glass. "There are bad guys among humans. Do I also want to treat them together as our enemies?" Broly asked curiously. "Of course, it's better to get rid of them and the demons." Akia was already drunk. After saying this, she jumped directly to the table and announced loudly, "All those who do not believe in the goddess of water are sinners, all of them are enemies. We must destroy all enemies and leave the world to the believers of the Acusis. At that time, I will have many believers." Hey, hey! Broly, don't listen to the drunken belief theory of Akia. Lord Eris said that as long as he is a sincere and kind person, even a real demon can get forgiven by the goddess. Compared with the doctrine of Acusis and the devil's power, the doctrine of Eris is softer. This can be seen from the fact that the succubus, who is harmless to humans, can open a shop to do business in Axel, who is stationed in the Eris church. Perhaps, there have been some religious people who secretly pretend to be identity went to visit the succubus shop business, such as Darkness, the cross knight who served goddess Eris, did it. Well, I know. Broly nodded, but if there was only Akia's wife in this world, he really didn't mind helping his master clean up the world. Fortunately, this assumption does not exist. The people who can become his wife now include non-Acusis humans like Darkness, as well as undead creatures hostile to the Acusis religion. Miss Wiz is here. Even, including Eris, who refused to become his wife. The villains and the neutrals of this world have gathered together. Chapter 184, The Missile Brings a Cake, the Goddess Pai Yi. Osni. In heaven, Eris, who was receiving a dead soul and sending him to other worlds to reincarnate, suddenly sneezes. The white-haired lucky goddess was a little confused, and felt that the lucky authority she controlled seemed to have been triggered by something just now. However, after carefully looking at the situation of lucky authority, I found that this seemed to be just an illusion of my own. Is it an illusion caused by overwork? Eris rubbed his temples, but he didn't have time to think more, because the next dead soul who needed to be received came to her again. As a goddess, Eris believes that he must give those who have passed away a warm smile. In contrast, Akia, who was drunk in the world, had been moved back to her room by her disciples and was sleeping soundly on the soft bed. Good morning, Broly. The next day, Broly came to the magic prop shop. As soon as he opened the door and walked into it, a familiar voice came to greet him. Following the sound, he was wearing a tuxedo with a lace apron hanging outside the tuxedo, and stood by the counter with a feather duster. Why are you here? I've said that you'll crush your mask next time. Broly frowned and walked over with his fist, looking fierce. You are talking about the next time we break into your house and make your master angry, and we will crush our masks, but this is not your house. Barnier shrugged and corrected the mistakes in his words. Broly stopped and thought about it carefully. It seemed that he really said that last night. But, is there any problem with this? I don't care. Since you dare to continue to cause trouble, you have to be prepared to be crushed by me. Hey, you little dear, at least make some sense. Master Akiya said that there is no need to reason with the demon. Just when Barnier could lose his mask and escape at any time, and Broly might attack Barnier at any time, Wiz walked out of the storage room that had just been built. Looking at the tense two people, he asked, "What are you doing?" "Wits, this little devil intends to kill our clone. I'm going to get rid of this masked demon that is entangled with you." The two said different things at the same time. "We haven't bothered her." Hearing that the boy was planning to solve his own reasons, Barnier quickly retorted, and looked at the Lich Miss, signaling her to explain. Hearing this, Broly also looked at Viz with his confirmation. Mr. Barnier was not pestering me. He just found me in the cemetery last night to purify my soul and said he wanted to settle in Axel and wanted to find a job in my store. I thought that there are chores in the store on weekdays, so I can't always ask Broly, "You come and help," so I promised to hire a chores as a store clerk. Miss Lich explained. "Broly, have you heard it? We are not pestering anyone, but are just applying for a job in Wiz and becoming a clerk in this store." Duke of Hell, the leader of the 7 demons, and Barniel, known as the Crispy Demon, raised his head and chest, crossed his hands, clamped his feather duster at the bend of his arms, and said to Broly in a proud manner. "It seems that working as a mist clerk in Wiz's shop is something worth boasting about. Mr. Barnier, if you take the opportunity to be lazy, I will fire you." Wiz saw that Barnier was bullying his boy, and he smiled and said behind his back. "Barnier." His arrogant attitude directly broke his skills, muttering that Wiz would definitely become a capital demon in the future, so he continued to clean the store. Broly looked at Barney working diligently, wiping the table and mopping the floor, so he had no reason to continue to take action. Of course, Barnier's intention to work is not money, but to absorb negative emotions from Broly. For this purpose, Barnier has actually achieved it. When Broly came into the store and saw him inside, Barnier absorbed a shocked and a little angry feeling from Broly. Although the quantity is not large, the quality is good enough that Barnier mops the floor very hard now. In just a short while, the floor of the magic props store was dragged cleanly, which was so reflective. This demon seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, and even the corners are cleaned with various small props, looking like a housekeeping professional. Oh, where did this little demon from hell come from? He actually swept the floor in my store. The next day, after hearing Barnier's specific whereabouts from Broly's mouth, Akiya stopped sleeping in and got up early in the morning to come to the magic prop store. She looked at the masked demon who was cleaning the door of the store with a broom, and then started mocking her. "Oh, who do we think it is? It turns out that he is a fake goddess with a thicker face than the city wall. He actually treats other people's shops as his own." Barnier was not willing to be outdone and directly retorted Akiya. "Who are you talking about, shameless? Whoever answers me, I will say whoever I say." The goddess and the demon glared at each other. "Forget it, I am a goddess, I won't bother with a little demon." Finally, Akiya took the initiative to take a step back as she said this. Darkness and Wiz, who were watching the show next to him, were somewhat surprised because this was not Akiya's temper. It was not until Akiya bought a pack of melon seeds and ate them in person, and spit them onto the ground of the magic prop store that they felt normal. "Ah, hey, the lazy little devil over there, how did you clean up? There is garbage here again." As a garbage maker, Akiya was cracking melon seeds while provoking Barnier with a stingy expression. "You bastard goddess with no quality." Even the demon could not calm down in the face of Akiya's provocation. Barnier fought Akiya in the store without any surprise. Purification magic and clay missiles were flying everywhere in the store. Fortunately, now that the pickled vegetables are sold out, there are very few customers coming to the store in the morning and have not been affected by this battle. Purification technique. It's useless. Your purification and release speed is like a turtle's speed. It's too slow and I can't keep up with our mask transfer technique at all. It is said to be a mask transfer technique, but in fact it is the clay clone that is crazily spreading black and white masks to avoid the purified light that is constantly flashing behind. Ha, I see, you, the demon, have only the hard mouth. After saying that, a clay missile hit Akiya in the face from the side. Haha, I'll be attacked by me, a fake goddess. Just clay can't hurt me at all. Damn it, if it weren't for that little devil Broly, we promise to help you, the bastard goddess, explode your head. Ha ha ha, Broly is my disciple. I just have him behind me. What can you, the hell demon, do to me? Akiya looks like she is relying on her power. Shameless guy, fortunately, we have expected this a long time ago, so the clay missiles prepared for you are mixed with wild dog excrement. You can smell it if it smells odor. When Akiya smelled it, it really tasted a little. Ah, you despicable and shameless devil. Everyone is each other, you are also an incompetent goddess who spits melon seeds everywhere. The battle between the goddess and the demon ended with Akiya's defeat again. When Broly witnessed the whole process, only the memes of Mopshit and Lu Buletin's life appeared in his mind. However, seeing Barnier's prideful corners of his mouth collapsed directly at the bad situation in the store, it was hard to say who won the victory. Chapter 185, Insufficient Intelligence, Disciples Come and Get Together. Since the Duke of Hell, Barnier, came to Wiz's magic props store to work, the magic props has always been very lively. Akiya would come over to cause trouble for Barnier every day, but perhaps because of her insufficient intelligence, Akiya could not deal with the scheming hell demon. Every battle always ends with her failure. During this period, Akiya experienced the situation where she stepped on the swamp trap that Barnier had laid out in advance outside the store. She was treated as a large hamster and locked it at the entrance of the magic prop store with a forbidden demon cage. And just after Akiya was defeated for a week, she finally found a simple way to deal with Barnier. That is, when he was defeated, he called his disciples and asked Broly to help teach the abominable demon who was so proud. Broly was very obedient and grabbed Barnier and beat him up, leaving the Duke of Hell without his complacent arrogance. Logically speaking, it is difficult for Barnier to be hurt, but Broly has mastered the succubus dream skills. Just take off Barnier's black and white mask and use his energy to invade into the mask, and at the level of consciousness, he will beat the great demon consciousness inside. And this pain point is something that Barnier cannot be immune to, which causes Barnier, the Duke of Hell, to scold Akiya after being beaten up. You despicable and shameless imitation goddess, actually let a child get involved in the fight between us. If it weren't for Barnier, it would make people think that this was a kid's fight and another kid who was defeated went to sue the teacher or parents. This kind of reprimand is not painful for the cheeky Akiya. Broly is my disciple. We are a teacher and student. It is natural for me to ask him to help. Since that's the case, you might as well let him take ours. The clone can be killed. Do you think I won't do this? Yes, you will, but if you do this, we will definitely use other clones to promote you, this fake goddess. Let everyone know how the great imitation goddess Akiya relied on the power of children to fight against us. Oh, by the way, don't think that no one will believe what the devil said. This clone was sent by us after some transformation, but it can record what happened around us. It just so happened that we have recorded what happened here, and even what happened this week. At that time, we will definitely let you, the imitation goddess, show your heroic figure in front of many humans this week, especially the headquarters of the Acusis cult, Akanrisha, the hot spring capital. We will place the most image crystals in that place, so that the Acusis cultists there will take a good look at the great image of the water goddess whom they believe in. How was the imitation goddess of you, the imitation goddess? Barniel was a little embarrassed, and was held in Broly like a dead dog, but even so embarrassed, he still suppressed Akiya with words. Akiya gritted her teeth, but she was really afraid of being a gambler. As a goddess, she still had some goddess burdens, especially in front of her believers. Of course, compared to the collapse of the goddess image, Viz felt that Akiya was hunted by the believers of the Acusis religion by sinners who were insulting the goddess, and this possibility would be higher. In this world, there are not many believers in the Acusis religion, but it can be said that as long as people who have not left the Acusis religion within a short period of time after entering the church, they will basically become crazy believers of the goddess of water. Fanatical faith will cause some believers with abnormal minds to do some crazy things, such as chasing and killing the guy who insults the goddess. Of course, you may not die, but you will definitely be tortured by those abnormal-minded guys, so your brain is also problematic. Was promised with the style of a crazy Acusis believer he had met before, which was by no means unreasonable concern. Haha, since you didn't use purification techniques on us immediately, then, the imitation goddess who came out of the cage, let us live in harmony in the future. Barnier, who was carried by the boy, directly extended his hand to Akiya, who looked bad. You bastard demon, remember it for me. Akiya did not shake hands and left angrily. With the handle in Barnier's hand, she was already helpless with the demon. Welcome to the fake goddess, and continue to come and cause trouble for me tomorrow. Barnier smiled and shouted at Akia's departure. But the next moment, Broly grabbed his black and white mask and pulled it down. Steal what you recorded. Hey, boy Broly, aren't you afraid that we will expose your master's ugly appearance in front of the public? If this will cause trouble to Master Akia, I will help solve it. Oh, how do you want to solve it? If you are willing to hand over what you record now, I will solve it directly. But what if I don't? Then you'd better not spread that thing. Once someone sees Master Akia's ugly appearance and wants to laugh at Master Akia for this, I will solve those people. Broly said this as if he was stating the facts, and what appeared in his mind was the message that the dead will not laugh at the living. Barnier. As a demon who feeds on emotions, he can clearly feel the simple murderous intent in the boy's calm words. The reason why he simply describes the other party's murderous intent is because the other party seems to have not treated killing as a very serious matter. It seems that as long as certain conditions are met, the other party will kill without hesitation, no matter how much life is, or what life is killed. However, Broly gave him a feeling that he was different from some murderous madmen among humans. He was more like his own kind who ignored life. He was a real demon in the normal human cognition of this world. Well, there was a bit of a wonderful feeling. All right. Barnier condensed his body again, then dug out a crystal of shadow from the mask and handed it to the boy. I knew you were the only devil. After getting the thing that troubled his master, Broly's murderous intent disappeared, and he was very happy to praise Barnier. We gave you the things, but don't tell your master about this, otherwise she will come to the door again. We don't want to deal with that guy your master every day. Good. Broly nodded. He actually felt that Master Akia came to cause trouble for Barnier every day, and it was really embarrassing the other party. It's just that one is the master and the other is a little bit of an important demon, so he didn't interfere with his master's actions. Chapter 186 The Devil Who Likes a Goddess More Like a Goddess. Akia didn't continue to make trouble. Barnier spent a few days on a safe birthday, but one morning when he was sweeping the floor, he suddenly realized his true purpose. He didn't really want to come to Wiz's magic prop store to live in seclusion and work as a clerk. I almost forgot that we are here to stop this world and may be ruled by tyrants or even destroyed in the future. It's all the blame for that mentally retarded goddess who comes to look for me all day long. The troubles made us forget the real purpose. Barnier slapped the mask and decided to put pressure on Akia. How did you go on it? Well, started to invite Broly to eat all kinds of delicious food, and after Wiz returned, he revealed this situation to Akia. The purpose is to tell the goddess Akia, if you don't guide your disciples well and you can't tell your disciples, you will be kidnapped by me, the devil. Akia, who learned the news, was a little panicked at first, and suddenly became clingy to Broly, worried that her disciple might be bewitched and abducted by the demon. But after discovering that Broly was devoted to himself, Aqua felt relieved and even called Barnier a useless devil who was doing money. Then, she continued to live a lazy holiday life of either eating, sleeping, or drinking wine with peace of mind. The joy of the world and not thinking about the heavens is Akia's current state. Her generous life has made her not in a hurry to return to the heavens. After all, what can I do when I go back to heaven as soon as possible? Is it a boring life of receiving the dead without rest throughout the year? Instead of that, it is better to enjoy it in the world. Anyway, with the terrifying strength of his disciples, he can solve the problem whenever he wants. When Barnier learned about Akia's attitude of lying flat, he was speechless. The purpose of pressure Akia was to let this goddess guide his disciples well and prevent the other party from going astray. But as a result, Akia actually released her disciples directly, which was the information that Barnier only got after careful observation. This information made Barnier feel very grassy. He had never seen an irresponsible goddess like Akia before. If he hadn't known Wabaker, a native god who was absurdly recognized by the Acusis order as an evil god a long time ago, and was in charge of the power of violence and laziness, Barnier even suspected that Akia was the real goddess of laziness. Mr. Barnier, why did you suddenly sigh? Wiz couldn't help asking when he saw the demon who looked sighing in front of the shelves. Hey, we are worried about the future of this world. Barnier told the truth. Hey, has the Demon King army decided to launch a full-scale attack on humans? Wiz asked subconsciously. That's not the case. You know that guy Yasaka Kyoiki, too, is not interested in human territory at all. If it weren't for the guys from the Red-Eyed and Accusis clan who ran to the Demon King city from time to time to provoke, the human-demon war would probably have ended long ago. Barnier waved his hand and said something amazing. Well, I think this matter cannot be entirely blamed on the Red Devils and the Accusis cult. After all, the war between the human race and the demon race has lasted from 600 years ago to the present, and the demon race started the invasion war at the beginning. Was weakly defended. It's hard to tell whether it's right or wrong in war. Wait, why are we discussing this with you? Aren't Mr. Barnier worried about the future of mankind? It's true, but the object of our concern is not the current Devil King. What is that? It's the Devil King in the future. Oh, you're talking about the Demon King's daughter. Before Wiz could tell the name of the Demon King's daughter, he was interrupted by Barnier. It's not her, I'm talking about Broly. With his strength, he can definitely easily defeat the current Demon King army, but the brave who slays the dragon eventually becomes an evil dragon, and the brave who slays the demon is easily turned into a Demon King. We are worried that after he turns into a Demon King, he may do something to destroy the world. Once he does this, no one in this world can stop the other party. We are not good at demons. On the goddess side, look at the virtues of the imitation goddess, can she do it? The more you come into contact with Broly, the more Barnier can discover the horror of the boy. In fact, he has realized some of the full numerical attributes on Broly, which may be just the upper limit of the display of the adventurer card, not his real strength limit. The evidence is that when he was competing with Broly in his dream, he took out his own physical strength in hell in the dream, but he was still not unexpectedly beaten by the boy easily. The boy in the dream showed a more terrifying power than in reality, and did not have any silence and doubt about his own strength, just as if the other person in the dream was the other person's cognitive self, so he should be so powerful. Well, Broly is a well-behaved child. I don't think he will become a Demon King, nor will he do anything to destroy this world. Wiz said. It's hard to say. After all, the dark side of human beings in this world is very dirty. If the other party accidentally sees those things, according to the little devil's way of doing things as he pleases, he will probably do things that suit his own wishes. Think about it, in an era when the devil has been eliminated, the brave men who destroyed the devil have killed some dirty human nobles. At that time, what will those humans in power think, and will they treat him as a new generation of demon kings? Sometimes, does the brave themselves want to? It is one thing to fall evilly, but it is another thing to be forced to fall evilly by others. There is something in Barnier's words. The lonely boy once chose to become the devil after experiencing some sinister hearts. Hearing this, the Lich Miss was a little silent. Last time, she was also forced to fight with Axel's guards. If it weren't for darkness, that matter would definitely be difficult to deal with. Maybe she has to leave the city. Now, Mr. Barnier, what are you going to do? Well, let's replace that irresponsible goddess first and guide that little ghost to love this world. At least, when you see some darkness in this world, you should not easily have the idea of destroying the world. Not to mention because just his master made a fool of himself, he would have a dangerous idea of killing all those who dared to laugh at him. Barnier thought about it, sorted out some things that needed to be done, and answered Wiz's question. Broly, what do you think of the world? I think it's good, what's wrong? What would you do if, let you see something uncomfortable? What's the meaning? Broly looked at Wiz in confusion. The Lich Miss recently was a little strange and kept asking herself some inexplicable questions. Chapter 187 Conditions for Destruction of the World. For example, if you see a nobleman bullying a civilian on the street, what would you do? Wiz made an example. In this world in the Middle Ages, due to the pressure of the Demon King army outside the race, it is rare to have the privileged class oppression of the civilian class that can have adventurers on the surface, but there are still many dirty things in secret. Broly pondered and asked directly, do I know the bullied person? I don't know. Wiz shook his head. Did the other party ask me for help? Broly asked again. If I said no, what would you do? I won't do anything. Broly's reply was quite cold. He was a little indifferent to his attitude towards being neither a wife nor an acquaintance. Unless he took the initiative to ask him for help, his initiative was not very high. What if I ask you for help? Things are not very complicated, I will help the other party at will. What if the civilians who are bullied are the people you know? Who is the noble? I will let him disappear from this world immediately. Don't you think about destroying the world? The Lich Lady asked. Broly looked at Wiz with confusion, as if she had asked a very strange question. Of course not. If I destroy this world, where do you live with Master Aqua and Darkness? Broly's concept of destruction of the world was to give the entire planet, but Wiz was not very clear about the situation of destruction of the world he understood. He only thought that the boy was expressing his position of considering her, Aqua and Darkness, and would not do excessive behavior. What if the person being bullied is one of me, Aqua or Darkness? Wiz wanted to figure out what step Broly would do, so he continued to ask questions with hypothetical scenarios. These questions were really strange to Broly, but he still answered various scenario questions raised by Wiz one by one. To sum up, it is Aqua, Darkness and Wiz. No matter which one is bullied, he will stand out. Of course, this also depends on the situation, such as whether the one who bullies them is his own. For example, Aqua has bullied Darkness, and she often says that she is a shaking muscle woman. But if there are more extreme situations, such as if all three of them are gone, well, in a world without a wife, is there still a need to exist? I should destroy this world before leaving this world. When answering this extreme question, Broly's eyes were a little cold, and Wiz could tell from it that it was not a joke. This is just an assumption. Whether it is me, Aqua, or Darkness, we are all more capable. It is very difficult for other people in this world to hurt us, let alone kill us. Wiz said quickly, and her words also made the aura around Broly quickly relax. Then I won't destroy the world. He said. I really only pay attention to the people close to you. Barnier came over and commented on Broly's answer. Is this the question you asked Wiz to ask me? Broly looked at the masked demon and felt that many of Wiz's inexplicable problems recently may be related to Barnier. Yes. Barnier didn't hide it and nodded and admitted it directly. Why don't you ask me these strange questions yourself? Broly was a little curious. That's because we ask, you may not tell the truth to us. Barnier explained. You have invited me to dinner many times, and I will not deceive the people or demons who treat me to dinner. Broly said seriously that anyone who is willing to treat him to a meal can get a good impression of him. Is that true? Then we are not polite. Apart from the hurt and the others, what other reasons will you destroy this world for? Broly never thought about such a strange thing, but after thinking about it carefully, the answer was soon. If Wiz, Master Aqua and Darkness need me to destroy this world. Barnier looked at Broly and, from his emotional reaction, confirmed that the boy was not lying. Ha, it seems that we are worried about it. Compared to your abnormal master, you are quite normal. Barnier rested at ease. It was too difficult to make the boy possible to make the conditions for destroying the world. Among the three women Broly values, one goddess, one lich, and one cross knight. Even the weakest cross knight is a superior profession, and it is too difficult to die. As for the three, some of them wanted Broly to destroy the world. As long as they had a normal mind, Broly would not do this. Of course, Akia's brain is a bit abnormal, but she is a goddess. Although Barnier was inconsistent with the gods, he felt that no matter how much he said, the blue-haired mentally retarded goddess should not have the idea of destroying the world. Ah, a bad world like this, please destroy it quickly. However, when Broly and Viz returned home that day, they saw Aqua, who was lying on the ground and stomping on her feet, shouting that she wanted to destroy the world. What's wrong? This is it. Wei's was sweating profusely in an instant and asked about the situation at home in a panic. This is the thing. Aqua went to the wine cellar to get wine in the afternoon. When she saw a wooden stick stuck next to the wine rack, she felt that it was in the way and pulled out the stick. As a result, the wine rack tilted, and her wine worth more than 20 million eras fell all over the floor and was now in trouble. Darkness explained from the side that wine is life for alcoholics. It is indeed a very sad thing to lose more than 20 million eras wine. What is even more sad is that the stick itself was inserted into it and raised the wine rack. But his life was so good, and his life was drunk and dreaming every day made Aqua forget the function of this stick. Broly, Wiz. Because of this kind of mistake, I lose my temper and shout to destroy the world. This guy is really bad enough. Aqua looked at the two of them who were silent and looked at her. She realized her own loss of composure. After getting up from the ground, she burst into tears and defended her unreasonable willful behavior. I didn't mean it, I really just forgot about the function of that stick. But just accidentally pumped it away, the world poured my entire wine rack and smashed the large amount of good wine I collected. Is this a little too much? Ah, my fault is not my fault, but the fault of the world. This classic act of blaming is one of the important teachings of the Acusis religion. Drop your own faults to the world, Lord Akia. If this world is really destroyed, you will have to bear a lot of responsibility. Wiz couldn't help but condemn Akia. If she didn't know the motive for Broly to destroy the world, she would definitely not say that, but now she knows that it would be really funny if the world was destroyed for such a strange reason. Akia was kicking back to the ground, like a child who was losing his temper. Broly, you won't destroy the world just because of Akia's words, right? Wiz looked at the boy nervously. Wits, what are you talking about? Isn't this normal situation in Akia? Darkness only felt a little strange when he heard Miss Lich's concern and inquiries. It was just a broken whine. How could the world be destroyed? Broly was silent. Suddenly I feel that it is better to be more serious about destroying the world. Chapter 188. Now, Master Aqua needed comfort. After thinking about it, Broly shook his head at Miss Lich first, and then nodded at Darkness. I won't destroy the world because of this. After saying this sentence that made Wiz feel at ease, Broly came to Akia and squatted down. Master Akia, stop crying. You can buy it again if the wine is gone, but if this world is destroyed, you will have no wine to drink. But, I don't have the money to buy wine anymore. Akia said with tears in her eyes. She spent a lot of money, and the recent dividends of Vitality Potion have been almost spent by her. It doesn't matter, I still have money here. If you want Master Akia, you can take it all. Broly touched his master's soft head and said that she could use his money. But that's all your money. Isn't it good for the master to spend the disciples' money? Akia was moved, but she felt a little embarrassed. You are not ashamed when you roll on the tantrums, are you ashamed at this time? Darkness started to complain. Master Akia, my money is your money, your people are mine, we don't have to distinguish it so clearly. Broly grabbed her master's shoulder and said seriously to her. Broly, you kid. Akia was moved so much that she hugged him and wiped her tears and snot over, and her happiness value rose magnificently. I will use our money well. She said. No, 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 this is not just your money, it is all of us. Wiz said at this time. That's right, it's bad if you spend money randomly and cause our family to lose food. Darkness also nodded in agreement with Miss Lich's words. Hey, what do you two mean? We mean, you can buy wine with Broly's money, but you must not buy a bunch of wine as you did before and come back to keep it at home. Darkness said directly, she still wanted to fight for the stewardship. That's right, if something happens again like today, Lord Akia, are you going to shout out the destruction of the world again? Wiz also felt that he should be safer and must not let Aqua use Broly's money to spend it randomly. If he spent it all and something similar to today happened, wouldn't the world be destroyed? With the insistence of the two, Broly's money was not all given to Akia, but instead gave Akia some of her living expenses every day. Moreover, since Akia has always been lying flat and not working recently, Darkness has complained about her, saying that there is such a useless person at home. Of course, Darkness still likes having oil bottles, but Akia's oil bottle is not good. If it were Broly, she would probably accept it happily. Akia, after giving you living expenses, you must be responsible for purchasing the ingredients in your home every day. You can't do nothing after you get the money. But I'm responsible for purchasing ingredients, what are Broly going to do? Broly was responsible for purchasing ingredients before. Of course I'm going to exercise with me. Darkness said without hesitation. Ha, exercise, you want to do some insane exercises with my disciples, right? Akia was immediately dissatisfied. What kind of insane exercise? I am a knight, how could I do that kind of thing to a child? Darkness retorted, his face turned red, as if he had been called. In fact, she just wanted to exchange hand-to-hand skills with Broly. Especially I like the suffocation feeling caused by being clamped from behind by a boy and strangling his neck. Of course, it would be fine to lock her waist from the front, as if she wanted to break her waist. Vice, Darkness wants to sneak away, are you watching? Seeing that Darkness did not admit this, Akia wanted to introduce foreign players to help suppress Darkness, but Miss Lich, as a foreign player, didn't mind it very much because she was not very possessive of the boy. Of course, if Broly took the initiative to get along with her, Wiz would be very welcome. In the end, the time when Broly bought ingredients every morning was occupied by darkness. In the morning of autumn, the night girl wearing a tight high-necked black training suit started hand-to-hand exercises with the boy wearing a white training suit. When Broly took the initiative to control his strength to the same extent as darkness, the morning exercises between the two tended to compete with skills. Facts have proved that darkness has good close combat skills, and I don't know if it is often trained by running in the pile of monsters. In terms of skills, darkness can fight Broly back and forth, but every time he will be out of breath due to too intimate hand-to-hand combat, and then lose. Your durability is too poor. No, it's because your persistence is too strong, and you're also sneaking into my armpit. That's your weakness. I attack your weakness and let you know your weakness. Is there anything wrong with this? Wu, you are right. Please continue to attack my weaknesses in the future so that I can overcome my own weaknesses. Darkness said this with a breath and blushing face. She has a strong tolerance for pain, but she has a relatively weak tolerance for comfort. The massage techniques used by boys in the fight can easily make her lose her fighting ability, but darkness doesn't hate her. Because people always have to overcome their own weaknesses and make themselves stronger. Of course, being strong is a matter for the future. Now she has to take a shower and change her pants. It is really a good thing to do morning exercises every day and vent the accumulated pressure in your body. A week later, in the villa, Wiz listened to Darkness's evaluation of daily morning exercises and felt that this noble daughter had walked far away on the perverted road. You guy is just a pervert. In the name of morning exercise, you openly take advantage of that child Broly, thereby satisfying your rising desires. You are simply a perverted shaking woman with dissatisfaction. Akia didn't give her any face at all and complained directly to Darkness. What? It's normal for men to have morning erections, but is it not okay for women to vent the excess pressure in their bodies when they exercise morning? It's okay, but this behavior is simply called perverts, or wild beasts in estrus. Woo. Miss Darkness, why are you still happy? Ah, sorry, I haven't been insulted for a while, and I can't help myself. Wiz. It seems that there is no normal woman in this family except her. I won't talk about this anymore. I'm going to leave Axel for a while. She changed the topic of morning exercise. Where are you going? The magic props store has no business recently, so I'm going to go outside to see if there are any new products. Wiz said his plans. You want to purchase goods? I think you'd better not go. What's wrong? The oldest products in your store have been around for more than 10 years. Don't you think something is wrong? Hey, something is wrong. If those products can't be sold, they will all hit you. Chapter 189, Running in Both Directions. Wiz's purchasing vision is so different. Akia and Darkness, who used to help sell goods in her store, know very clearly. Instead of letting you waste your money on purchasing magic props that you can't sell, it's better to hand over the money for home use and manage it for me. Akia has lived a life of receiving pocket money recently, which is much different from the previous situation of spending money with big dividends. However, she wants to expand the total amount of funds she spends to expand her daily pocket money. Ha, what's the use of giving you this alcoholic? Will you turn your money into wine? Darkness angrily argued with Akia. When the account was checked last time, she found that Akia had intercepted some of the money for buying ingredients and went to buy an extra bottle of good wine. She also had a fight with her and ended up with Akia apologizing for the loss. But since that day, Darkness always checked the accounts to prevent Akia from deducting her daily 3 meals. However, Akia and I have the same attitude when it comes to purchasing new products. Miss Wiz, forget it. It's not easy for your magic prop store to make a profit now, so don't lose all the money you earn. Darkness is not optimistic about the purchase of goods from Viz. You two are so overwhelming. Purchasing new products is the few happiness I have now. Wiz was hit and had to admit that he really didn't have the vision to purchase goods. What are you doing? What's wrong with Wiz? At this moment, Broly came back from outside and went to give the energy potion to the succubus shop. The vitality potion that was originally delivered every day has now become a situation where it is delivered once a week in a weekly amount. Wei's wants to throw the money into the water, and we are stopping her from doing so. Akia's words are concise and to the point where she says it a bit hurts the lich a little. Ms. Wiz wants to buy new products, but she doesn't have any vision to buy new products. Darkness objectively explained the situation. Wei's money should be controlled by herself. Master Akia, don't make the idea of her wallet. Broly looked at the lich miss, then looked at her master who was eyeing her, and said to Akia helplessly. Aren't I afraid that she will lose money? You have to know that she will become your wife in the future. In other words, her money is also yours. Master Akia, the hops you drink now are also my money, and you bought them with your deducting everyone's meal fee. Broly reminded him. After all, this is something I drink, I've gotten into my stomach, and I'm not losing. Akia refuted, then shrank her neck and stopped talking. Losing money is just a trivial matter. If you want to live together in the future, you can't watch her always lose money, right? Darkness's reason is quite tenable. Do you have any good ideas? Broly asked directly. I advised her to give up purchasing new products. Darkness said. Wits, what do you think? Broly asked Miss Lich again. Everyone says that, then I can only give up. The Lich Miss was a little disappointed, but she was willing to accept other people's kind advice. This happiness value is declining. Is there any way to ask you to purchase goods without losing money? Broly asked afterwards. Well. The Lich Miss felt embarrassed. If she knew this method, how could she have become poorer than she opened a store before she met her? Hey, there is. However, as long as I am willing to think about it, the solution can still be figured out. After thinking carefully about how to prevent the purchase goods I selected, Miss Lich really thought of a way that could barely be considered a solution. Or, let me go and buy new products together. I have a bad vision, but if you help me choose, I can avoid purchasing some products that are more difficult to sell. 3 cobblers, better than Zhuge. Hearing this, Broly's mind came to this message, and he gave a thumbs up at the Lich Miss. This is a good idea. Darkness rubbed her chin. As a nobleman, she also had some appreciation skills, so she followed the trend and said, it sounds pretty good. Humph, it's your luck to have me, Akia, and I was also a very powerful treasure appraiser before. Akia's interest was raised, looking confident, but her so-called treasure appraisal expert was only available in certain games that allowed the dead to steal from the world. But it doesn't matter. Others don't know her true situation. When Wiz thought that the pickled vegetables Akia made could be sold, he completely believed her words. After handing over the magic prop store to the Duke of Hell, Barnier, to take care of it, Wiz used his teleportation magic to take the 3 of them. Move instantly. The complex magic array gathered at your feet. In just a moment, a few people who looked like they were traveling with their backpacks disappeared into the dazzling magic light. The next moment, the magic light dissipated, and Broly, Wiz and others appeared on a vast plain. Broly looked around in surprise, and he was sure that this was not the plain near Axel, but a place a little far away from Axel. What, are you interested in the teleportation magic I use? Wiz couldn't help asking when he saw the boy's expression. Yeah, interested. Due to the actual experience effect, it was somewhat similar to the situation where Crystal Palace took him through time, so Broly nodded vigorously. Well, this magic is quite complicated, and it is also a relatively difficult one to learn among the superior magic. Your intelligence is not worth enough. I will teach you step by step in the future. There are 2 ways to master skills in this world. One is to directly add points to learn skills, and the other is to learn skills through self-learning. The former is simple, but requires sufficient skill points and preconditions for learning skills, such as the minimum requirements for certain attribute values. The latter is difficult, but you can learn to reduce the number of skill points required to add points, and even bypass the pre-attribute numerical requirements of certain skills. Broly, whose intelligence value is at a general level, wants to learn to teleport magic and other superior magic. It is impossible to do it by adding points, and it must be done in the traditional way. Wits, where did you bring us? Are your magic props purchased in the wild? Akia looked around and didn't notice any town nearby, so she started yelling. Of course not, but where I want to go, there are no places where outsiders are not allowed to arrange the positioning coordinates of teleportation magic at will. And this is a village settled by the Red Devils, a plain area near the Red Devils. Well, there were many orcs who settled here before. Strange, where did those orcs go? Wiz introduced it and was a little surprised at the situation here. However, it has been more than a year since she last came here to purchase goods. Orcs are nomadic groups, so it is normal for ethnic migration to occur. Of course, it may also be killed by the Red Devils. Over there, a large group of creatures are coming. Suddenly, Broly pointed to the forest not far away on the plains and said, "What?" Akia and the other two looked over and did not notice any abnormal movement. But after only 7 or 8 seconds, the rumbling sound rang out from the direction of Broly's finger. I saw a group of strong orcs rushed out of the forest, and after seeing the situation on their side, they roared like crazy beasts and charged straight towards them. "Ah, it's a large group of orcs!" Akia exclaimed. "But why are they all female orcs?" Darkness was a little excited when she heard the orc, but after seeing the crowd of turbulent female orcs there, she asked a little strangely, she wanted to see the male orc. Now there are few male orcs in this world. It is said that because the female orcs have too strong desires, the male orcs have basically been exploited and killed. Even if a male orc is born occasionally, he will be ravaged and killed by a female orc before he is adult. Today's orcs are all a group of alien men who will kidnap invading the territory and take them back to the village to do something indescribable. Wits answered Darkness's question. "Ah, the male orc who is ugly and barbaric, who will do all kinds of things to me after they catch me." Darkness felt like her dream was shattered, and her eyes lost its highlight. "Damn it, what are you, a trembling perverted muscle woman, thinking? Even if there are male orcs, you will never be caught. Pay attention to the virtues of your future wife of my disciple, okay?" With a snap, Akia raised her hand and slapped the female knight's butt vigorously. It hurts so much. But after the fan, Akia covered her hand and shouted at Darkness. "How much muscle does your ass have? There is no muscle on my butt, and it's soft on the outside. Hey, is it time to argue about this now? Those female orcs are coming soon." Wiz reminded him, and then the argument between Akia and Darkness stopped. "By the way, they want to attack us, right?" Not so, female orcs are not interested in alien women. Usually women walk through their territory, and even safer because the male wild beasts and monsters in their territory are captured." Wits shook his head and denied Darkness's guess. "That are they rushing over now?" Akia asked with a frown. The female orcs smelled the male and were in estrus and were preparing to attack alien men. After Wiz finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, the next moment. "Damn it, it's actually for my lovely disciple." Akia picked up the flower bud staff and hedged. The female orcs glared at him. "Don't you think about going through my defense?" Darkness also raised his big sword with both hands and stood in the front position. "If possible, try to calm them down," Wiz said. The frost had already condensed under her feet. "Human women, we are not interested in you, hurry up and get out of here. Take the man over, I want to eat him, and then give birth to 40 boys and 60 girls." The female orcs still have wild intuition. After Akia took out her weapons, they could clearly detect the difficulty of this group of people. However, this does not serve as a reason to stop them, who are already a little hungry and thirsty for men, and not attack human males, even if that human male looks like a cub. "Who will hand over Broly to you, group of ugly orcs? Bastard, I dare to call us ugly ghosts. I want to put shit on your head. Raise, sisters, kill them and rob their men." The battle for the Saiyan boys was about to break out, and the battle was declared over less than half a minute after the start. Water generation. Earth crack slash. The resentment is frozen. Akia is responsible for releasing the water, Darkness is responsible for shooting out the water barrier, and Wiz is responsible for casting the ice magic that makes them physically calm against the female orcs who are submerged but are still swimming hard in the water. In just a moment, a huge ice sculpture appeared on the plain, and a group of female orcs in heat were frozen inside. They twisted their hideous faces that were crazy about wanting to vent their desires, and were lifelike in the ice sculpture. "Can these orcs eat them?" Broly, who was protected throughout the whole process, looked at the female orcs who were frozen into ice sculptures and couldn't help but ask the 3 wives around him. "Broly, what are you thinking? How can such a dirty orc in heat eat it?" Akia teaches her a lesson. It's not that I can't eat it. In the recipes I've seen before, there are some dishes made of orc meat. It is said that orc meat is a bit similar to pork, but compared to ordinary pork, orc meat is tighter and more delicious, but it also has a fishy smell that is bigger than ordinary pork. It must be a chef who knows how to cook orc meat to handle this fishy smell. Darkness gave a different answer. "Broly, do you really want to eat them?" Wiz asked. Although human recipes in this world are quite extensive, unless they are people with heavy tastes, few people will eat subhuman monsters that are also wise. Of course, if time goes forward for 100 or 2 years, orcs are still in the recipes of humans in this world. These orcs want to eat me, and I just happen to want to taste their taste. This should be a two-way rush. Is there any problem? There was no problem, but under Akia's firm opposition and protest, Broly could only reluctantly leave the frozen ingredients and turned around and left the frozen ingredients one after another. With the vitality of orcs, some of them should survive after thawing. Broly had the idea of coming back quietly to pick up the corpse, followed behind Wiz, and headed towards the plain where the terrain was gradually rising. Chapter 190 What have you lost? In the Red Devil, it is located in the terrain of a basin. Standing on the slope and looking down, you can see a beautiful village surrounded by paddy fields and intersecting fields. That's the village of the Red Devils. It's pretty. It looks like a very wealthy village. Darkness commented on the Red Devil from the perspective of a nobleman. Because there are no nobles here, the Red Devils do not need to pay taxes to anyone, so they are rich. Wiz explained. Haha, this statement is simply saying that a nobleman like you, Darkness, is a blood-sucking worm lying on the people. Akia took the opportunity to tease her. I am not a blood-sucking worm. The nobles protect civilians and the civilians support the nobles. This is the right and obligation exchange between the nobles and the civilians. Darkness refuted, but still agreed with Akia's words, because there are not many nobles in this world who adhere to the aristocratic principles, and most of the nobles are really blood-sucking insects who lie on the common people and act as a blessing. The adult red demons are almost all great magicians. The villagers here do not need the protection of the nobles. They can protect themselves. They even often form groups to find trouble for the Demon King, such as throwing various superior magic at the Demon King city. Wow, are the human elites who resist the Demon King's army. Akia suddenly became energetic. Well, according to what I have learned, if the Red Demon clan did not bomb the Demon City from time to time, the Demon Army would probably not have taken the initiative to attack humans. Ha, how is it possible that the Demon King army is evil? Wei's didn't respond. It was only after she became a cadre of the Demon King army that she felt that it was not easy for the old Devil King of this era. As an old Demon King, the Red Demons who come to the near Demon King city to have a picnic party from time to time, use various superior magic to bomb the Demon King city, which is similar to the nature of being thrown into stones at home and being smashed into windows from time to time. Ah, unknown traveler, who are you waiting for, and what purpose are you, here to peek into the ancient sealed land? At this moment, a figure with a black cloak wrapped in bandages and a black cloak outside suddenly appeared in front of Broly and the others. From the other party's voice, it can be seen that this was a young man, but the other party was lying on his body and using an operatic aria to question the identity and purpose of Broly and the others. Ah, we are. Wiz was about to explain his identity as others, but was interrupted by the bandage monster raising his hand. Don't talk first, let me introduce myself. I am the janitor of the sealed land, the guardian hidden under the white objects, and the hunting dog in the dark night. You are Papato, I am Viz. We met when we were a child. By the way, is your father no longer a guardian job now? Wiz recognized the identity of the bandage monster, and before the other party could introduce himself, he directly reminisced about the other party. Hey, it's Viz. Before Papato could say his name to Viz, he was caught by the immortal grasp of the Lich Miss. Please call me Sister Wiz or Miss Wiz, thank you. The Lich Lady approached, smiled, and said in a low voice. Papato. Miss Wiz, my father has retired. Now I am the #1 janitor of the Red Devils. What are the Guardian and the Hound? Darkness asked curiously. I am also responsible for the vigilance work when I am guarding the door. Sometimes I have to repel monsters that accidentally approach the village. It's right to say that they are guardians. Once a powerful monster approaches our village, or the Demon King's army attacks our village again, I will issue an early warning. Isn't this very similar to the dogs in the house guarding the house? But it's too ugly to say that the dogs are so nicknamed as a hunting dog. By the way, dark nights are an adjective. I am only responsible for guarding the village gate during the day. As for the evenings, someone else is responsible. The young man from the Red Devils introduced his nickname, just like is it amazing to get the nickname, looking forward to looking at Darkness, a girl from the outside village. Darkness. It was a little embarrassed, but the other party looked straight at him, as if he didn't speak, and the other party didn't follow up with the same actions as the next one. What a great nickname. Papato was very satisfied. By the way, Miss Wiz, Are you here to purchase goods this time? Then I'll take you to the village gate. The bandaged young man snapped his fingers as he said that, and the teleportation magic array appeared again when he came over. Wiz and others on the edge of the basin were transported to the village gate by the other party. Welcome to the Red Devil's village. Guests, please come in. The janitor bowed slightly, and while speaking, the majestic village gate behind him slowly opened, revealing the road leading to the village. The welcome in this village is very serious, but why do I feel a little weird? After entering the village, Darkness spoke his heart. Because the Red Devil's people like to pretend to be cool and handsome in front of outsiders, as if it would be uncomfortable if they didn't do this, this has led to many Red Devils who forcefully make some strange actions in front of outsiders. Wiz pointed out the reason why Darkness felt strange, that is, the sense of incongruity. Besides, almost no one from the Red Devils can speak in a normal tone. Weisi popularized it, and her statement was soon fulfilled. I'm from another village. I haven't seen anyone from another village for a long time. It seems that it's time for people from other villages to know my reputation. After entering the village, I met some red-eyed villagers. After seeing the strange faces appearing in the villagers were a little ready to beat their hands. A male villager wearing a straw hat and carrying a fish basket came first. After approaching this side, he suddenly fell to the ground. The fish basket on the back also fell down because of the fall, and 2 big fish were thrown out. Are you okay? Darkness looked at the person who fell in front of him and asked quickly. I'm fine, thank you, I only caught 2 big fish in half an hour. This man deliberately showed the big fish that had long rolled his eyes in front of outsiders in order to check whether the big fish was injured. This fish was dead before it fell out. Broly reminded the other party. Haha, kids really love to joke. Well, you must be wondering how I caught such a big fish, right? No problem, let me tell you the fishing skills of the future king of rivers and oceans, the first angler of the Red Devils, and the great magician who masters superior magic. Broly. Did he just say something? No need, your fish is too small. The fish I catch are bigger than your 2 fish combined. Broly hurriedly hand. Although he has never caught many fish in this world, he has caught many big fish in the previous world. You're actually a master. Hearing this, the first angler of the Red Devil clan knelt down and covered his heart, as if he had encountered some unknown attack. Our Red Devil's #1 angler was defeated. The hidden power in the children outside the village cannot be ignored. Let me meet him. Another middle-aged man with red eyes approached and introduced himself. I am the master of the Red Demon clan, the great magician who masters the superior magic of earth rock art. The lord of the first land is equal to the villagers who have the most fields in the Red Devil village, but as long as they are willing to reclaim the fields and spend their time taking care of the fields, the Red Devils do not care about the people in the village and reclaim more private fields. Therefore, this person should be said to be the great magician of the Red Devil clan who is willing to cultivate the most fields and take care of the fields. The other party is also pretending to behave, but he can take care of many fields, but it is also very powerful in this world. I have a lot of land, do you have so much land? After the introduction, the middle-aged man looked at the boy with a provocative look. Wiz had a headache. Akia and Darkness were speechless. What is this person here for? I am Broly, a Saiyan from Wan Pastar. Wan Pastar is very big and has a lot of land on it, which should be considered my land. Broly learned the way the Red Devils spoke and answered the man's words. What is Wan Pastar? The middle-aged man was puzzled. That's it. Broly pointed to the ground. Middle-aged people are confused. It means a planet, a world. Akia explained with help. What, do you own a world's land? The man covered his heart and knelt down. I lost. So, what did you lose? Akia and Darkness couldn't help but complain. Chapter 191 The Girls of the Red Devils. Of course, that's an exaggeration to describe one's own ability. The man on the ground got up and answered Akia and Darkness's doubts directly, then looked at Broly in amazement. I really didn't expect that the children outside the village bragging about their amazing skills are so powerful. Broly, I didn't brag, everything I said was true. Ha ha ha, it's normal for a child to exaggerate it, uncle is optimistic about you. The man looked disbelief and patted the boy on the shoulder. This is the trend of the Red Devils. They generally like to exaggerate and are very persistent in this regard. Weis was helpless to explain to the people next to him. Isn't this just bragging? Akiya complained. Little girl, how can this be said to be bragging? We, the Red Devils, are all people with life goals. We often say some exaggerated words, which are also inspiring ourselves to move towards our own life goals. I thought back then that I wanted to become a big landlord, so now I can become the largest landlord of the Red Devils. The man corrected the truth. Who is the little girl? I am older than you all add up. Akiya said dissatisfied, and her words caused the exclamation of the Red Devils around her. Anything that makes the Red Devil feel great, even if it is exaggerated, can still gain the surprise of the Red Devil. The longer you live, the more you can see clearly. I think you must have amazing wisdom in life, right? A villager started asking. Nothing is there? I'm just a little smarter than the rest of the world. Akiya was embarrassed to scratch her head, but she admitted the fact that she had high IQ. Darkness. Seeing Akiya not speaking from the side, Akiya was a little brainy and would not let the ingredients that were originally only a few hundred eras per pound suddenly become tens of thousands per pound. Even if she shares more money that she deducts from other ingredients, she won't easily see her greed. I can do it enough. What are the adults over there doing? Why do they look very lively? On the field path, a girl wearing a magic hat stopped and looked at the crowd around the river not far away, and asked her classmates who had stopped here for a while. It's Hui, good morning. A girl with a red-bottomed cross-blocked eye mask and a well-developed figure on her right eye, said hello to the girl with a poor figure but a soft black hair and a cute face, and then talked about the situation there. I heard that there are people from other villages coming to our village. The adults are chatting with those who have just entered the village. It's the same again. Can those boring adults not go out to talk to others every time there are people from other villages coming? Hui covered her face and complained. However, she didn't think that there was any problem with the adults in the village who took the initiative to run to the outside village to introduce themselves. She just thought that the adults' behavior was too proactive and enthusiastic, which was a matter that greatly deteriorated their Red Devils. As a per capita magician, owning the legend for the Crimson Devil's Eyes, our image should be powerful, aloof, and mysterious. Things like signing up for a name should be said only when others sincerely ask us for advice, and they are by no means delivered to us to introduce themselves. Miss Hui, who is still studying in the Red Devil's Red Prison Magic Academy and has never experienced the beatings of the outside world, grabbed her college uniform while talking and danced and made various gestures. Sometimes it is the cold and mysterious vampire noble posture, and sometimes it is the appearance of a powerful magician holding a staff that is calling the wind and rain. Unfortunately, these are all imaginations in the brain. The girl is not a vampire or a magician. Although the red demons have a high magical talent, for the first magic to learn, the red demons who have this strange obsession, the 13-year-old girl is still in the stage of learning magic knowledge and accumulating skill points in the Magic Academy. Well, I roughly agree with Hui, but Hui, you should also consider that there are more in our village who will not leave the village at all. On weekdays, there is nowhere to introduce yourself to your own situation except us. You can objectively analyze the reasons why their village is more enthusiastic to the villagers outside. Since most adults don't leave the village, why did they put the village in this place? They didn't have to go to the village in front and the shop behind, and the wilderness was full of monsters, and occasionally they were attacked by the Demon King's army. Hui started to complain, this is the reason why there are few outsiders here. Probably because it would be very handsome to build a village in such a place. There is no refutation. Hey, why are you two talking here? You're going to be late to school. Just as the two girls were about to conduct the next analysis and discussion on the establishment of the village, a black girl ran over with half of the bread in her hand. It was a sticky roll, name, sold by the restaurant. However, their classmates ran over like the wind. I was too addicted to the discussion here and I even forgot about going to school. What a loss of composure, but I will not be late. As Hui said that, she glanced at the one next to her for a while. Same for me. Yu Jiao looked at it the same way, curled the corners of his mouth and said Zhang Fei's famous saying. This kind of critical situation happens to be just right. Do you want to compete with me? Hui asked. Is the competition speed? I'm very confident. The first in physical fitness test will raise your head. Then, I'll take a step first. However, the girl next to her sneak away first. I'm not ready yet. The first move is the best, the person who runs first will eventually win. Huai ran in front and was able to chase after him. The two of them quickly overcame the sticky curl in front. The red devils are very fighting in some aspects. So, the runners who came to the school first became directly 3. The wind blows, let me speed. Damn it, I'm sure you can. You actually said the lines that should belong to me when you take advantage of the wind. Handsomeness needs to be snatched, I'll talk about it first, then this wind is mine. Wind, follow my orders and stop my enemies from advancing. Just as they turned around and changed directions from running against the wind, they ran behind and clammed and seized the opportunity to say the lines Huai wanted to say first. Ah, you two bastards, they actually came to grab my lines. Look at me, super support magic, and accelerate against the wind. He shouted XX magic, but in fact there was no magic at all. Huai just started to bury his head and ran wildly, and the other 2 girls hurriedly followed him when they saw this. After running all the way to the front door in a ruined magic academy, the 3 of them held their knees and gagged. I'm the champion. Huai raised her hand and said with some difficulty. It's just going to school. Do you want to work so hard? I can complain enough. This is a competition. Since it is a competition, you have to fight to the death. Huai said for granted. Vomit. Next to it, the sticky roll directly spit out the bread that I just ate in the morning. Chapter 192 Being regarded as a thief. The red devils were so enthusiastic that they were at the edge of the river that they controlled Broly and the other 4 for half an hour. During this period, the red devils came up to introduce themselves one by one, and the speech format was almost the same as I am XXX, the XXX of the red devils, the great magician who controls the superior XX magic. If it is a young red devil, there may be additional I will become the most powerful XX person in the XX profession in the future. Will the legendary red devils always force others to introduce themselves after meeting outsiders? Darkness asked. It's almost the same. When I first came to this village, it was actually the same. However, when I came here again, I didn't have the treatment of being pulled to listen to various self-introductions. That's okay. By the way, where are we going now? Akia asked. She is in a good mood, mainly because there are more people here who can be supporting actors. When he was surrounded by an introduction, he showed off his talent performance and won praise from a group of people. What year the title of the first performer is like a no money, and it was thrown over by the red devils, which made Akia very happy. I'm going to find the magic prop craftsman who used to work with here. Well, I remember that the other party's home should be here. Wiz led the way, asked about the road from time to time, and soon walked out of the bustling village and went to the edge of the village close to the forest. It's that. On the slope, Wiz pointed to a large dilapidated wooden house below the slope and said to the people around him. Hey, the magic prop craftsman you found is quite hermit and mastery. He actually kept it in the bustling village and came to live in such a place. Akia was a little surprised. It's not like this. Mr. Lang is just poorer, so he can't settle down in the village. The last time I came to their house as a guest, I saw their family picking wild vegetables in the forest. Wiz quickly broke Akia's fantasy about the hermit master, and said nothing about the specific manifestation of other people's family poverty. Ah, just like this poor magic prop craftsman, are the magic props he made really reliable? Darkness asked, and the others thought about the unsold goods in the Wiz store, and suddenly they lost confidence in the people they were looking for. Don't worry, the other party's skills in making magic props among the magic prop craftsmen I have seen are definitely first class. Wiz said nothing wrong, and the man also came to the door of the big wooden house and knocked on the wooden door that had patched the wooden board and was shaking. A knock on the door sounded, and Wiz also asked, May I ask, Mr. Piao Sanlang, are you at home? Someone is here. Broly said suddenly. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the sound of footsteps came from the room. Who is outside? Is it a thief who wants to invade my house and come in to steal things? A tender voice sounded from inside. We are not thieves, we are guests who come to visit Mr. Piao Lang. By the way, you are Mr. Piao Sanlang's daughter, please open the door. The thieves outside don't want to deceive me. My Xiaomi is the smartest child in the Red Devils. So, I will tell you that there is nothing but leftovers in my house. Even if you break in, my house has nothing valuable and can be stolen by you. At the entrance of the entrance, a little girl in a patched black robe shouted at the dilapidated gate of her house with a wooden stick in her hand. Ah, the home with only leftovers sounds so pitiful. Darkness could hear that the person who was talking inside was a young child and couldn't help but feel pity. Meow. Without waiting for Viz to say anything, the sound of a cat suddenly came from inside. Immediately afterwards, a swaying wooden door was dug out from under a black cat. The little black cat glanced at the people outside, got out of the crack in the door, and ran away directly. Ah, Xiaomi's emergency food. The wooden door was opened from the inside. The first child of the Red Devils, a girl younger than Broly, ran away directly after the black cat, but the door that was opened was closed again. What should I do now? Akia asked. Or, just wait here. Wiz was also a little confused. No, we should chase after you. That child looks so young. What if he encounters a beast in the forest? Darkness has a chivalrous spirit. Then, Broly and Wei-Eyes, I will go inside and see if there are any adults from her family. Darkness, you'll be responsible for bringing the runaway child back. Akia entered the door as she said that. Her lazy life made her physique worse. She has walked so many ways since the morning, but she wants to take a break. In the forest, Xiaomi chased the cat's footprints on the ground. But soon, she lost the trace of her cat. Obviously, the little black cat stopped walking on the ground. Xiaohei, where are you? Come back soon. I promise not to put you in the pot. The girl shouted and soon arrived at the sealed place that was said to have sealed a great evil god. And on the stone pier here, there was a blue-gray-skinned demon sitting. Xiaomi, oh no, little kid, are you here? Did you put the seal ball together? The devil was named Hust. When he saw the little girl running over, he asked directly. Not yet, I'm here to find my Xiaohei. Xiaomi answered. Xiaohei. It was a black cat, Xiaomi's urgent food. It just now took advantage of the thief coming to my house and ran out secretly. That being said, the truth is that the little girl wanted to add food and put the little black cat into the pot at home. It just happened that Wiz knocked on the door, so she ran to the door and started talking to Wiz. The little black cat took the opportunity to jump out of the pot and also came to the entrance and opened the door and slipped away. Ah, there's a thief at your house. It doesn't matter, are you injured? Hust became a little nervous and asked the little girl. It's okay, I ran very fast and ran out of my house all at once. Yes, I can't find Xiaohei now. Xiaomi was a little disappointed. Xiaohei was an important emergency food for her family. Devil, leave that child. At this moment, Darkness ran out of the forest, and after seeing the demon here, he used the taunt skill to him and shouted loudly. Ah, that's one of the thieves who came to knock on my door. Xiaomi pointed at the girl knight who was running over and said to the demon around her. Hearing this, Hust became serious and carried the girl behind him with his paws. He took the initiative to meet the night girl who ran over to find the little girl. The two did not even have time to talk. As the big sword with both hands collided and the demon claws, an encounter was directly started. The battle was normal at the beginning, but it gradually became a little strange. Don't even think about hurting that child, I will definitely stop you. No, I don't mean to hurt her. Well, are you really a thief? Why don't you feel very similar? Stop for a moment, let's explain it clearly first. Stop talking nonsense, demon, use your claws to hurt me hard, I won't be afraid. Hey, who are you? At close range, Hust, as a superior demon, suddenly found that he was forced to control by the other party, and it was difficult for him to get rid of the other party's ridicule skills. Come on, my devil, defeat the thief. Xiaomi shouted from the side. Chapter 193 Reasons for the Death Fight with the Devil. Little devil, I am not your devil. Hearing Xiaomi's shouting, Huster immediately refuted. Even if this little guy thinks it's useless to be handsome. As a superior demon, not everyone can drive it. Now the master of this is Lord Wabaker. Taking advantage of the devil's turn, Darkness rushed up. She was more proficient in mediocrity than the sword skills that were not accurate. Just a flying collision knocked the demon exposed to the hollow gate to fly away. You woman! Hust's feet dragged out 2 gullies on the ground, and the demon was a little angry. If you attack me again, don't blame me for being rude. Hust acted viciously and roared fiercely at the girl knight. I am still a flowery girl. How dare you, the devil, slander me? In addition, if you attack you, will you be rude to me? This is simply great. Darkness showed a particularly happy expression, swung his fist and ran up to the demon's chin, and punched him twice. Damn it, do you really think I am afraid of you, a human? If it weren't for the territory of the Red Devils, I could kill you in an instant with just one magic. Then come on, don't be polite to me. Darkness gasped excitedly, which made Hust feel constipated, and he really didn't dare to use powerful attack magic. After all, if the Red Devils in this village are attracted, they will probably be beaten up by those red-eyed guys. However, the inability to attack magic does not mean that other magic cannot be used. Support magic, physical strengthening, support magic, speed increase, support magic, physical resistance enhancement, support magic. Hust clasped his palms, casting spells without spells in his mouth, and all kinds of brilliance supporting magic emerged on him, causing his already huge demon body to swell again. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to regret it, get out of here now. You guy can still survive. The skin turned red, and the ominous magical aura was overflowing on the surface of his body. Hust gave the final warning to the girl knight in front of him. Was originally out of kindness and did not want to kill in front of the child Xiaomi, but he did not see Darkness's trembling nature. The devil's fist has become bigger and his arms have become thicker. If he is hit by such a punch, can his abdomen resist the opponent's attack? Just thinking about it, Darkness was a little eager to try. Although Broly was good, her fist was a little petite after all, and she liked a bigger fist. More importantly, after fighting with this demon, Darkness found that the opponent's strength was not much higher than that of him, and was an enemy who could punch the jerky. Come on, use your big and thick thing to attack my body hard. Darkness shouted out some bad lines. Human, since you want to die, I will help you. Hust's patience was consumed completely, and a diagonally upward hole appeared on the ground under his feet, and the huge figure approached Darkness at an extremely fast speed. Darkness opened his arms, but did not make any defense, but just turned his tense abdomen toward the devil's fist. The next moment, with a bang, a small hand easily caught the demon Hust, trying to hit the girl knight's punch. Hey, why can't the attack come yet? Darkness opened her eyes and saw the boy floating in the air in front of her, looking at her speechlessly. Didn't you agree not to do some dangerous things in the future? In the dream, when Broly beat Darkness to cry, the other party stopped jumping into the pile of monsters, but he didn't expect that his old illness would recur. Ah, this is... Darkness had a little panic, and she looked like a mistaken person who was caught and raped in bed, thinking about excuses to make excuses. And she is also I almost thought of a good excuse, which is to protect the hostages held by the demons there, the little girl from the Red Devils. That's right, I had to fight this demon to death in order to protect the little girl over there. Broly. If Darkness's happiness value was not in an upward state before he came here, he would be willing to believe the other party's words. Are you happy with it? Broly reveals the true situation of Darkness, which makes this strange night girl fall into the disadvantage of dialogue. Damn it, why can a little devil who suddenly appears resist my attack so easily? After being blocked from attack, Hust launched the attack again after being disbelief at the beginning, but the continuous attacks with great force were still easily blocked. If you know you are wrong, apologize to me and promise not to do this again in the future. In addition, tonight, I will enter your dream and practice with you and do it seriously to let you experience the feeling of being close to death again. While preaching Darkness, Broly blocked the attack of the demon behind him, but he didn't even go back to his head, as if Hust was just a mosquito flying around. This indifferent attitude also made Hust a little angry. As a demon like the martial arts sect, he has never been so despised by others. Damn it, it doesn't matter if you will be discovered by the Red Devils. You little devil floating in the air will turn back and look at me. As he shouted like this, the complex magic array pattern appeared in front of Hust's mouth, and an energy bomb with deep red lightning and painted black all over was condensed, and Hust directly vomited in the direction of the Saiyan boy. Absorb the touch. In response, after listening to Darkness's mistake, Broly turned around and used the Lich's skills to the bombed energy bomb. The effect seen by the naked eye is that Hust launched a mouth cannon attack, and the mouth cannon attack was eliminated before reaching Broly's little hand. This is not over yet. Broly doesn't like to absorb other people's energy, because after absorbing too much, he will lose the appetite to eat. So, he stretched out his index finger with his right hand, and condensed the energy that had just been absorbed into his body with his fingertips, and returned all the attacks that Hust hit. What? The returned energy bomb was very fast and arrived in front of Hust in an instant. The demon could not react and was directly bombarded by the energy bomb. The red body hit the ladder-shaped building, and with a rumbling sound, the smashed sealed building was smashed to pieces. Ah, Xiaomi's devil! Next to him, the little girl became a little anxious when she saw this scene and ran directly towards the collapsed sealed building. Chapter 194 Tired, hurry up and destroy it. I said, I am not your devil. Hust, who was pressed against the collapsed building, complained that after climbing out of the ruins, his body was already covered in scars and burning injuries everywhere. If my magic resistance was not higher than that of ordinary superior demons, I'm afraid I would have brought me back to hell in this moment. Hust looked at the boy walking over seriously, and the color of his body's skin had returned to its original blue-gray appearance. Hey, the powerful little guy who came over, can I ask you a question? What? Are you a guy who wants to be unfavorable to the little ghost behind me? No. Broly shook his head. He just flew over to see the situation because darkness hadn't returned for too long. That's good. Hearing this, Huster sat down without doubting him. Come on, send me back to hell. As he said this, he gave up resistance directly. Why? Because Hust knew that resistance was useless. With his wings blown off, he clearly realized that he could not escape the palm of the powerful little ghost who could fly in the air in front of him. Similarly, the group of Red Devils in Red Devil Village will probably come here soon to check the situation. The seal was broken, but nothing appeared in the seal. It seems that Lord Wabaker had escaped the seal in advance. Although I don't know where Lord Wabaker is now, this has also completed the contract of loyalty to Lord Wabaker. Hust was not afraid of death. Anyway, if a superior demon-like died, he would just recover in hell. However, it is a bit difficult to return to this world after death, because not many people can summon superior demons in this world. Xiaomi, if possible, I am still looking forward to the person who summons me next time, which can be. Before Huster could say anything, the little girl had already spread her arms and ran to the front of Broly like a hen protecting her chick. You thief, don't even think about hurting my devil. After Xiaomi finished saying this, she made a strange cry, as if she wanted Tao must use this weird cry to scare Broly away. Huster. How can this deterrent behavior, which is like an ordinary animal, be useful for easily defeating one's enemies? Hey, is it really useful? Broly had stopped and the demon widened his eyes. I'm not a thief, and I didn't want to hurt your devil. If I didn't blow me up suddenly, I wouldn't blow it up the other way around. Broly pointed out who was the one who started the first move. Xiaomi held her chin and pondered for a while before continuing to ask, so, as long as Xiaomi's devil no longer hits you, you won't hit it anymore, right? Broly nodded. Good. Xiaomi was very happy. She twisted her body and raised her right hand to open her to Hust, and then said with a momentum, I am the devil in the hell whom I am dominated by. I ordered you in the name of the number 1 demonic sister in the Red Devil village of Xiaomi to not hit this person again. I've said that I'm not your devil yet, and I can't beat this guy. If it weren't for protecting you, a little devil, or being controlled by the strange cross knight over there, without listening to the explanation, I wouldn't want to fight this fight at all. Hust complained directly, is the most unfair person in this encounter. I thought I was protecting the girl from the hands of the person who wanted to hurt the girl, but the other person was not here to hurt the girl at all. Instead, the female knight thought that was hurting the girl and called her without saying anything, which made her feel very immense. Of course, Hust didn't think there was any problem with this, because he was used to the situation where his own race was not trusted in this world. At this moment, a figure teleported to this side, but it was a middle-aged man with a bearded beard. The other party was dressed like a thug and a thorny collar around his neck. When the other party saw the destroyed sealed building over there and the demon sitting cross-legged here, he looked like he couldn't believe it. How could this be the case? The demon actually invaded our village and destroyed the seal of the evil god. Ah, it's the clan leader. Xiaomi revealed the identity of the person. Damn it, the cunning demon dares to destroy the evil god seal that our red demon clan has guarded for generations. Wait, wasn't Lord Wabaker's seal deliberately moved here from outside? No need to say more nonsense, die, demon, after you are dealt with, I will as the ruler of the Red Devil clan, summon the strong men of my clan to fight against the evil god who has been freed from the seal. Suli Peng did not make any more excuses to the demons. He sprayed his spit and began to chant his superior magic, the power of justice hidden in our Red Devil's clan will turn into a sword of light to appear in front of me. With one hand, he clasped his fist in the other hand, and the tiger's mouth was pressed on the palm of his palm. A lightsaber composed of pure magic, also known as Sword of Glory, was held in his hand by a mustached man who had just appeared and claimed to be the ruler of the Red Devils. Chudo Ma Dad. Just as Suzuo Peng was about to attack the devil, a small hand was raised directly, and Xiaomi stopped Suzuo Peng. Hey, isn't this Xiaomi? What are you doing here? Class leader, I'm coming out to find my spare ingredients. Oh no, it's half of my sister, my little black cat. Xiaomi answered the question of his family leader very politely. Then have you found it? Not yet. Well, this place is very dangerous. Xiaomi, please hurry up and stand aside. After I deal with this demon, I will send you home. Suli Peng said this. The opportunity to show his saints in front of others cannot allow the important small audience in the clan to leave, and while he said, he quietly looked at the other two people next to him. He knew about the guests outside the village in the morning. Although he didn't know how the guests outside the village appeared here, it didn't matter at all. After Yu Lu Peng had already done his best to deal with the devil, he reported himself as the leader of the Red Devil clan in front of two people from other villages. Which posture should be used at that time? Use the first set of introduction postures or the second set? I can't stand aside. Xiaomi shook her head and said. Hey, what's wrong? Su Liupeng came back to his senses from his mind and asked the little girl. I have to protect this demon. Xiaomi pointed to Hust next to him and said. Ah, the damn demon actually controlled Xiaomi. Huster. Slander, slander. No, Master Clan, I didn't control me, but I dominated me. This is the devil I control, called Hust. Xiaomi introduced. It's not Hust, it's Hust. Hust felt tired, hurry up and destroy it. After all, how could an adult believe that a child can dominate his superior demon? Ah, Xiaomi, you are so awesome. If this is in an ordinary place, then the adults will definitely not believe that a 5-year-old girl can dominate a superior demon. However, this is the village of the Red Devils, and Yu Lu Peng believed the little girl without hesitation. No, you just believe it. Darkness asked, but he didn't see the look of the boy next to him, just because Broly believed it. Why not he believe that our Red Devils are very human, and it is normal for them to do extraordinary things? Suzui Peng replied naturally, looking at Xiaomi with relief. Hust was not sent back to hell, but was left as the Xiaomi contracted demon. However, although the patriarch of the Red Demon clan believed that the children in his village would definitely have the ability to dominate the demon in the future, now, he still exerted some guarantee measures on the superior demon Hust. It's not a powerful method, it's just that this demon is disobedient. The self-explosion magic I set on can blow to pieces. The Red Devil clan leader, who claimed to be the strange name of Spicy Peng, said some terrifying words when he sent Xiaomi home with a smile. Xiaomi went home, followed by a scarred upper demon. After returning home, there was another mess because Akia had some stress reactions after seeing Hust, the upper demon. Devil, it should be purified. Aqua shouted as he condensed his purified light in his hand. Calm down, Lord Akia, this is someone else's devil. Fortunately, I stopped her in time, and did not cause any big mistake of purifying other people's demons. Chapter 195 Poor Tea Treatment. In the face of the problem of purifying other people's demons and losing money, Akia chose to calm down. Hey, money is the goddess courage. Now that I have no money, I even ignore the demons. Akia sighed. You deserve a beating like this. If you weren't addicted to top-notch wine and always spend money indiscriminately, the dividends from Broly gave you are already a wealth that ordinary people could barely earn for more than 20 years without eating or drinking. Darkness clenched her fists and wanted to punch the head of this guy Akia who had no B-digit in his heart. People are poor and their ambitions are short-lived, and gods are poor and their ambitions are short-lived. Lord Akia, you should accept the facts. Wiz persuaded her, she could understand Akia's current feelings, just like the financial deficit of her magic prop store in the past, but when she saw the magic props that made her heart moved, she didn't dare to buy them. The guests are all poor, but I don't know what the poor guests are doing to find Xiaomi's father. Xiaomi listened next to her and understood that this group of people was not thieves, but she asked in a slight manner. Akia, Darkness, Wiz. This is a home that can be described as a home that is almost a bear small. Why can this little girl in front of her say this so naturally when she calls them poor people? Little sister, it was a thing of poverty before. Now my sister is not poor. I am here to do business with your father. Wiz said. Oh, sister, you are the sucker, are you? You are the distinguished guest who brings charity donations to our family. Xiaomi suddenly realized and immediately ran to the kitchen to prepare tea, preparing for the guests who came to the house on behalf of his parents. Hey, little sister, did you say something strange just now? Darkness asked. Hey, what are you talking about? That's the one you call this sister the sucker. Darkness reminded. What are you talking about, this sister who is very resistant to beating? Xiaomi blinked, looking like I don't know what you are talking about, sister, and pretended to be stupid and stunned. He is really a clever child, but why do he treat the demon as his own contract to use the demon? Akia was a little puzzled by this, but she looked at the demon who took the initiative to shrink and followed in the house. No, don't look at me like this, you guy, I don't know anything. Hust didn't know why Xiaomi wanted to be a demon. It was obvious that the reputation of demons was not very good in this world. The tea is here. Not long after, Xiaomi, who was busy in the kitchen, walked out with a tray. Dear guest, please have tea. The girl respectfully put a cup of water with some tea foam in front of Wei's, and handed another clay cup to others. However, hey, this is just ordinary water, right? Akia looked carefully at the liquid in the teacup in her hand and found that it was just ordinary water inside, and there was no such thing as tea, so she shouted out directly. It's like this. Our family is relatively poor, so the limited tea leaves in the family are only for distinguished guests who bring charity donations to our family. Xiaomi said seriously, but from the tea she poured for herself and Hust, there was no tea, but it could be seen that what she said should not be fake. Sir Akia, if you want to drink tea, why don't I give it to you? Wiz interrupted, but she didn't expect that as the only lich who didn't need to drink, she got the only tea treat here. Akia was not polite, and she looked like you were still cognitive, so she took the cup of tea in front of Viz. What kind of tea is this? But after taking a sip, Akia's brows frowned. It's the best tea in my house. Xiaomi answered this question without hesitation, but her family only has one tea, which is cheap tea with tea crumbs. The tea made from this tea is not moist and tastes like a thorny feeling when it comes to this world. For Akia, it was indeed something that was difficult to swallow. What's wrong, Akia, what's wrong with this tea? Darkness came over and asked. Drink and watch yourself. Akia handed over the tea in her hand, and Darkness took a bite, but she liked it quite well. It's a bit bad, it's a poorly stored old tea, and it tastes a bit slurry. Darkness looked after the aftertaste, causing Akia's mouth to twitch. Although I know that Mr. Piao Sanlang's family is poor, I didn't expect that his family would be so poor. Wiz was also a little ashamed. Broly just leaned over and smelled the tea, then raised his head and frowned. What are you going to eat for lunch? After he realized his reaction, he asked the little girl next to him. It's the leftover roasted sweet potatoes I ate last night. Xiaomi answered. What are you eating in the morning? Broly asked again. It's porridge. You can see the porridge at the bottom of the bowl. I drank 2 large bowls of millet. Xiaomi looks like she can eat children. I didn't expect you to have such a hard life. Hust was inspired, which was almost the same as some hungry people. It's almost noon, we are going to have a meal. Do you want to be with us? Broly asked. Xiaomi needs to keep a look at home, and Xiaomi has no money either. The little girl could tell that she wanted to go together, but she flipped her pocket in her skirt, but it was empty. I was short of money and wanted to fill my stomach. I usually went to the forest to find food. I used to look for it with my sister, but now my sister is in school, so she is the only one. It's not a problem to be honest with the family, and having no money is not a problem, because I treat you. Broly pointed at the demon and said that. Xiaomi widened her eyes and looked at the boy with some disbelief. So, Xiaomi can eat delicious food without spending money. Well, but the premise is that there are delicious restaurants in this village. Onasan Kamisama, you are such a super charity. Xiaomi rubbed her hands and prayed to Broly, still praising the other person. Xiaomi knows which restaurant is the best in the village. Xiaomi can take you there. Hust, the task of guarding the house is left to you. I will lead this kind brother to the restaurant for dinner. After the meal, Xiaomi will come back soon. Xiaomi stood up and gave such an order to his own envoy. She turned to Broly and stood at attention, sucking her saliva and continuing to report. Xiaomi is ready to eat at any time. Oh no, I'm taking the good brother to the best restaurant in our village for dinner. Chapter 196 The Demon Chef Accommodation and the Devil Who Makes a Mistake. Okay, Xiaomi, you are very energetic. I hope you can be so energetic when you finish your meal. Broly praised the little sister from a poor red devil family and stood up and walked out the door. Hey, wait for us. Darkness followed with her bag. Is there any good wine in this place? Akia ran forward and asked the little girl. Mr. Akia, please don't ask the children about alcohol. Wiz followed and persuaded him. B.A. The dilapidated wooden door was pulled up, and Houston in the room was holding a teacup, but he fell into a state of silence. I really want to run away at this time. Houston sighed and then packed up the clay teacup on the shabby wooden table. But maybe I had never done such a thing before, and with a click, a clay teacup was crushed. Looking at the broken cup in his hand and looking at this extremely dilapidated home, cold sweat broke out on Houston's forehead. It's just a cup made of clay, it should be able to stick back, right? Boss, please give me the biggest parent-child rice bowl. In a small restaurant, Xiaomi stepped into the kitchen and started ordering dishes to the owner of the shop who was busy inside. Isn't this Xiaomi? Does your father have the money to give you food today? The shop owner is not unfamiliar with Xiaomi. Her sister used to be brought to the restaurant kitchen and secretly steal food from the kitchen. Originally, there was no problem with him taking care of children in the two tribes for food, but whether it was Huai or her sister Xiaomi, they were relatively backbone children. I never eat food that comes from pity, and I prefer to rely on my own hands to get food, even if it is a kitchen waste stolen from my restaurant kitchen. Of course not, but today someone treats to dinner. Xiaomi answered very directly. Who? Is it the guy who slaughtered the green coconut flower? As a leisurely young man from the Red Devils who usually make idle moves in the village, the other party sometimes takes care of the two children of Piasan Lang's family. I'm not the big brother of the nits who lie with his parents. Today I invited Xiaomi to dinner. The powerful brother who defeated Xiaomi's powerful demon. The store owner was a little curious and followed Xiaomi out. After seeing the 4 customers he didn't know in the store, his eyes narrowed. Immediately afterwards, the store owner took the menu of his hotel, moved quickly and came to Broly and others. 4 guests, good afternoon. I am the owner of this restaurant. My name is Huo Xiao Chicken Shirt. I am the chef of the restaurant among the Red Devils. I also control the magic of the superior. It is also the template introduction of the Red Devils, and Xiaomi added next to it, it is the first chef of the Red Devils who makes parent-child rice bowls. As for the first person to make ramen, Uncle Lala sang, and the first person to bread is. Ahem, this doesn't matter. What's important is, what kind of dishes are the 4 guests planning to taste in my store? The store owner handed over the menu and showed a look of eagerness to try and want to show his best skills. Do you order? No need to order it. Just add all the things you can do in this menu. Broly now goes to a strange restaurant to eat, and he never orders the order, but asks the restaurant to serve all the dishes and order more of them to see which one is the best. Are you all? Can't you do it? No, it's just a little challenge, but I'm the best restaurant chef in the Red Devils, and I won't back down. As he said this, the hotel owner suddenly burst into laughter. It seems that it is time for the world to know that I have spent many years of original magic cooking. Various kitchen utensils were moved from the back kitchen to the front by the shop owner. Fireball. As the flames emerged, the other party controlled the flames to divide them into several continuous flames, and several dishes were made at the same time. During this process, the owner of the Red Devils Hotel in front of him not only showed his profound cooking skills with a sense of the temperature, but also his powerful ability to finely manipulate magic. However, for Broly and the others who came to the restaurant for dinner, their focus was different. What a great magical performance! Akia is concerned about the acrobatic performance level shown by the other party cooking at the same time. If some of these pots and utensils made of magical materials are sold, will they be sold well? Wiz has some interest in the other party's cooking. Miss Wiz, calm down. Will normal magicians be chefs? Even if they can be chefs, will they cook in this exaggerated way? As for Darkness, he persuaded the Lich Miss to not have the idea of buying magic props that would only lose money and go back to sell. When can we have a meal? Various fragrances came from different kitchen utensils. Broly and Xiaomi, who was sitting next to him, were a little impatient about the food and spoke out bluntly and urged the owner to start the store. Facts have proved that cooking methods that use magic to control the heat are really efficient, but apart from the high efficiency, the foods made are basically no different from things made with ordinary methods. So, what's the point of bringing out kitchen utensils and cooking with magic in front of us? Darkness started to complain. Of course it's because it's so handsome. Xiaomi answered this question without hesitation, but her mouth was a little bulging like a little hamster, obviously full of food. After having enough food and drink, Wiz asked Xiaomi about when her father would go home, and then from the girl, she got news that her father might not go home until the night if his business was not good. In this way, we have to spend the night here. Wiz thought for a while and asked the little girl. Do you have a hotel here? Of course, Gudong, there is. Xiaomi swallowed the food in her mouth before saying. The hotel she mentioned is called Red Romance. However, this hotel is not red or romantic, it is just an ordinary hotel. Even because there are no customers coming to this village, it is more like the home of the Red Devils who run this hotel, commonly known as a homestay. Fortunately, the room is often cleaned, but it is also clean. The tables, chairs, and benches inside are complete, but the intuitive impression is that it is much better than that of Xiaomi's house. More importantly, the accommodation fee here is not expensive, but it is a bit strange that the price of opening one room is a little more expensive than the price of opening multiple rooms. What's the situation? Darkness was a little curious and asked directly the Red Devil couple who opened the hotel. This is the true meaning of this hotel Red Romance. Think about it, the guests, men and women who are traveling, meet a hotel with only one room. If they live together, can something very romantic happen when they are staying in the same room? This is the extra charge for guests who only open one room and who are male and female. Hiss. Darkness gasped and felt that the charge was suddenly reasonable. Guest, you want to open 4 single rooms here, right? Please pay the fee here and register. The male owner of the hotel took out a dusty notebook and was about to register for the hotel to register for the room, but suddenly he was blocked by the girl knight's hand. No, just give me a bigger room. Darkness said seriously. But you are 3 women and 1 man, and the man is still a minor child. Wait, are you trying to attack that minor child? The hostess of the hotel was gasping for breath and was ready to arrest Nice, stopping the dirty adults from committing crimes against children. No, things are not what you think. That child is my younger brother. My real goal is actually the other 2. I know there is something wrong with my orientation, but I just can't control myself. Taking my brother with me is just a cover, which is a helpless move, but I still ask you to help me. Ah, so that's the case. The hotel couple looked at each other and nodded at each other. We will help you. The Red Romance of female Keto is very romantic. They have never seen it in their lifetime. They have to help with this. Sorry, there seems to be only one big room left in this hotel. Darkness, who came back, said so. How is this possible? There are no other foreign travelers in this village. Akia didn't believe it. I can't do anything about it either. There is no extra room, there is no extra room. Tonight we can only get together to sleep. Everyone sleeps together and dreams together. In this way, Broly will not be beaten too badly in the dream, right? But in fact, it doesn't matter if the fight is too bad. At that time, Viz and Akia will probably watch the scene of themselves being beaten in their dreams. Just thinking about that situation, Darkness was a little excited. This was her own humiliation, right? No one understands or knows the strange XP Girl Knight's ideas and calculations. But in the evening, when Broly and others who had arranged their accommodations came home, they saw the demon who was scrambling pieces of clay cups on the edge of the house. Hust, what are you doing? Xiaomi came over and asked. No, I didn't do anything. The devil was a little panicked and quickly covered up the things he had pieced together with his body. Chapter 197, Cup. Hey, isn't this a teacup? Darkness took a detour and said, directly causing Hust's cover-up to lose its effect. Listen to me, I just want to help you clean up these cups, but I didn't expect them to be so fragile and would break if I pinched them gently. Hust wanted to explain something, but Xiaomi's mouth was already weakened. My parents asked Xiaomi to take care of the house, but Xiaomi didn't take the house well, and it actually broke the important cup at home. Xiaomi burst into tears. Aren't it just some cups? Hyust didn't expect the girl to react so much, so he subconsciously said. Ah, there are demons here that make the child cry. Akia has no other skills, but she is still very capable of taking advantage of the devil's ability to take advantage of the situation, so she immediately started to sarcastically. As a matter of fact, the demon is a demon, and it still are not just some cups. Haha, don't you look at the child's family situation. Under Akia's verbal offensive, Hyust couldn't hold back anymore. More importantly, he really absorbed some sad negative emotions on Xiaomi. Hey, little. I wanted to say something ghost, but it turned out to be rice in the end. Don't cry, okay? At worst, I'll go outside and grab some cups now. I'll definitely be better than the broken cups in your house. Hyust is a demon who just doesn't know how to comfort people, and Xiaomi is even more sad. Xiaomi kicked Kak's thick thigh and exposed his little tiger teeth, and shouted to Kak with a fierce look, Xiaomi's cups are not broken, they are the best cups. Do you need me to help you purify this demon? Don't worry, there is no charge for purifying the demon here. Akia hurried over and recommended herself to Xiaomi. I think you should apologize if you did something wrong. Broly said to Hyust from the side. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hyust looked at the boy who easily defeated him, then looked at the little girl who was crying over there, and finally chose to apologize honestly. However, sorry, you are not saying that. You should get off the ground. Hey, what is the place where you get off the ground? It's like. Broly generously taught Hyust the apology skills he learned in the first world, and then the blue-gray demon made a pose to get off the ground in front of Xiaomi and apologized seriously. Xiaomi wiped his tears and quickly forgave him. You are Xiaomi's devil. The devil's fault is Xiaomi's fault. Xiaomi will apologize to her parents seriously. This is a child who is brave enough to take responsibility, and Akia is a little disappointed because she failed to take the opportunity to eliminate the demon next to her. Hyust was a little surprised and moved, pointed to the pieces of the clay cup on the ground and said, then let me try again to see if they can be made into cups. Broly came over and asked, can this be made into a cup? I'm not sure, but when I was passing by a human home that made this kind of thing, I saw how humans who made this thing did it. Those people mix water and soil, turn on a plate, and then burn it with fire after turning out the shape, and the cup will be fine. Hyust also made a demonstration while talking. After crushing the pieces of the clay cup into powder with a fist, he took the water and poured it into the powder. Then, he rubbed with his big palms, as if he was playing with mud. Not to mention, although he looked like a big, rough demon on the surface, he was unexpectedly clever and skillful. Hyust made some cups with his hands. Fireball. After cooking with magic flames, Broly saw unorthodox magical usage again. The demon Hyust used the flames he summoned to directly roast the clay cup on the ground. Before any accident, a crackling sound sounded, and the prepared clay cup cracked, becoming the slag I saw before. I don't know why, every time I do this, the cup will always crack itself. Those humans who make cups must have used some kind of magic to make cups that I don't know. When Hyust said this, he looked confident. Wiz and Darkness looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Pucci, you stupid demon, burning the clay cup like this will of course burn the cup. Akia laughed at her. Hey, do you, the Grand Priest, know how to make cups? The devil looked over. Of course. Akia is a treasure goddess, and there are always some strange skills hidden on her body. Please teach me how to make a cup. Hyust asked. Ha, what a joke. Let me, Lord Goddess, teach you a demon to make a cup. Of course Akia refused, but... Master Akia, I want to make a cup too. Broly also asked. There are no cups on Wampa Star. In the past, we used to eat the remaining shells of Wampa spiders as water storage tools for rainwater. Thinking that after returning to Wampa Star, I can already achieve water freedom, I definitely need better water loading tools. So, Broly also became very interested in doing things like cups. Oh, it's another day without business. Piao Sanlang sighed, and his head was slapped by the woman behind him. Who is this blame? There was a customer who had already taken a fancy to our magic props, but you just said that the other party was a guy who didn't know the goods, and said that he would not sell the magic props to someone who didn't know the goods, so he drove the customer away. Wei Wei clenched her fist and wanted to punch her husband in the head. She used to fall in love with the other person because she had a very unique personality. But because of its too personalized nature, the various high-quality magic props made by the other party are difficult to sell. When I was young, I felt it didn't matter if I lived a hard life and thought it was enough to have love. However, after having 2 lovely daughters, the difficulties at home made this mother lower her head to the cruel reality of this world. Dear, I'm not against you choosing customers, but you should also think about the situation where our family is almost out of business. If we don't make money, our family will go hungry. I will definitely make money from my wife, but if I abandon the bottom line of being a magic prop craftsman in order to make money, the magic props I make in the future will definitely no longer have souls, my grass. Halfway through, Piao Sanlang widened his eyes and issued an auxiliary tone. What did he see? A group of people playing with mud in front of their doorstep? Next to it, there is a demon playing with fire? What is the most important thing in making cups is the heat. We must strictly ensure that the cups are heated evenly during the process of making cups. Akia is like a serious and responsible instructor, strictly teaching students who make cups with their hands behind their backs. I made it. Finally, after more than half an hour, when Xiaomi's parents returned home with the shadow of the sunset, the first cup was finally successfully burned. A group of people and a demon surrounded him, and a burned clay cup was on the ground. The scene was very strange, as if he was performing some evil ritual. Xiaomi, what are you doing? After Piao Sanlang brought his wife to approach with caution, he suddenly asked his little daughter in the crowd. Hearing the sound, he turned around and saw that his parents were back. Xiaomi was very happy. He was not afraid that the cup that had just cooled down was still a bit hot, so he picked up the cup and put it on his head, ran to Piao Sanlang and Wei. Mom and Dad, look, this is the new cup I just made. Our family will not lack cups in the future. Hearing this, Piao Sanlang and Wei looked at each other. At this time, the man saw the old friend Wei's eyes. As soon as his eyes lit up, he asked Miss Lich about the situation. Chapter 198 Useful but seemingly useless magic props. After some explanation, Piao Sanlang and his wife learned about the situation that happened here. They started with the frequent visitor of Wiz who came to their home to visit him, but were treated as a thief by their youngest daughter. The superior demon, who became his youngest daughter, crushed the clay cup, and then a group of people and demons successfully made the clay cup under the guidance of a goddess. Even Piao Sanlang, who was born in the Red Devils, felt a little at a loss about what happened at home and his youngest daughter. However, the Red Devils are the Red Devils after all. Although they cannot understand why things have become like this, Piao Sanlang still quickly accepted the status quo and praised his youngest daughter. Compared to Piao San, who is the head of the family Lang's happiness, Wei, as the mother of the family, became a little worried. She secretly came behind her husband, poked her husband's back, and whispered, "Our family is so poor, how can we still afford the food expenses of a superior demon?" Piao Sanlang. Turning his head, he lowered his voice and replied, "Mom, why don't we use petrification magic to petrify our daughter's devil, the superior demon, first? As long as it turns into a gargoyle, you won't have to eat." Huster felt that he had to say something, but he coughed and reminded him, "I can hear what you said. Some demons have 7 or 8 times more auditory abilities than humans. Wiz helped to popularize science. Red Devil's couple. Hypnosis." Wei suddenly took action, and Hust didn't react and was knocked down by this hypnotic magic. This is also impossible. Anyway, after you are turned into a stone statue, you will not have any consciousness. Let's do it. Wei raised her staff and prepared to use petrified magic. "Ah, Mom, what are you doing?" Xiaomi quickly stood in front of Hust and faced his mother. "Xiaomi, you are a sensible child. Get out of the way. Our family has no extra money and raise a superior demon. I won't let it go. Huster is my devil, and is my companion." "Huster. How many times will it move you this day? Bastard. Forget it, Xiaomi, let your mother petrify me. When your family is not poor, let me out. House, woo. Well, you have to use the devil." Piao Sanlang said sincerely. "After that being said, do devils also need to eat? Don't you just need to absorb negative emotions?" At this moment, Broly interrupted curiously. Whether it was Miss Success he knew in the succubus shop or Barniel, who worked in the Viz Magic Props shop, they were more keen on absorbing human emotions than normal human food. As soon as this problem arose, the scene became quiet in an instant, and the light of petrified magic stopped directly on the tip of Xiaomi's mother's humble magic wand. "Miss Wiz, what magic props are you going to buy?" As if nothing happened, everyone returned to the dilapidated wooden house that looked more like a stable than the house. "Please have tea." Xiaomi's mother is more generous than her daughter, and she gave everyone a tea-filled water. But except for Darkness, several others were not interested in this aged tea drink. "I wonder what new products have been made by Mr. Piao Sanlang. Wits gets to the point. Mom, take out all the goods." Piao Sanlang's lips curled up, but he said confidently. "Okay." Wei Wei responded and placed the large package he was carrying when he came back on the repaired low table. The package opened, revealing more than 20 magic props inside, each of which emitted different magic fluctuations. "The new products created this year are here." Miss Wiz is looking at them and choosing them, and they are all good products. For Pia Sanlang, Wiz is a customer who recognizes goods. As long as she wants to buy it and the price is right, he will never say anything. Wiz looked at the goods in front of him, then picked up the most obsessive golden bracelet and asked for it. "This is called a charm bracelet. Just wear it, it will increase the attractiveness of the equipment to the opposite sex. A month ago, I sold one of these props, and the customer who bought them directly gave me a good review of the props I made. So, I created another one." "Sounds like a good prop." Akia touched her chin and said. "Akia, don't make a judgment so easily. Think about the waste magic props in the Wiz shop." Darkness was very cautious. "Hey, what do you mean?" Piao Sanlang immediately felt a little dissatisfied and directly accused Darkness. "If you don't buy it, don't talk." "Well, although I am not a customer who bought magic props, I am the one who came with Wei and helped her with magic props. The biggest reason why Wiz's magic prop store is poorly managed is that she often buys some magic props that are useless. In order to avoid losses in her shop, it is not only me, but also Miss Akia, but also the person with the palm and eye magic props. The magic props purchased by Wei this time must be approved by us." "What? Calm down, husband, if you drive away the guests, you will go to the forest outside tonight." This move is very useful, Piao Sanlang calmed down directly. "So, what form does this bracelet improve the charm of the carrier?" Darkness asked. It was actually not uncommon to enhance charm, such as items with constant charm, or additional affinity. Items of ascending magic. The former is considered a curse prop, while the latter is a little more indirect, which enhances the carrier's affinity temperament. As for market preferences, props of the former type will be sold better. The bracelet is a magic that expands the carrier's gender temptation. As long as the nearby opposite sex with insufficient self-control is easily affected by the bracelet. Wait, this bracelet is not a prop that acts on the carrier itself, but a magic prop that acts on other people near the carrier. Yes, isn't it very interesting? It won't have any negative impact on the carrier itself, but it will have a test of character for others. As long as you bring this thing with you, women will easily have good luck in love. Roasted peach blossoms are also peach blossoms. Of course, you can also use this to judge who is the truly trustworthy object in the interpersonal circle around you. When Akia heard this, she suddenly felt a little disgusted. Is this a scoped curse prop? However, Darkness's attitude was completely opposite to Akia. Wits, the prop you chose is good. I think you can buy it. I promise you can make a big profit. She said. Bastard, you want to buy it yourself, right? Akia hit the nail on the head. Where is it? Darkness doesn't admit it at all. What about this one? Broly picked up a lantern. That's a lantern that can only be held in the dawn. What about that night? It's definitely not illuminated unless there is another light source. For example, lighting a torch or creating a fireplace, within a 5-meter illumination range, this is a light that does not require oil or magic. A magic prop that sounds useful, but also seems to be a little useless. Chapter 199, Tic-Tac-Tac General. The magic props from the Piao Sanlang family can indeed be said to be master's work only in terms of production techniques, but if we talk about the specific effects of the magic props, it can only be said to be somewhat subtle. According to Piao Sanlang himself, he does not like to make some mass-produced magic props that ordinary magic props can also be made by craftsmen. If you want to do it, just make some more powerful or special high-quality magic props. Broly doesn't know whether the magic props are exquisite or not, but their family's poverty is probably related to the head of the family who insists on being the high-quality magic props. It is difficult for us to give too high purchase prices for products like yours to use some extremely cost-consuming detailed magic patterns to achieve some aspects that have no practical effects. The magic props have basically been seen, but they have entered the bargaining stage. Darkness has a talent in this regard. Instead of Viz, who had previously been interested in some magic props, he bargained with the Piao Sanlang and his wife on the other side. Broly was not interested in the bargaining process of the market. He carried the lantern with the magic inscription of Spotlight and ran to the yard, actually a fence made of branches outside the wooden house, and played a tic-tac game with Xiaomi. Every time I write my own character in the grid, it can be O, X or other characters, and the person who is the first to connect 3 characters into a line will win. Bro used the branches to draw a tic-tac on the ground and explained the rules of the game to Xiaomi. And this game was learned by his children who played on the streets and alleys of Axel. It was probably something left by a reincarnated person who came to this world before. However, Broly rarely has the opportunity to play with others after learning. After he beat a street naughty child who lost the game and wanted to cheat and lie down with his parents, he found that some children looked at him and felt some inexplicable fear. Oh, Xiaomi understands. Xiaomi nodded, a little excited. There were no children of the same age as her in the village, so she had no playmates before and had never had the chance to play this kind of 2-player game. So naive. Hust looked at the 2 little ghosts next to him, and got up on the ground with branches. Half an hour later, a demon appeared in OOXX's figure in the afterglow of the sunset. Damn it, why did I lose again? This game is so difficult. Hust, you're a fool, it's my turn, it's me. Broly was like an invincible tic-tac general, meeting the constant challenges of the little girl and her devil. As night fell, Huai covered her stomach and went home. Today she was invited to her soft home to celebrate her brother's birthday, but she was at the house of the brother-in-law, and she was eating cakes very full. It is a rare thing for their family to have enough food. Thinking that they could give their meals to their sister tonight, Huai couldn't help but feel a little lighter. Xiaomi, I'm back. See what my sister has brought you. As soon as he approached the door, Huai shouted with a box containing a small piece of cake. Hey, it's my sister who's back. Hearing the sound, Xiaomi came back to her senses from arguing with Hust who is in a tic-tac contest with Broly. Thinking of the food I had been treated from outside in the evening and packed home, Xiaomi couldn't wait to tell her sister the good news. House, take me to greet my sister. Hey, can't you go and greet it yourself? Hust wanted to sneak away, but was stopped by Xiaomi, so he could only grab the girl in his hand and walk towards the main entrance of the house. Sister, I'm here. The door of the room was not opened by the cute sister, but the voice of her sister came from next to her. Are you playing in the yard? Huai said this, and turned from the main entrance to the side of the wooden house, and saw her sister being caught by a tall demon in her hand. Ba. The cake box in his hand fell to the ground, and Huai became a little uncomfortable. The devil over there, let go of my sister. When encountering such a thing, Huai did not escape. Instead, she quickly came to the fence, pulled up the branch stuck on the ground, held it in her hand and pointed it at Hust who was walking towards her, and roared at the demon with a threat. This is the law of survival in the forest. When encountering beasts, you must never turn around and run away. Instead, you must get weapons that may be nearby and confront the beasts. Oh, shit, this move may work for beasts, but is it still effective for demons? The demon who catches his sister will be no ordinary person at first glance. If the sister was not in the other party's hands, Huai promised that she would turn around and run away at the first glance when she saw the demon. Holding the wooden stick in the direction of the devil, Huai could find that the wooden stick standing in front of her was trembling constantly. Don't be afraid, it's just a mere demon. In the future, you will become the great magician who masters the strongest bursting magic. Huai tried hard to suppress her inner fear, but she was improving her morale by herself. Besides, Mom and Dad will go home almost at this time. As long as Mom and Dad come back, dealing with mere devils is definitely not a problem. Although they are the Red Devils, before learning magic, Huai was no different from ordinary girls of the same age. Just as Huai mustered up the courage to face the fear, Hust put down the millet in his hand. Hey, don't get me wrong, you guy, this is what your sister asked me to bring her here. As he explained this, Hust also raised his hand to indicate his harmlessness. Ah, my poor sister, you were bewitched by the demon. Do you want to help the demon use itself as bait to capture your sister? Huai looked carefully at her sister running over and said this. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Hust is my devil. Ha, do you think I will believe your nonsense? Huai said this sentence to Hust. My sister is only 5 years old, and I don't even have a demon. How could she be a demon who is only 5 years old, so she can have such a big and handsome demon as a demon? Ah, thank you for your praise, but your sister is true. Hust felt a little embarrassed to scratch his face. Humph, the ignorant demon, this is my Huai's plan. I fool you with some praise words, thus delaying time. Hey, sister, didn't you say that Xiao He is your half-body demon? Xiaomi asked curiously. Idiot, that's the excuse I made to bring Xiao He into the academy to get the other guy's lunch. It's okay, Xiaomi, if I'm not working, I'll go back. I'll play for you first, but it's my turn to play later. The chessboard has been expanded since the moment of playing tic-tac, but due to proficiency and player IQ, neither Xiaomi nor Hust have beaten Broly. After the conversation was over, Hust walked to the backyard. After the demon left, Huai reluctantly relaxed. She looked at her sister with a strange look and asked, Xiaomi, what's going on? What's going on? That devil. I said that, is Xiaomi's devil. But before I left in the morning, you didn't seem to be using a devil, right? House became Xiaomi's devil at noon. Chapter 200, Free to the Girl Huai. After some inquiries, Huai, who had just returned home, learned what was going on with her sister who was at home today. Damn it, why can you encounter such good things when you are guarding your house at home? Someone will help you recover the demon and be a devil. Huai envied her sister a little. She also wanted a powerful devil. If she could take the devil just now to school, she would definitely be looked at by others with admiration, right? Sister, Xiao He is still very good. Xiaomi looked at her sister's loss, then walked over and patted her sister's shoulder, comforted her and said. Then let's change. Huai said immediately. Xiaomi immediately turned her head and whistled. Ah, I'm lucky I brought you a cake. Seeing her sister pretending to be stupid, Huai pouted directly. Today someone invited Xiaomi to dinner, and Xiaomi also packed a lot of delicious food for you to eat. Xiaomi quickly said that he was prepared too. And, sister, your cake has been broken. Xiaomi pointed to the cake box over there again and said. That's not because I was scared by your demon. The two sisters entered the room with a fight. After Huai saw other strangers in the room bargaining for magic props with her father, then he quickly stopped. Wiz smiled kindly at Huai, while Darkness and Piao Sanlang and his wife negotiated until the heated stage, but they didn't have time to pay attention to her. Akia also held a space kettle that was said to be able to hold liquids that were larger than the size of her own surface. This kettle is the most practical one among these magic props. Except that it is very expensive. Eris is very expensive. Are these people who bring charity donations to our family? Huai asked in a low voice. Well, but there is another good brother who is better and takes the initiative to treat Xiaomi to a big meal, but he is not here. Xiaomi nodded and answered her sister in a low voice. I didn't expect that there was such a good stupid person. Well, a great guy, go, Xiaomi, take my sister to find him. Hey, sister, don't you have supper first? No, I got back from my friend's house after eating well. Huai touched her stomach, and now she can still burp cream. Then come with me. Xiaomi took her sister out of the side door and came to the backyard. She pointed to the boy who was playing a larger chessboard with Houston under the lantern where the moonlight was gathering, and introduced him to the big girl beside her. Sister, that's the big brother Xiaomi calls it. He invited Xiaomi to eat a lot of delicious food. Ha, it turns out he is a guy younger than me. Huai crossed her hands on her chest. After seeing the boy, she suddenly lost the feeling of tension that she wanted to come over and eat and drink, and naturally felt. Xiaomi, you should call him a guy of that age. Huai corrected her sister's name and continued, let's go, take my sister over and meet her. If possible, my sister will ask him to continue to treat us to dinner tomorrow. It just so happened that tomorrow is a day off, so she doesn't have to go to college. I'll draw here, it's your turn. Broly pondered. Although Huster was big and thick, he was still an adult demon who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. The gameplay of tic-tac chess is not complicated. If you want to continue to win on the expanded board, you need to think about it. Sorry, disturb me. Just as Broly was thinking about how to beat the demon next to him, Huai's voice suddenly came from the side. Broly looked in the voice and saw a shining new wife who was reminding from Crystal Palace, standing beside Xiaomi. My name is Huai. He is the most powerful magician destined to master the strongest burst magic in the future. He is also the most reliable and beautiful sister of Xiaomi. This is Huai's opening remark, which is very consistent with the self-introduction formula of the Red Devils. I am Broly, the strongest Saiyan who is destined to find many wives in the future. This is a subconscious reverent introduction by Broly. He has heard too many special introductions of the Red Devils in a day, which makes him a little assimilated. Well, Huai was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, the boy in front of her actually kept up with her rhythm. But what the hell is the declaration of finding many wives? Could it be that this is a guy who dreams of opening a harem when he grows up? He felt a little whispered in his heart, and Huai said on his face, "Humph, he is really a younger brother who is loyal to his own desires. However, I don't hate guys who have such dreams. In order to express your care for my sister today, I, Huai, the strongest magician in the future, is willing to make friends with you." Hey, really? Broly's eyes lit up, and he couldn't believe that the wife girl he came to the door was so useless. You should know that except Master Akia, other wives in this world, whether they are darkness or Wiz, have spent some effort to make them agree to be friends with themselves first. Hey, why is this guy so happy? Could it be that he, like you, is he a person who has no friends? Seeing the boy's happy look, Huai didn't react, muttered in her heart, and quickly put forward the conditions. However, I have the conditions to be friends with others. You say? Broly was not surprised by this. Most of the wives he met were qualified. Only by completing the conditions can you be willing to become your own friend. As my friend, you have to treat me to a meal. Huai said seriously. Is this the only one? Broly asked rebelly. Hey, can I have other requirements? Huai was a little surprised. She wanted to make friends with the other party, but she just wanted to pull the other party's wool. Of course, as my friend, wife, you can make all kinds of requests. As long as those requests make you happy, I will try my best to satisfy you. Broly said seriously. Now the happiness numerical minds of Master Akia, Darkness and Wiz have been almost mined. Although the happiness value can still be improved in a quantitative manner every day, the improvement speed is very slow compared to when I first met. The new wife who suddenly appeared in front of her and was given to her for free can be said to be an unexpected surprise. Ah, this. Huai looked at the boy's hot gaze and believed that the other party was a person similar to Yu. There is a characteristic of this kind of person, that is, their friendship is very heavy. Come on, say it out, your request, your desires, what you want me to do for you. Broly approached Huai and wanted the girl to say something happy that could make her feel. Ah, I don't have anything else to do for now. As long as you can treat me to a big meal tomorrow, oh no, it's enough to have a full meal. Thinking of the heavy friendship of people without friends, Huai quickly changed her tone and turned the big meal into a full meal. Okay, no problem. Broly was a little disappointed, but agreed. Hey, will our game continue? When Huster saw that he was shocked and said something, and after making friends, he couldn't help but urged him. Broly looked at the ground that had been drawn a lot and threw away the branches in his hand. Stop playing. He gave up and said directly.